Section 0 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Introductory. In the search for what this volume comprises, much material has been examined. Had the intention been to make it include all the anecdotes that are related of various musicians, 3 times the present space would have been necessary. But many of the narratives of past and current literature will not stand the test of probability, and in some cases the humor or reason for relation is hard to find. I have attempted to cull from the mass of material that came to my notice such anecdotes as have 2 features, that of being characteristic of the person referred to, and that of possessing sufficient interest, and in this re-narration I have incorporated such bits of musical information along biographical and historical lines as came to mind at the time of writing, but letting this feature be secondary to the main idea of the work. Thus, it is hoped that while my readers may find interesting anecdote, they may also incidentally find that which is of more permanent value. This work may be regarded as a companion volume to my musical mosaics, supplementing the thoughts of the great musicians there expressed with incidents giving somewhat of a clue to their personality. It would be in vain for me to attempt to acknowledge all the sources from which these anecdotes have been gleaned, owing to the extent of the field covered. The majority of the matter appears in this volume for the first time in its present form, although in a few cases there are partial quotations. No classification has been made in the body of the work, thus avoiding monotony in a consecutive reading. The indexes furnish ample references. If these narrations awaken a more general interest in musical biography, one purpose of my labor will have been accomplished. W. Francis Gates. End of Section 0. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 21st of November, 2022. Section 1 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 1. The Gregorian Chant. There have been musical antagonisms in all ages of the world. Church and state have joined in them as well as individuals, but not all of them had as judicious an arbiter as had the dispute between the French and Roman singers on the occasion of a visit of Charlemagne to Rome to celebrate Holy Week about the year 803 A.D. This most Catholic magnate had taken with him his choir, and the Gallic singers soon started a controversy with the choristers of the Roman Church, claiming to sing better and more agreeably than the Italians. But the Roman choristers knew that their style of music was in direct descent from St. Gregory, and accused the Gauls of corrupting and disfiguring the true ecclesiastical style. Finally, this dispute between the singers of the good King Charles and those of Pope Adrian waxed so warm that the king thought it time to take a hand and end the hostilities. He called his singers before him and asked them whether they thought the water of a fountain would be purest at its source, or after it had run a good distance and had been mixed with other streams. Of course, they answered, that the nearer to the source, the purer the water. The king then exclaimed, "Mount ye then up to the pure fountain of St. Gregory, whose chant ye have manifestly corrupted." On his return to France, Charlemagne took with him, at his request, and by the appointment of Pope Adrian, 2 singers learned in the true ecclesiastical mode. He stationed one at Metz and the other at Soissons. The Pope also sent choral books, which had been written by Gregory, so that these teachers, who had themselves studied under him, could correct the French books. The king ordered all singing masters in the kingdom to be taught by these Roman monks, and to conform their books and teaching to the Gregorian antiphonal. 2. The Bach Revival. One of Mendelssohn's ardent friends in his youthful days was Edward Devrient, a thorough musician and an excellent singer. These friends used to delve into the music of old Bach and revel in the learning displayed there. One day they resolved to take up the old cantor's Passion music, which had not been heard for 100 years, and which was, even to such good musicians as they, known by name only. They became enchanted with the beauties of this lofty masterpiece, and Devrient enthusiastically declared it ought to be given in public. Mendelssohn at first ridiculed the suggestion, saying the public would not give it a cordial reception, and that it was sure to be a failure. But after talking it over, Mendelssohn became as enthusiastic on the subject as was his friend. So the 2 young fellows, for Mendelssohn was then only 18, went to see Zelter, Mendelssohn's teacher, the most influential musician in Berlin. After considerable argument, they convinced Zelter of the feasibility of their plan, and, securing his promise of cooperation, went home to begin the arduous labors that such a performance entails on manager and conductor. They had to secure the soloists, the double chorus, and the double orchestra demanded by the score. Devrient himself sang the part allotted to Christ, and Mendelssohn conducted. It is needless to say that the performance, given in 1829, was a success. A repetition was demanded, and not Berlin alone, but the whole musical world began to realize that in Sebastian Bach's great works there was a mine of wealth that would be unexhausted for ages. And it was to these young men, Mendelssohn especially, that we owe our knowledge and appreciation of the Leipzig cantor's masterwork of sacred music. But Mendelssohn did not stop with this. Through his efforts, there was erected a fine monument to Bach's memory, which perpetuates the face and figure of this fountainhead of modern music. It was erected in 1842 in front of the Thomas Schule, in which Bach taught, and facing the windows of his study. 3. Why we should sing. It is generally admitted that there is a beneficial physiological side to the matter of singing, as well as that of entertainment and musical pleasure. Long and learned articles on this subject come from erudite pens, but we venture that it would be hard to find anything more unique in this line than the reasons briefly set down by the author to persuade everyone to learn to sing, given in William Byrd's Psalms, Sonnets, and Songs of Sadness and Piety, published in England in 1588. These reasons that are briefly set down are as follows. First, it is a knowledge easily taught and quickly learned when there is a good master and an apt scholar. 2. The exercise of singing is delightful to nature and good to preserve the health of man. 3. It doth strengthen all parts of the breast and doth open the pipes. 4. It is a singular good remedy for a stutting and stammering in the speech. 5. It is the best means to procure a perfect pronunciation and to make a good orator. 6. It is the only way to know when nature hath bestowed the benefit of a good voice, which gift is so rare as there is not one among 1,000 that hath it. And in many, that excellent gift is lost because they want art to express nature. 7. There is not any music of instruments whatsoever comparable to that which is made of the voices of men, for the voices are good, and the same well sorted and ordered. 8. The better the voice is, the meeter it is to honor and surer God therewith, and the voice of man is chiefly to be employed to that end. Since singing is so good a thing, I wish all men would learn to sing. 4. Glimpses of Cherubini. Cherubini was a gruff old fellow, but occasionally a bit of kindness or humor came to the surface, and then he showed the better side of his nature. He was one day met at the Paris Conservatoire, of which he was the head, by a father who came bringing his talented son to gain admission to the institution. Cherubini exclaimed when the man had told his errand, "What do you want? I do not take infants to nurse." The father was about to give up his attempt, but was told to take the boy to a certain room and have him play whatever he could think of, and not to stop when Cherubini came into the room. Soon the director came in. Hearing the boy play, he was astonished at the talent and youth of the performer, and proceeded to question him on the principles of music. The result was that he at once admitted the boy to the conservatoire. Cherubini afterward, in telling others about the affair, said, "I had to be very careful about pushing the questions too far, for the baby was beginning to prove to me that he knew more about music than I do myself." When Berlioz was a student in the conservatoire, he was generally at sword's points with the crusty director. Once, on examination day, Cherubini was running over a piece which Berlioz had submitted, when he came upon a complete rest of 2 measures. "What is that?" he asked in his usual ill-natured tone. "Mr. Director," said the pupil, "I wish to produce an effect which I thought could best be produced by silence." "Ah, you thought it would produce a good effect upon the audience if you suppressed 2 measures?" "Yes, sir." "Very good. Suppress the rest. The effect will be better still." As an instance of Cherubini's curt wit, the following little conversation is cited. One day a friend handed a score to Cherubini, saying it was by Mihul. After looking it over, he exclaimed, "It is not Mihul's. It is too bad to be his." "Then will you believe me if I tell you that it is mine?" said the visitor, and Cherubini replied, No, it is too good to be yours. 5. Discovering a Nightingale. Many years ago, in 1827, there lived in an almshouse in the old city of Stockholm a little 6-year-old girl who had been put in charge of an old woman who, by the way, was none too kind to the orphan in her care. When her guardian went out to earn her daily pittance, this little maid was locked in the house to prevent her wandering about, and so the lonesome little Joanne was deprived of the bright sunshine and the sight of the beautiful trees and flowers so beloved by every Swedish heart. One day she had worked over the little tasks assigned her until she was tired, and oh, how she longed to get out into the open air. But no, the door was locked. No wonder she poured out her childish grief in tears. Soon her sole companion caught her eye, and taking up her half-starved pussy, she rocked her pet until they both fell asleep. When she awoke, the sun had gone well down. Fearing the scolding she was sure to get when the old dame came home, the child caught up her work and began to sing in a sweet voice that seemed far too old for a girl her age. While she went on with her singing, it happened that a lady of high rank was passing the house, and so struck was she by the clear, sweet tones that she stopped her carriage to listen. On caroled the little songstress, perfectly unconscious of her audience, till she was startled by a knock at the door. She could not open it, but some kind neighbor told the fair visitor about the little prisoner. The kind-hearted lady came back afterward and secured the child admission to a school, and later to the Royal Theatre classes. As the girl grew older, her talent developed, until, as the Swedish nightingale, she was known the world over. Did you recognize in her Jenny Lind? End of section 1. Read by Carrie Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 2nd of December, 2022.
Section 2 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 6. Balf's Strange Roommate. The composer of the popular Bohemian Girl once had an experience that he did not care to duplicate. Landladies are not supposed to be very sentimental beings, at least toward their lodgers, but have the reputation of being businesslike and matter-of-fact. But the one who caused this peculiar occurrence, in which Balf was an interested party, certainly stood at the head of the procession in her delight in silver rather than sentiment. Balf and other musicians were engaged for a short time in some musical doings on the outskirts of London, and rather than go back and forth from the city each day, they decided to take rooms for the time in that neighbourhood. But apartments were scarce, and the genial Irishman was compelled to take what offered at a house not any too prepossessing in its external appearance. It was quite late. The landlady was uncertain whether there were any spare rooms or not, but left him standing in the hallway while she went to see if she could arrange a room for him. Finally she returned, and told him in a confused way that his apartment was ready. Tired by the day's labour, he soon fell asleep without examining the room, but early the next morning proceeded to make a tour of his apartment. He had not gone far before he discovered in a closet opening from his room a corpse, which had evidently been put in its cramped quarters in great haste. Balf stopped not on the order of his going, but took his departure, thankful, however, that he had not made the discovery in the moonlight of the night before. The old lady had evidently been unable to withstand the temptation to make a little ready cash, and summarily deprived the body of her deceased relative of its temporary resting place, and Balfe had calmly stepped in and taken its place. He used to joke over the landlady's eye to business, but that experience so impressed him that he never occupied a strange room without making an examination prior to sleeping in it. 7. Berlioz and Paganini. Berlioz was no exception to the majority of composers in the matter of finances. In fact, it was a continual struggle for him to keep the pot boiling, and he could only do so by his literary work. But his genius and need were recognized in other quarters. He gave a concert in which he conducted his great Childe Harold symphony and achieved much success. After the concert, when the composer had sat down to rest, there came to him a tall, dark man, thin as a skeleton, and kneeling down before the whole orchestra, he kissed Berlioz's hand. It was Paganini. The next morning Paganini's son brought to Berlioz a letter, saying, "Papa wants you not to read this letter until you are alone," and then the little fellow vanished. When Berlioz opened the letter, he found it to be from Paganini, saying that, Beethoven being dead, Berlioz alone could revive him, and asked Berlioz to accept the enclosure as Paganini's homage to his greatness. The enclosure was an order on the firm of Rothschild for 20,000 francs. Berlioz was delighted with this princely gift, and wrote and tore up 4 letters before he could get one that would sufficiently express his thanks. The 800 pounds served him a good turn, even if he never found out that it was not out of Paganini's pocketbook. He had the money, and the violinist the credit of giving it. 8. History repeats itself. This old saying is particularly true of musical anecdote and story. Of course, it must be that history really does repeat itself, for certainly no one could be so heartless as to charge the enterprising manager or the penny-a-liner sadly in need of copy with hunting among old tales for one to apply to modern favorites. Munsey's Magazine for December 93 gives the following incident. A touching incident is recorded among the experiences of Madame Melba, now singing in New York, last year at Palermo. It was during a performance of Lucia. The diva was changing her costume between the acts when a lady appeared in her dressing-room. After complimenting her on her singing, the stranger took up in one hand some strands of Madame Melba's hair, which was flowing loose over her shoulders, and asked, "Is this all your own?" Upon being satisfied on this point, the visitor continued, "Allow me, Madame Melba, since I have no wreath of flowers to offer you, to twine you one with your own beautiful tresses." This she did, trilling a bar or two of music meanwhile, for the visitor was none other than Christine Nilsson. It seemed to me that the above incident had about it the flavour of antiquity, and turning to an English work published several years ago, I find the following. On the occasion of her second visit to Naples in 1835, an incident occurred which afforded Madame Persiani deep gratification. During the representation of Lucia, she was one evening changing her costume between the acts when a lady entered her dressing-room, and after a few general compliments on her singing, took in her hands the long fair tresses which floated in wild profusion over the shoulders of the cantatrice, asking if they were really her own. Madame Persiani laughingly invited her to satisfy herself on this point, when the visitor said with a smile, "Allow me, signora, since I have no wreath of flowers to offer you, to twine you one with your own beautiful tresses," and she did so. Madame Persiani's heart beat with pride and joy, for it was Malibran, the greatest singer of the day, who spoke. 9. The greatest musical prodigy. The receipt from London of a musical work edited many years ago by Dr. William Crotch calls to mind the fact that nowhere do we find record of a more remarkable exhibition of musical genius in a mere baby than in the case of this same person in his early years. He was born in 1775, and when but 2 years of age showed a great enjoyment in music, and could pick out on the organ keys such tunes as God Save the King. He would also play little melodies of his own, supplying them with a simple but correct harmony. He played before the king, royal family, and other titled personages of England, and was greeted with admiring wonder wherever his talents were displayed by his proud parents. At the age of 4 years he had frequently appeared in public. he could name any tone heard by him, and took great delight in pleasant harmonies, though he could not hear a discord without expressing disgust. Mozart was, in his youth, a great prodigy, but his genius was not of so early development as that of little William Crotch. Mozart became one of the greatest composers, but Crotch, though he was granted the degree of Doctor of Music in 1799 by Oxford University, and though regarded as a great musician in his day, is now almost unknown to the musical world. 10. A test of precocity. The youthful Mozart was not the greatest prodigy known to history, but he was one of the few whose early precocity did not lead to expectations which were disappointed in later life. His musical life was a continual growth. Great stories were told of his marvelous abilities, and some of them were doubtless exaggerated. But every claim that was put forth by himself or by the parents of this wonder child he could fulfill. The Archbishop of Salzburg had it in his power to benefit the art of all succeeding time by granting proper patronage to Mozart, but this the churlish old fellow declined to do. He even declared that the boy Mozart was a fraud, and in the interests of art and religion he would unmask him. His plan was to confine the young genius in a closed room, give him pens, ink, paper, and the necessary words, and to hold him prisoner there until he should have composed a mass. The Mozarts, father and son, consented to the trial, knowing it was entirely within the boy's powers. For more than a week did he stay in that room, seeing no one save the servant who brought his meals. At the end of this time he sent to the bishop his composition, which, after trial by the court band, the bishop ordered to be placed in the repertoire of the cathedral choir. But even after this display of genius, the prelate was lacking in that appreciation of art which would have led him to become a beneficent patron. End of section 2. Section 3 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 11. Irish Enthusiasm. On the last night of her series of performances at Dublin in 1868, Mademoiselle Titians was the recipient of such an ovation as is seldom given even to those petted beings, operatic prime donne. At the close of the aria, Ocean, thou mighty monster, in Weber's Oberon, the audience rose en masse, some calling for a repetition, and others for favourite Irish songs. The uproar continued for 10 or 15 minutes before quiet could be restored, and then the diva decided to sing the favourite, Last Rose of Summer. But the orchestra had no music for the song, and a further delay ensued. Finally, Signor Bettini was seen pushing a small piano out on the stage, and meanwhile Titians assisted the conductor to climb up out of the orchestra. In turning the piano around, the slant of the stage caused it to tip over. Now behind the wings were the rest of the company, waiting to go on with the next scene. Among them were several attired as demons. On the upsetting of the piano, out rushed half a dozen devils to set things straight, an unusual occupation for the satanic brood. Again silence was secured, and this time Titians finished her song. At its close the uproarious applause was again indulged in. But after the opera came the climax. The crowd of students who had filled the gallery hastened to the stage entrance, cut the traces of her carriage, and tied in their places 2 long ropes. These were grasped by 2 files of shouting students. The prima donna entered her carriage, and was in this way escorted down the street, the crowd continually being augmented by new arrivals. Several had supplied themselves with fireworks, and the whole thing had the effect of a triumphal procession. When the strings of volunteer horses arrived at a corner, owing to there being no agreement concerning the route, one set turned one way and the other in an opposite direction. The result was that the carriage containing Titians and her escorts came to a sudden and forcible stop against a building. But after some parley, both teams agreed to unite on the same direction. When finally they arrived at her hotel, the enthusiastic students threw their coats on the pavement from the carriage to the doorway, over which the diva passed to her rooms. The crowd remained around the hotel for over an hour, making continual calls for a song, and their numbers were so great that the police were unable to disperse them. Though Titians darkened her rooms to give the impression that she had gone to bed, still they remained. Finally, a police official came up and said that unless Madame would assist in dispersing the crowd, the consequences might be disastrous. So Titians consented to try. She went to her window and motioned for silence. Then, addressing the crowd, she said, "I will sing you The Last Rose of Summer, providing you will promise to go home at once and be as quiet as mice." Then, a second time for that evening, did she sing the old song, and to the surprise of the people in the hotel, the mob melted away like magic, without another sound. The police official declared that if ever a mob broke out in Ireland, he should send for Mademoiselle Titians as the person who would most probably be successful in quelling it. The manager, Colonel Mapleson, and the prima donna had to pay well for the enthusiasm of their admirers, for the jolly Irishmen forgot to return the horses they took from the carriage, and the owner sent the bill to the manager. 12. Playing like zwei Gotts. The Pachmann, the pianist, is so full of whimsicalities, of grimaces, and odd doings, and withal is such a superb player, that he has been characterized by one epigrammatic writer as having the soul of an angel in the body of an ape, and by another as a combination of specialized wisdom and undifferentiated damnfoolism. An instance of this latter element of his character took place after a recent recital of his in New York. A pianist of some note went on the stage to congratulate him on his brilliant performance. He found the Pachmann pacing up and down the stage, exclaiming in fury, "Ach Gott, these American peoples, how they do! They know not musique. I will go back to my Germany. Here they know nothings. I play like one Gott, and what they do." Taking his hand, the visitor tried to assuage his wrath by saying, "Yes, yes, Mr. Pachmann, you did play like a god." Whereupon the irrepressible combination of egotism and genius burst forth. "Play like one god, I play like zwei gods, and they do nothings." 13. A sudden cure. He who undertakes to manage an opera troupe chooses a road beset by thorns. Opera singers, especially if their salaries be high and they feel they can afford to follow their own sweet wills, generally do about the exact opposite of what a sensible person would predict. The manager must be ready for any emergency, and be surprised at nothing. Some years ago, when Madame Gerster was billed to sing in St. Louis, she suddenly sent word to the manager that she was ill and unable to sing her part in Lucia, which must be given that evening. He suspected the indisposition to be not very serious, but requested a medical certificate to put before the public to satisfy them for the non-appearance of the songstress. Gerster declined to be seen by a physician, saying her word was as good as her bond, and that when she said she was ill, that settled it. The manager insisted upon calling in a physician, who asked to see her tongue. So, as she was leaving the room, she derisively stuck out her tongue at him, with the exclamation, "There!" The doctor at once wrote out a certificate, saying that the epiglottis was irritated, the uvula contracted, and the tonsils inflamed. When Gerster was shown this certificate, she grew quite angry and insisted upon singing that night, just to show what an ass that doctor was. All the same, the doctor sent in his bill for $60. 14. Ole Bull at Rouge et Noir. Ole Bull first visited Paris in 1831. He was then 21 years of age, and had left his native country to make his journey to the French capital on foot, feeling that he must get a hearing, if possible, in some of the musical centers if he was to be successful in his musical life. He arrived tired, with little money and no letters of introduction. In a few days his clothes and his violin were stolen. In his despair he was ready to seek relief in the Seine. And had it not been for a chance acquaintance who suggested a plan by which he might better his fortunes, he might have come to the same end which has overtaken so many discouraged artists in Paris. The stranger, who turned out to be Vidocq, the great detective, directed Ole to go to a gambling establishment, where they played rouge et noir. and to continually place his money on the rouge. The young fellow did so, placing his last francs on the red. He won. He played again. Again he was winner. And he continued until a large sum of money was before him. Fearing to lose what he had won, he retired from the table and watched the play for a few moments, just long enough to see that, had he continued playing the red, he would have won a fortune. But though he was on the verge of starvation, the money thus obtained was not without its sting. He wrote a friend, "What a hideous joy I felt, what a horrible pleasure it was to have saved one's own soul by the spoil of others." The young Norwegian soon purchased another violin, and being invited to play at a private concert, succeeded in attracting attention to himself, in spite of the fact that all Paris was then worshipping Paganini. 15. Outspoken admiration. Here is a case of admiration of one artist for another that deserves mention. When the English musician Rosengrave was in Italy at an evening company, a quiet and unassuming young man who was present was asked to play. "When he began," writes Rosengrave, "I thought 10,000 devils were at the instrument, for never had I heard such passages and effects before. So far did he surpass my own playing, that had I but had a knife within my reach, I would have cut off my fingers. So ashamed was I that I declare I could not touch an instrument for a month afterward." The quiet young Italian was Scarlatti, the celebrated Italian composer and performer. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendry. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 16. Whims of Composers. Composers get peculiar ideas into their heads as to the circumstances under which they must work, or the surroundings that must be at hand if they are to get the best results in composition. No doubt, after the habit is once formed, the regular accompaniments to composition are necessary. But the question is as to the necessity of forming the habit. Haydn thought he could not compose unless he had on the ring which Frederick the Great sent him, and besides this, the paper on which he wrote must be white and of the best quality. Gluck wrote best when seated out in the middle of a field. Rossini was most productive of good music when, "lined within with good sack wine," and he and Paisiello both enjoyed composing while in bed. Sacchini enjoyed having a pretty woman by his side. By the way, several of the great composers had no aversion to such an accompaniment, whether composing or not. And his pet cats must be playing around him. Mozart could compose beautiful music while playing billiards or bowls. Zingarelli prepared himself for writing music by reading the scriptures or some classic author, and Sarti liked best a funereal gloom, lighted only by a single taper. Beethoven could compose best during or after a brisk walk in the woods and fields, and many of his greatest works were inspired by the beauties of nature. Cimarosa and Méhul were opposites in this matter. The former wished to be surrounded by a dozen gabbling friends. The light conversation and flow of spirits, probably of two kinds, seemed to inspire his music. On the other hand, Méhul once went to the chief of police of Paris and asked to be imprisoned in the Bastille. That personage, in surprise, inquired the reason. Méhul said he desired to get away from the noise and bustle of the city, and to escape from the good graces of his friends for a time, that he might give his whole mind uninterruptedly to composition. It is needless to say that his wish was not granted. Few would wish to be surrounded by the walls of the Bastille unless it were to write a tragic overture or a funeral anthem. Wagner thought he must be clothed in the costume of the age and place in which was laid the plot that he was then working on. He also desired a perfectly quiet and uninterrupted time in which to write. His family was denied admission to his study, and he would not even see any letters that came for him. His mails were passed in to him through a trapdoor. 17. Au le boule as a duellist. Handel was not the only great musician to fight a duel, although he was the greatest composer who took a part in that exciting pastime. Au le boule once had an adventure similar to Handel's, but from all accounts the Norwegian violinist must have been a better swordsman than the dear Saxon. In his student days in Germany, Boule once fell in with a party of carousing students and was persuaded by them to take the part of their violinist, who had become more than half seas over, in a concert they were about to give. He accepted the position and played so well that the drunken fiddler whom he succeeded was jealous of his success and challenged him to a duel. Now, Ole could handle a sword as well as a fiddle bow, and soon had disabled his opponent. This made things so warm for him in that neighbourhood that he had to take his departure to Norway. 18. He didn't purchase. Perfect command of one's instrument does not necessarily imply complete control of one's tongue. This was the case with Lindley, an English cellist of the first half of this century. Though he gained great fame as a player, he never succeeded in controlling the unruly member. It would stutter in spite of him. One day, in his rambles through the streets of London, he came across a shop where there was a parrot hung up for sale in the window. He and his friends were quite interested in the bird, and finally Lindley called out the shopkeeper, saying, as he pointed to the Polly, "Can he talk?" "Yes," was the answer from the dealer, who thought he could see that it was mere curiosity that prompted the question, and not a desire to purchase. "Yes, and a d sight better than you can, or I'd wring his blanked neck." 19. A critical composition. Musical progress depended largely at one time on the effect produced by one composition. It came about in this way. In the middle of the 16th century, the music used in the Mass of the Catholic Church had become so light and trivial that Pope Marcellus concluded he would discontinue the use of music in the service. But the great composer of that day, Palestrina, who, by the way, was generally known by the name of his native place, believing that could the Pope and Cardinals hear a Mass written in what he believed to be the true ecclesiastical style, they would reverse their decision, begged them not to put the order into execution until they had given his music a hearing. The request was granted, and on Easter 1555, this Mass, called Missa Papae Marcelli, that is, Mass of Pope Marcellus, was performed before the highest dignitaries of the Church. It was an entire change from the trivial church music of the time. So refined, elevating, and appropriate was it to the sacred office for which it was intended, that the Pope and Cardinals were delighted, and had no further thought of banishing music from the service. Another result was that Palestrina was appointed chapel master to the Pope, and exercised a most beneficial influence in church and other styles of composition for many years. He is now regarded as a landmark in musical history, and when we remember that the Catholic Church was in those times the main conservator of musical art, we realize that even at this day we owe him a debt of gratitude. 20. Keep in with the accompanist. It is good policy for a singer to keep on the good side of his accompanist. A really fine accompanist is a rara avis. Besides the technical skill necessary to a soloist, an accompanist must have the finest musical feeling and discrimination, and at the same time sacrifice himself to the interests of the singer. And oftentimes the accompanist has to shoulder the sins of the singer. It is an easy way to relieve oneself from the blame of a bad break by charging the fault to the accompanist. A singer once tried this with Handel, and declared that if Handel didn't accompany him better, he should jump over onto the harpsichord where the player sat and smash it. Said Handel, "Let me know when you will do that, and I will advertise it. I am sure more people will come to see your champ." as will come to hear you sing. He didn't jump. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Wiley Francis Gates. The youthful Beethoven's trick on a singer. Another incident of the necessity of a good understanding with the accompanist is found in the life of Beethoven. He, as a mere boy, held the responsible position of organist in the Electoral Chapel at Bonn. In the choir was a smart singer who declared he could sing anything, and no accompanist could disconcert him. Beethoven made a wager with him that he could succeed in putting him out. So, in a service in Holy Week, by an adroit modulation in his accompaniment of this coxcomb, the latter was handed in a key where all he could do was to break down. The singer at once complained to the elector, who heard the case and reprimanded them both. But we can hardly blame Beethoven. For a boy of 15, Beethoven's age at that time could hardly withstand the temptation to try his skill under such provocation. An untalented royal pupil. Louis XII was endowed with more love for music than talent or voice for singing. On his attempting to sing, it was only courtesy or policy that caused the unfortunates who happened to be present to remain. In his attempts to read music, he succeeded no better. At last, in despair of singing the ordinary music of the day, he ordered the conductor of his chapel music, the maître d' des chapelles, Josquin by name, to write a piece of music that he could succeed in singing. So, in a few days, the king was presented with a piece for 4 voices, 2 of which were in canon form. The other 2 accompanied, simply furnishing the harmony. Of these latter voices, the upper had but 1 pitch to sing throughout the whole piece, and the lower but 2, the tonic and dominant, sung alternately. After careful drill, the king was able to take his, the upper part, and later acquired sufficient skill to sing the lower part with tolerable accuracy. This may illustrate to the non-musical public one, at least, of the difficulties that beset the path of a singing teacher. For some people that the Lord never intended to sing will persist in singing and are not content to sing music fitted to their capacity. Handel's persuasiveness. There was a day when players and singers so ruled directors and composers that the latter hardly knew whether they could call their lives their own. But that day is past, and Handel was one who prominently assisted in bringing about the new order of things. 2 instances will serve to show how he controlled his unruly singers. When Caristini was given the beautiful aria Verde Prati in Alcina, he sent it back to Handel, saying it was too trivial for him to sing in public. Handel rushed off to the singers' rooms and, foaming with rage, yelled to the astonished Italian, "You tog! Don't I know better as yourself what is best for you to sing? If you do not sing all the song that I gives you, I will not pay you ein stiver." Nor could this choleric composer be bullied by the weaker sex. At a rehearsal of one of his operas, the great soprano, Cuzzoni, gave him great trouble by her impudence. Finally, she refused to sing a certain aria. Handel concluded the time had come to see who was master. So he rushed onto the stage, and catching the astonished prima donna around the waist, he dragged her to an open window, crying, "I always knew you was a very Teufel, but I will show you I am Beelzebub, the prince of the Teufels." Then he threatened to throw her out headlong unless she promised to sing the song. Cuzzoni was frightened half to death and begged to be released, promising to do anything he might require. Good English in Song. In the eyes of many singers, and in the minds of much of the public, the words used when singing are of no particular value. This may be true of a goodly number of popular songs that live for a day. But in the strictest sense of the word, and speaking of good music, the mission of the music is to give the sentiment a proper setting. A perverted idea has, with one class of opera and songwriters, brought music to the place of prime importance. It is true, but this is an unnatural arrangement of things. Music, as separate from all else, has its true place in the instrumental field. When words are set to music, they should be good enough to merit a hearing. And the singer who slights his words and leaves you in doubt as to the language he happened to be using is just that far from being a finished singer. It is claimed that English is a hard language to sing. So it is for those that will not give it the necessary study and practice. It is likewise claimed that Italian is easy to sing. So it is for an Italian. But an Italian might be as much in doubt about the American student's Italian words as the American auditor is forced to be concerning the student's English words. It is well known that many a singer covers her inability to sing distinct English by a retreat into poor Italian, which she thinks will be Greek, if not Italian, to her audience. Vocal teachers are coming to realize that the highest vocal art requires one to sing their own language perfectly, and that years of practice in mongrel Italian do not give ability to sing good English. The reason for this is that there are many difficult consonant and vowel combinations appearing frequently in the English that are unknown to the Italian. That German or Italian are not good preparations for English singing is shown by the remarkable combinations of sounds that foreign singers will use when called on to sing an English song. This is all right if we follow the doctrine that words are of no importance, but that doctrine does not obtain among artists. Why should we have to listen to that grand solo from the Messiah, tortured into "Sie Kings hof sie hört ries Hup"? Who could be expected to know from hearing this sort of continental English that the kings of the earth rise up? Then, when some celebrated Italian prima donna is called on to sing our national hymn, how patriotic we must feel to hear "Mi concretis uf die Sweat landa of liberta uf die sing landa ver mi fa ters dida landa uf die pilgrims prida froma ifre montin sida letta fritom ring." An uncringing reply. Queen Elizabeth is sometimes pictured as possessed of a temper which, carrying with it the power of revenge, made it greatly feared. The Virgin Queen is also reported by some writers to have been a proficient musician. probably both statements are true. Although it was hardly safe to speak of her temper during her life, it was the proper thing to flatter her musical attainments. One of her desires was to excel Mary Queen of Scots as a performer. But Elizabeth's temper did not always cause her to wreak vengeance on those who spoke in an unbecoming manner to the Queen. This is instanced in the case of Dr. Tye, who frequently performed on the organ in the royal chapel. On one occasion, while he was playing some music more scientific than tuneful, she sent the verger to him with the message that he was playing out of tune. The doctor's quick reply was, "Tell the Queen that her ears are out of tune." The Queen let that remark pass without rebuke. End of section 5, read by Bookbard.
Section 6 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matea Bracic. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 26. Southern Passion. We of the northern nations often think of the mock tragedies of the operatic stage as being overdrawn and untrue to the life. Such incidents and plots are often said to be exaggerated and of the blood and thunder stagey sort. But we must remember that blood flows much more rapidly through southern veins than through northern, and that we, with our cold, calculating way of looking at things, do not take into consideration the fiery temperament of the southern climes that makes such plots but representative of the real passions of the Italian and Spanish nations. The plots of the Mascagni and Leoncavallo school may not be elevating or over-refined, but they undoubtedly do picture one phase of life. This is not saying, however, that it is well to dwell on that phase, or that it has in it much that can ennoble the listener. Passion and pain and the lower emotions need not be continually served up to the opera-goer simply because the method of representing them is artistic. There is enough that is good and beautiful in the world, out of which to make our operatic plots without descending to the slime and filth of life, however artistically it may be dressed up. But the other, the lower side, exists not only in opera plots, but in the real life. The little incident here given, if presented on the stage, would be classed as a mere bit of melodramatic Italian opera. Yet it is one of many such things that continually happen. Leonardo Vinci was one of the numerous talented composers of the old school. In the midst of his successful career at Rome, he made the acquaintance of a noble Italian lady who was possessed of great beauty and who conceived quite a passion for this distinguished musician. The admiration was mutual. All went well until the lady granted the composer some particular favours, and he, with an absence of discretion unusual to musician, boasted to his friends of his good fortune in securing the lady's regard. His words coming to the ears of the fair damsel, and disliking to have her private affairs made public talk, she would never have made a modern opera songstress, she determined to be revenged for his gossiping about her, and gave him his quietus, not with a bare bodkin, but in a cup of poisoned chocolate. This summary method will doubtless commend itself to all who suffer from indiscreet friends. 27. Rather a hard opponent to conquer. It is not always safe to deride one whose abilities seem to be less than our own. This lesson was painfully learned by a young violinist of Berlin at an evening party to which he had been invited. He played several pieces, not with great applause, however. Afterwards, another young man was invited to play, but his playing was worse than that of his predecessor. In fact, his style and execution were wretched. So our young professor again came forward and showed his superior abilities in a very pretentious way, as if to utterly crush the strange musician. But when it again became the stranger's turn to play, his performance was given with such expression and brilliancy of execution as to utterly vanquish the young upstart, who disappeared and was seen no more that evening. He had been contending with Paganini. 28. Catalani and Goethe. Angelica Catalani was a singer who held sway in Europe for 30 years in the last century as the peer of all prime donne. It has been said that never has the public been so carried away by the voice of any songstress as by hers. One writer calls her the Paganini of song, and from the accounts that have come down to us of her flights of vocalization, the title must have been well bestowed. Going on to the stage at the age of 16, this musically gifted person was ignorant in all matters but her art, and besides this she was of an excitable temperament, vivacious and talkative. Her ignorance of people and things often led her into making amusing blunders. One writer relates a ludicrous scene which took place between her and the great poet Goethe. They were at Weimar, and at a court dinner she was seated next to Goethe, who was the most distinguished guest. Goethe and his works were utterly unknown to her, but seeing that he seemed to be a man of consequence and that much attention was paid to him, she inquired of the gentleman on the other side of her who this personage was. Thereupon the following conversation took place. "He is the celebrated Goethe, madam." "Oh, he is! And on what instrument does he play?" "He is not a musician, madam. He is the celebrated author of Werther." "Oh, yes, I remember." Then turning to the venerable poet, she declared, "Ah, sir, what an admirer I am of Werther." The poet bowed low in acknowledgment of the compliment. "I never," continued she, "read anything half so laughable in all my life. What a farce it is, to be sure!" Goethe looked aghast at this remark, but managed to exclaim, "The sorrows of Werther a farce, madam?" "Oh, yes, there never was anything so exquisitely ridiculous," declared the talkative lady, laughing heartily at the remembrance. It was found out afterwards that she had once seen in Paris a parody on Goethe's Werther, which had ridiculed the original most unmercifully, but parody and original were all the same to her. 29. The music, but not the face. While the great composers have, as a general thing, had remarkably retentive memories for musical matters, some of them were not so good at remembering other things. Rossini was one of these. He had a remarkably poor memory for names, but could remember faces. On one occasion he met Bishop, the English composer, and, recognizing him, started to greet him with, "Oh, my dear Mr. But he could get no farther. The name was gone. But to show Bishop that he remembered the man, if not the name, he began to whistle Bishop's chorus, "When the Wind Blows." This was a compliment that the English Mozart, as Bishop has been called, was not slow to recognize. 30. A concert preacher. Hans von Bülow was considered by the political authorities of Berlin and Leipzig as a great nuisance as well as a great musician. This arose from the fact that he persisted in interpolating in the speeches he frequently made at his concerts remarks of a political nature, and often they were of a decided incendiary cast. In the latter city, this concert preacher, as he was called, was compelled by the police to sign a promise not to speak a word at his concerts, not even to announce the date of his next appearance. And this was not 200 years ago either, as one might suppose from the denial of the right of speech, but was in our own times, in a supposable free country. But it was in Berlin that he had a still greater difficulty with the powers that be. Having conceived a strong dislike for the government intendant, that official which had control of the operatic performances, who in this case happened to be Count von Hulsen, he referred to him in one of his impromptu concert speeches in a derogatory way, and to the opera as the circus that von Hulsen runs. As von Hulsen was a court officer, this brought on Bülow's head the wrath of the court, and he was deposed from his rank as court pianist and stripped of his medals. Shortly after, von Hulsen died, and at a commemoration concert his successor gave orders to the ushers that they were not to admit Dr. von Bülow, and furnished them photographs of him that there should be no mistake. So when Herr Doctor arrived, he was spotted and summarily ejected. But the pianist had his revenge. The next night, on his appearance at a concert, when he sat down at the instrument, he began to improvise on a theme from Mozart's Figaro, and immediately the audience broke into laughter and applause. The theme he had chosen was in the opera, set to the words, "Will the Count venture on a little dance?" End of section 6. Section 7 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matea Bracic. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Wiley Francis Gates. 31. Travelling in State. The great singers of the olden time, even of the first half of the century, would stand aghast at the splendour that surrounds the prima donna of today. The most regal elegance is thought none too good for her who has the public at her feet. The prima donna of ye olden time travelled in a lumbering stagecoach, the most favoured one of today in a private car costing some £11,600, for that was the cost of Patty's conveyance. In this beautiful coach the walls and ceiling were covered with gilded tapestry, the curtains were of silk damask, and the furniture was upholstered in the same material. The drawing-room was fitted in white and gold, with paintings by celebrated artists. The lamps were made of gold, and the woodwork of sandalwood. The same wood was used in the piano, which alone cost £400. These are some of the main points in the construction and adornment of this car, which might well have been built for royalty. But at the day Patty was thus accommodated, no king or emperor on earth enjoyed such luxurious travelling accommodations, for in no country in the world had there been built such a sumptuous coach. 32. Tuning up. An audience which listens to an amateur orchestra, and unfortunately the same is true of some which are professional, frequently has to go through the oral agony of hearing the instruments tune up. This process, when conducted in a haphazard way, is most excruciating, and the effect is to give sensitive nerves an unpleasant shock at the very beginning of a concert, which it takes some very good playing to counteract. This is also true of some solo players. I have in mind quite a good Teutonic violinist of Boston who arouses his hearer's musical wrath in this way for several minutes before he succeeds in satisfying his exacting ear. Perhaps the process is prolonged to show the delicate adjustment of that organ. Who knows? But there is ordinarily no necessity for such a scratching and blowing prelude. The tuning might and should be done before the audience assembles, and if there is any touching up to be done afterward, it should be in the most pianissimo manner possible. The Boston Symphony Orchestra sets a good example in this matter, as in many others musical. In the days of the old music hall, there was set in continual vibration by electricity a large tuning fork which, when desired, sounded an uninterrupted A. Each man as he entered tuned his instrument to this fork, and the result was that when the orchestra gathered on the stage, every man was ready to go to work without an agonizing process of pitch adjustment to inflict on his hearers. Handel realized the necessity of a preliminary tuning up period and used to have all things ready before the concert. But on one occasion, some practical joker did not neglect the opportunity offered to him, and the result was an opening chord not as harmonious as the music of the spheres. Each instrument had been tuned at the close of the rehearsal. The orchestra returned for the performance, had taken their seats, and pompous Mr. Handel had stepped to the conductor's desk and lifted his baton. At the proper instant, the opening fortissimo chord was played. But such a chord! It was discord itself. Every instrument had been thrown out of tune by some person intent more on provoking mirth than music. Handel raved. He jumped from his stand and, after upsetting the drums and a double bass, rushed across the stage, losing his wig on the way, and snorting with rage and vowing vengeance on the one that takes such wicked liberty. 33. Voice against trumpet. It seems strange to read of the human voice exceeding wind instruments in length and loudness of tone, but there are some remarkable instances on record of great endurance on the part of singers. Lablache, the great basso, was noted for his power of tone, his voice being so strong as to dominate over the whole orchestra and chorus combined. Farinelli, a famous tenor, in a contest with a trumpet player at Rome, not only excelled him in brilliant passages, in force and ornamentations, but when the trumpeter was out of breath and exhausted, Farinelli went on with increased brilliancy and power, apparently with the same breath, until he was silenced by the plaudits of the crowd. On one occasion, when Mrs. Billington, a favourite English singer, was holding forth in London, she was accompanied by a trumpet obbligato in part of her solo. As the trumpeter did not play his part with sufficient tone, the leader called to him to play louder. But even then the quantity of tone was not great enough to suit his conductor or to balance Mrs. Billington's voice. So he called out again, "Louder! Louder! Confound you! Play louder!" The enraged foreigner, at what he considered an insult to his instrument, threw down his trumpet, exclaiming, "Laudere, laudere be very easy to say, but by gar, I say, where is the wind?" 34. Beethoven's Kiss. When Liszt was but 12 years of age, in 1823, he was advertised to give a concert, and upon the solicitation of Schindler, Beethoven went to hear and encourage this youthful prodigy. When the little Liszt came out on the platform, he saw Beethoven sitting in the front row. Instead of being unnerved by the great man's presence, it was an inspiration to him, and he played with great fire and abandon. In the storm of applause which followed, the great master was seen to step up on the platform and catch up the little fellow in his arms and kiss him on both cheeks. Liszt never forgot this incident and used to repeat it with great pride, for he felt that the master had set the seal of greatness upon him in that kiss. 35. Mendelssohn's dislike of Meyerbeer. Mendelssohn had a great aversion for the music of Meyerbeer. Mendelssohn's music was polished, elegant, scholarly, devoid of claptrap or effects attempted for mere show. Meyerbeer's music, on the contrary, while containing much that was good and being especially effective in instrumentation, had much that was blatant and that savoured largely of the sensational. Both men had several points of personal resemblance. Both were of Jewish descent and inherited a Hebrew cast of countenance. Both were of slender build, and they were accustomed to dress the hair in the same fashion. The aversion held by Mendelssohn for Meyerbeer's music extended somewhat to Meyerbeer himself, and great was Mendelssohn's disgust if someone of his friends teased him on his resemblance to the detested composer. On one occasion in Paris, after having been subject to some good-natured jokes about the similarity of his personal appearance to that of Meyerbeer, the composer of St. Paul and Elijah rushed off to the barber and had his hair clipped short to dispel the likeness. This, of course, only made him subject to a fresh lot of jokes on the hated resemblance. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 36. An Army, a Cow, and a Prima Donna. It is not often that an army does the bidding of a prima donna, but a story comes to us from the siege of Hamburg many years ago which intimates as much. It is said that during the bombardment of this city the opera continued as usual, and the beleaguered officers and soldiers took great pleasure in hearing Madame Fodor, the prima donna of the occasion. Now all great singers have some favorite stimulant, from beer down to beefsteak, without which they think they cannot make a success of their singing. Madame Fodor's favorite beverage happened to be fresh milk, a very harmless drink, to be sure, but one not so easily obtainable when a town is in a state of siege, and the last cow has been slaughtered for food. Learning that their favorite was thus deprived of her customary beverage, the officers determined at all hazards to supply the deficiency, and the soldiers made a gallant sortie from out the city walls, and capturing, not the enemy, but a cow, returned in triumph. The cow was escorted by the officers to the theatre, and publicly presented to the fair songstress. It was then installed in a property room on the stage, and from that time on Madame Fodor could regale herself at will with the lacteal extract. 37. A musical priest. All priests are not musical, and, queer as it may seem, all musicians are not religious. The writer once interviewed a priest as to the musical characters in the antiphonal and breviary, and found him entirely ignorant as to the note values, pitch indications, and musical characters generally. On showing him a breviary dated 1692, we found the notation virtually the same as in the service book of today. The C clef appeared somewhat like a double square note, or two notes joined together. But the good father, oblivious to the mission or use of a clef sign, said it did bother him to see how they could expect a man to sing two notes at once. Another kind of priest was Antonio Vivaldi. He was a good violinist, and in his way quite a composer. Once, when officiating a mass, a musical idea occurred to him, and not wishing to lose it, he left the altar and, going to the vestry, jotted it down for future use, and then returned to his place in the church and resumed the service. This was so out of the usual order of things that his superiors forbade his continuance in the priestly service. However, the bishop in charge of the diocese, evidently having a weak spot in his heart for the musical art and its followers, although put to it to find an excuse for the breach of duty, restored Vivaldi to his post, on the ground that, being a musician, he could not have been in his right mind, a conclusion more flattering to the good bishop's kindness of heart than to musicians generally. But of such one-sided material are the clergy occasionally made. 38. Musical criticism. If variety of expression and a frequent change of complimentary phrase was necessary to the average reporter of musical affairs in the columns of the daily press, we fear many a quill shover would be incapacitated for further duty in this line. Outside of the large city papers, the reporter of musical affairs is not required to have a knowledge of music, and his weekly repetitions of stock phrases amounts to Miss A played beautifully, Miss B sang in a very sweet way, Mrs. C shows the result of careful practice, Mr. D sang in his customary pleasing manner, Miss E's performance was very nice, etc. ad nauseam. We know of one fellow who gets around it all by saying Miss F's playing was a good example of her teacher's method, and afterward explains to his friends that the said teacher's method was abominable. Musical criticism is not so flowery in the present day as it was formerly. Just read this example. It has 200 years. It was written by Pepys, that old gossip who persisted in writing a diary which people since have persisted in publishing. It was concerning a performance of a tragedy in which music was used. He writes, "But that which did please me beyond anything in the whole world was the wind music when the angel comes down, which is so sweet that it ravished me, and indeed, in a word, did wrap up my soul so that it made me really sick, just as I had formerly been when in love with my wife. That neither then nor all the evening going home, and at home, I was able to think of anything, but remained all night transported, so that I could not believe that ever any music hath that real command over the soul of a man as it did upon me, and makes me resolve to practice wind music, and to make my wife do the like. 39. High Art. Even theatrical people, accustomed as they are to good acting and to artificial feeling well expressed, are sometimes moved by the force or feeling which an actor or singer brings to his part. Perhaps as prominent an instance of this as can be found was in the singing of Pacchierotti, a vocalist of the last century. When singing at Rome in a certain opera, he sang with so much beauty of tone and true feeling that, at a certain place where a solo passage was followed by a short orchestral symphony, the orchestra was so moved by his singing as to forget to go on with their playing. Pacchierotti turned to the conductor, saying, "What are you about?" The leader started as if from a dream, and could only say, "Pray forgive me." The whole orchestra were sitting with tears in their eyes, oblivious of their duties. 40. A Boy's Memory. Part of the service used in the Pope's chapel at Rome is sacredly guarded and kept with great care in the archives of the chapel. Any singer found tampering with this miserere of Allegri, or giving a note of it to an outsider, would be visited by excommunication. Only 3 copies of this service have ever been sent out. One was for the Emperor Leopold, another to the King of Portugal, and the third to the celebrated musician, Padre Martini. But there was one copy that was made without the Pope's orders, and not by a member of the choir either. When Mozart was taken to Rome in his youth by his father, he went to the service at St. Peter's, and heard the service in all its impressiveness. Mozart senior could hardly arouse the lad from his fascination with the music when the time came to leave the cathedral. That night, after they had retired and the father slept, the boy stealthily arose, and by the bright light of the Italian moon wrote out the whole of that sacredly guarded miserere. The Pope's locks, bars, and excommunications gave no safety against a memory like Mozart's. End of section 8. Section 9 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 41. Slippers at a Premium. No more excellent or generous lady has ever graced the operatic stage than Madame Malibran. Pure in life, beautiful in character, generous in heart, she made friends of all who knew her. When she arrived in Venice on one of her continental tours, Malibran found the manager of a theatre which he had just built to be on the verge of bankruptcy. The great expense of completing his building had brought him to this point, but he had hoped to have the edifice graced by the presence of the king on the opening night, and that would secure him a large attendance and an overflowing treasury. But unfortunately the king died. The manager was in despair. Hearing of Malibran's arrival, he besought her to sing on the opening night and save him from ruin. She consented, but owing to his financial difficulties, she declined the sum which he offered for her services. The manager was not mistaken in the drawing power of the artiste. When it became known that Malibran was to sing in Sonnambula, every seat was taken. In the course of the opera, Malibran slipped on a leaf from a bouquet that had been thrown her, and but for one of the singers would have fallen into the orchestra. That singer was Balfe, who afterward became famous as a composer. As it happened, in the effort to recover her balance, one of Malibran's slippers came off, and dropped from the stage into what was then called the pit. The occupants of that part of the house at once entered on a struggle for the possession of this prized relic. Malibran was much amused at their efforts, and taking off the other slipper, threw it to those in the rear of the house. Both slippers were finally torn in pieces, and the fragments carried away by the enthusiastic Italians as mementos of the occasion. At the close of this incident, Malibran was led forward by the happy manager. He explained the circumstances of her appearance at his theatre, and added that, in view of her saving his credit, he should name his theatre after the generous prima donna. And today the Teatro Malibran stands as a monument to her kindness of heart. 42. Artistic aversion to empty honors. Many of the great musicians, as well as great littérateurs and scientists, have scorned the honors and decorations of courts and kings. As a general thing, an institution that honors a really great man with a degree honors itself more than it does the man. This was the case when Oxford University granted Haydn the title of Doctor of Music. We might imagine how Beethoven would have received the proffer of such a title. His spirit of contempt for orders and decorations was well shown when the Prussian ambassador at Vienna gave him his choice between 50 ducats or to be decorated with the insignia of a certain high order. The answer was what we might expect from Beethoven, viz., "Give me the ducats." Not everyone would choose ducats in preference to decorations. Rameau, one of the great French composers, was equally careless as to honorary distinction. Louis XV bestowed on him the Order of St. Michael. Learning that Rameau had not registered it with the proper official, and supposing it was because of his inability to defray the necessary expenses, the king offered to pay the charges. "I thank your majesty," Rameau responded, "but let me have the money. I can find a much better use for it." Mozart was another who would have chosen money rather than orders, rings, and gold snuff-boxes, had he been given a choice. He was overwhelmed with such things, but had hardly enough income to support his family in proper comfort. But those days are past. The artist and composer now receives more money and less snuff-box. 43. Music and Madness. There are many stories told of the benefits of music in cases of sickness and insanity, and some of them tax heavily our credulity. Here is one that may be taken for what it is worth. A friend of Madame Camporese, when that lady was once singing in Milan, told her there was a man in the hospital that was a musical fanatic, and had gone mad from the failure of one of his operas. Hearing of her arrival, he demanded to see her, and this being denied, he became so furious that they had to fasten him to his bed. When this was told her, although she was preparing for an evening party, she at once gave that up, and went to the hospital. In an adjoining room to the maniac she sang a melody of Haydn's. He soon became quiet, and finally burst into tears. She then went to his bedside and sang again. After she had finished the song, the now quieted man pulled from underneath his pillow a melody he had composed, and asked her to sing it for him. She did so, and at his request repeated it. When she left the building, the poor musician was gentle and docile, all produced by the kindness of heart of the good Camporese. 44. Baton waving. Lully losing a limb. Did you ever notice the peculiarities shown by different chorus and orchestra leaders in the way they handle the baton? The direction of the motion made by the leader is supposed to indicate to his singers or players the part of the measure then in progress, and the amplitude, extent, or vigor of the motion may give some idea as to the quantity of tone desired. It is in many cases past comprehension how the singer is to perceive the leader's intention, owing to carelessness on his part or to mannerisms which obscure his meaning. One conductor describes a circle through the air and expects his choristers to sing in correct common time. Another has a beat that transforms everything into down, up, until one wonders why an automatic pump handle couldn't fill his place. One leader will be cool and collected, and another will fly all to pieces, keeping one on the verge of expectancy, as one is when awaiting an explosion of some piece of fireworks. We may see one conductor flapping his hands at his singers to indicate something, the singers are supposed to know what, but the audience do not, while another meekly raises his hands as if to give his benediction to all before him. One will hold his baton as gingerly between thumb and first finger as though it were made of straw. Another will let it rest against the side of his hand as though it were a pen with which he was inscribing on the vibrating air his ideas as to the effect he would make on the ears of his auditors. Still another will grasp his stick firmly and securely, as though he were master of his forces and knew it. In too many cases the motions of the conductor cease to have any particular meaning, and become, as Mark Twain says, mere ornamental beckoning. We have seen conductors hit themselves on the head in their frantic efforts to mark time, but such a mishap is small compared with that which befell a celebrated French composer. Lully, in conducting a Te Deum before Louis XIV, in celebration of that monarch's recovery from a severe illness, found that his orchestra was getting a little uncertain as to the time. He became excited, and in making large motions with his baton, accidentally struck his foot, producing a slight blister. It must be remembered that the baton of that day was a violin bow, considerably heavier than the bow of the present century. Inflammation set in, and on the advice of his physicians he had a toe taken off. Still later it became necessary to remove the foot, and finally the whole limb. The moral is obvious. Let conductors beware. 45. Prima donnas come high. Gabriella was a singer who, like Jenny Lind, could be generosity personified when occasion offered. Nevertheless, she appreciated her own worth as an artist, and on occasion could demand what she considered her value. At one time she was summoned by the Empress Catherine II. Of Russia to sing before Her Majesty. Shortly after her arrival at St. Petersburg, Gabriella was asked by the Empress her terms for amusing her royal audience. It seems that no amount had previously been stipulated. She determined that a royal patron should pay a royal price, and answered 5,000 ducats. 5,000 ducats? Exclaimed the queen. Why, not one of my field marshals is paid so much. Then your Majesty had better get one of your field marshals to sing, answered the quick-witted diva. End of section 9. Section 10 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 46. An unorthodox creed. It is frequently the case in church music that some serious or sacred words are used as a mere peg on which to hang a display of musical ability. In some cases the value of the musical composition causes us to forget the absurdity of the continued repetition of the same word or words. This is the case in the Amen chorus in the Messiah. Handel has here given a fine contrapunctual display on the word Amen, and evolved a long fugal chorus. In other cases, where the musical talent is not so great, continual repetition can hardly be forgiven. It frequently occurs in the Latin service that parts of sentences must be repeated, and in order that the sense may be preserved, the composer must have a good knowledge of the Latin. Otherwise he is liable to make some such blunder as did Porpora, Haydn's teacher, who once, in setting the Latin creed to music, arranged his words thus: Credo, non credo in Deum. The church authorities were scandalized by such a sentiment expressed in a church service, and it was only by his explaining that he was ignorant of the Latin, and did not mean to say he did not trust in God, that he saved himself from the terrors of the Inquisition. He was not the only composer that has set unorthodox words to his music. Many lesser lights in our own days are grinding out church music that is said to combine poor poetry, bad music, and worse theology. 47. The Devil's Trill. Tartini was one of the greatest violinists of the last century. He was born at Pirano in 1692. His parents were determined that he should enter the priesthood, but being unsuccessful in turning the lad that way, persuaded him to study law. His secret marriage with a beautiful girl being discovered, he had to take flight. Finding refuge in a monastery, he remained there for some time, till he was discovered by a former acquaintance. His whereabouts being reported to the irate parents, and a reconciliation being effected, he returned to his young wife, and making his home at Padua, took up the study of the violin. He became famous in the musical world, and was besought by other countries to visit them that they might hear his wonderful playing, but he could not be tempted to leave his native soil. The following story, concerning the composition entitled Il Trillo del Diavolo, was told by Tartini himself. One night in the year 1713, while Tartini was yet a young man, he had a most surprising and realistic dream. He dreamed he had made a compact with his Satanic Majesty, by the terms of which the gentleman with the cloven hoof was, contrary to the usual order of things, always to be at the service of the violinist. After some little time spent in getting acquainted, Tartini handed his violin to his new servant to find out what kind of a fiddler he was, when, to Tartini's utter astonishment, he heard a solo so beautiful, so bewitching, and played with such skill and taste, that it surpassed all the playing that he had ever heard in his life. Just at this interesting point in the affair, Tartini awoke. Filled with the memory of the beautiful playing he had heard in his dream, he hastened to his instrument, and in his excitement and delight he tried to reproduce some of the strains that fell from the Mephistophelian bow. But alas, the devil was to pay, for the devil was gone, and his music with him. Nevertheless, Tartini, inspired by the memory of the dream music, took pen and paper, and composed this sonata called The Devil's Trill. He declared it to be far inferior to what he heard in his dream, but be that as it may, it certainly excelled in value any other composition that he wrote in the sober moments of daylight, and uninspired by diabolical compact. 48. Unlucky manuscripts. Some of the original manuscripts of valuable compositions have occasionally found strange resting places and been put to unforeseen uses. We have read of how Beethoven's cook used some of his precious leaves in kindling a fire and in wrapping up old pots and kettles, how the original pages of some priceless works of Bach were used by an ignorant gardener to tie round some young apple trees, thus to preserve them from harm, and how many of Schubert's beautiful melodies lay for years in garrets and in out-of-the-way corners, until resurrected by Schumann and other enthusiasts. But perhaps the worst misfortune that ever happened to a composer in this line fell upon Rinaldo di Capua, said to be the originator of the recitative. Whether this honor justly belongs to him or not is, however, uncertain. Be that as it may, he was an excellent and industrious writer, and accumulated during his years of composition a goodly number of scores. In his old age, feeling the need of the money they would bring from the publisher, he searched for them, but could find them nowhere. Further inquiries pointed to the probability that a profligate son, who had been the apple of the old man's eye, so to speak, had disposed of this valuable pile of manuscripts to a dealer in waste paper. 49. Forewarned is forearmed. It is no infrequent thing in musical centers, especially in European cities, to find organized attempts to affect the appearance of some prominent singer, either favorably or the opposite. Perhaps the manager of the opera may have some new star whom he wishes to bring to the notice of the public in the most flattering manner possible. Perhaps it is some singer unknown to that city whom he wants to give a flattering reception. If so, the machinery is at once set in motion. Men and women are scattered through the house, and each one has his instructions to assist in the applause, the bravos, the encores, and probably the flowers that are sent up to the stage. The favorite is brought before the curtain, and a spontaneous ovation is given her, and, of course, the public are informed of all this in double headlines. The first appearance has been successful, and the prima donna's popularity is assured. But there is another side to the matter. There may be an opposing manager, or a rival singer, or a jealous company, who wish to throw every possible obstacle in the path of the cantatrice. There may be a claque formed to make the initial performance a dismal failure. Scattered through the theatre may be a body of people who have orders to hiss and jeer, and perhaps to create such a disturbance that an impartial hearing is impossible. But sometimes even such a cabal meets its match. Madame Alboni was a woman of much strength of character, and possessed of much energy and decision. Such a claque was once formed against her, but with results rather unforeseen to the partakers in it. Having an operatic engagement at Trieste, this noted singer went to that city, but on her arrival she found that a conspiracy had been formed against her, and that unless she took prompt action her success was endangered. So she disguised herself in male attire, and having a strong face, short hair, and solid build, this was not a hard matter to do. Then, hunting up the managers of the cluck, she offered her services to assist in ruining the performance of the new prima donna. "I am quite unknown to all of you," she said to the leader, "but if there's fun on hand, count on me." "Very well," was the answer. "We are preparing to hiss off a new cantatrice this evening." "Why," said the disguised singer, "what is the matter? What wrong has she done?" "We know nothing of her save that she comes from Rome, and we wish to have no singers here whose reputation has not been gained amongst us." "That is only fair. In what way can I help?" "Each of us will carry a whistle like this one," producing a little black whistle. "Take this one, and at a signal, which will be given after the air of Rosina, in Rossini's opera to-night, you have but to add to the uproar which will be raised." "Very well," was the answer. "You may depend on my being there." That night the theatre was filled to overflowing to hear that popular opera of Rossini's The Barber of Seville. At first all seemed to go well. The singers who took the parts of Almaviva and Figaro were warmly welcomed, for they were two native favorites. But now Rosina comes on, and immediately several whistles are heard in various parts of the house, without waiting for the leader's signal. Madame Alboni advanced to the front of the stage, and holding out her whistle said, "Gentlemen, we must not hiss me, but the cavatina. You have commenced too soon." The whole audience at once saw through the affair, and broke into hearty applause, and before the close of the opera she had received a dozen recalls. When the manager expressed his surprise at her knowledge of the conspiracy against her, she said, "My dear sir, it is here as in politics. You must lead the movement, or else be swept away." 50. A queen's regard for her music teacher. The following, told of Empress Catherine of Russia, shows that queens may be just as well as quick-tempered or spiteful. It is said that at one time the music teacher of the Empress, Paesiello, a celebrated composer, was the cause of jealousy on the part of a certain marshal. Perhaps it was caused by many favors shown the musician by the queen, who appreciated his worth and talent. At any rate, the marshal became so angered as to give Paesiello a blow, which was returned with such good interest and vigor that the military officer was the surprised recipient of a sound drubbing. Hastening off to the empress, he made complaint that he had been struck by the musician, and to strike a marshal of the Russian Empire was worthy of dire punishment. The empress laughed at his complaint, saying, "Sir, you forgot your dignity in striking an unoffending man and a great artist, and as to rank, it is my power to make 50 marshals, but not one Paesiello." End of section 10. Section 11 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 51. An earnest student. At the time of the intense Gluck-Piccini rivalry in Paris, there came to that gay city from Belgium an awkward youth, who had determined to gain a musical education at whatever hazard, although he had no money to speak of, and no immediate prospect of obtaining any. The rivalry between the two great composers, Gluck and Piccini, was every day growing more intense, and all artistic Paris was taking sides for or against the imported Italian composer, who was finally to be defeated by his more earnest and able rival, Gluck. Our young musician was an ardent disciple of Gluck, and was determined to see the representation of his opera Iphigénie en Tauride, which was soon to occur. By the assistance of a friend, he managed to gain admittance into the theatre, where the final rehearsal was held. So enchanted was he by the beauty and nobility of the music, that he resolved to hear the public performance as well. But alas! the wherewithal was not forthcoming. He had no money to purchase a ticket. As he sat listening to the rehearsal, a happy thought occurred to him. He would hide in one of the boxes, and remain there till the performance. Unfortunately for his plan, he was discovered at the close of the rehearsal by the employees of the house, who proceeded to summarily eject him. But the young man's spirit was aroused, and he resisted. Gluck, who had not left the house, heard the disturbance, and coming to investigate it, was told that a young man from the country was so anxious to hear his music as to take this method of securing the opportunity. Pleased with the youth's eagerness for musical instruction and enjoyment, and perhaps somewhat flattered as well, Gluck ordered his release, gave him a ticket to the performance, and later sought to know more of his ardent admirer. This was the beginning of a lasting friendship between the two composers Gluck and Méhul, for the young man later achieved great prominence in the musical world. Méhul composed 25 operas and numerous other works, and was paid the highest honors the French nation could bestow. But through all of his successful career he never forgot the debt of gratitude he owed to Gluck for the interest taken in the crude young student, an interest which dated from the incident narrated above. 52. A witty songstress. Sophie Arnould was noted for being one of the wittiest as well as one of the handsomest women in France, and withal could hardly be excelled as a vocalist. On one occasion, while out taking a constitutional, she met a friend, a physician, who was carrying a gun under his arm. In the course of his remarks he mentioned that he was on his way to see a patient. "Ah, doctor," said she, "so you are afraid of your ordinary treatment failing." 53. Moscheles' blunder. One of the most popular of the classical virtuosi was Ignaz Moscheles, whose 76 years of life was ended in 1870. A friend of Beethoven, a teacher of Mendelssohn, a great player, teacher, and composer, he exercised a most beneficial influence in the musical world with his strong personality. For 20 years or more Moscheles made his home in England. A remark of his made at a dinner table, soon after his arrival there, illustrates the difficulty which foreigners have in conquering the English language. One evening, when the cloth had been removed, and the hostess had asked him what fruit he preferred, he hastily referred to the knowledge of English he had secured by a study of the dictionary, and politely answered that he wished to be helped to some sneers. This answer produced a burst of laughter on the part of the guests, who could not contain their merriment at the dilemma in which the musician's ignorance of the language had placed him. Moscheles hastened to explain. It seemed that on searching for English sentences he had learned that the idiom "not to care a fig" was synonymous with the verb "to sneer," and so supposed that in asking for sneers he had the right word for fig. Turn about is fair play. We must have our laugh at the foreigners, as they have so much fun at our expense. 54. Jealousy in the family. A musical artist without any jealous feeling toward his brother musicians would be almost as rare as one who does not think himself perfect in his chosen art. But when jealousy enters a family, one might expect it to meet the fate of the house divided against itself. An extreme case of this kind may be noted in a tenor named Ansari and his wife, who lived about 100 years ago. These kindred spirits were so enraged, if perchance one secured more applause than the other, that they were known to employ men to hiss each other off the stage. 55. Prejudice. We hate to be convinced that our preconceived opinions and hastily uttered statements are not in accord with the facts of the case. Musicians and musical critics, the two terms are not always synonymous, are like the rest of the world in this. Few of us like to reform our ideas and retract our dogmatic statements, even in the face of overwhelming proof that we are wrong. An amusing incident illustrating this peculiarity of the human race occurred during the rivalry that existed between Sonntag and Malibran. The former lady was a German. It was a favorite idea of the friends of her rival that only Italians, or those of the Italian school, could do any singing worthy of the name. Hence Sonntag could not sing. So great was the prejudice against German singers in their own country that Frederick the Great, when asked to hear Mara sing, declared, "What, hear a German singer? I should as soon expect to derive pleasure from the neighing of my horse. It is true that Germany has produced fewer great singers than other musical countries. While Germany boasts Devrient, Tietjens, Lucca, Mara, and Sonntag, for every one of these we have a score of non-German singers of equal or greater worth. An Italian critic who had not heard Sonntag was, in spite of this prejudice against German singers, persuaded to go and hear her one night. After listening a short time, he rose from his seat and made preparations to leave the house. "What, you are not going?" said his friend, who was an admirer of the German songstress. "Stay a little longer, and you will be convinced that a German can sing." "I know it," answered the Italian. "Therefore I go." End of section 11.
Section 12 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Musical Gratitude. Liszt was not the only musician that took holy orders. Josquin des Prez, chapel master to Louis XII of France, was also an officer of the Holy Church. It seems the king had promised him a position which gave an increased income, but had forgotten his promise. Josquin reminded the king of his lapse of memory in a peculiar way. He composed an anthem for the chapel service, using the words from the 119th Psalm as his subject. O think upon thy servant as concerning thy word. His Majesty took the hint and bestowed upon the quick-witted musician the promised appointment. Josquin was equally good at expressing gratitude in a musical way, for soon after he produced, as an anthem of thanks to the king, a composition set to the words from the same psalm. O Lord, thou hast dealt graciously with thy servant. The greater the composer, the greater the student. The greatest composers have been proud to acknowledge themselves the pupils of the masters with whom they studied. In fact, the only one among the immortals who did not have thorough drill in all departments of composition was Schubert, and his music shows this. For while he has seldom been excelled in melodic inventiveness, his thematic treatment is weak, and he has not been able to make the most of the goods the gods gave him. Recognizing his lack of technical knowledge in the line of contrapuntal treatment, he made arrangements to study counterpoint with one of the best teachers of the day. But illness overtook him, and the grim reaper carried him off ere he could profit by his studies. While this is true, while the greatest students of music that ever lived, and those to whom most genius was given, were eager and anxious to study as hard and as long as possible, we have, on the other hand, many who, relying on the might of talent that has been given them, attempt to strike out for themselves, and who are so blind as not to see that with their untutored splashings, they do not make the most dignified and successful progress in the tonal sea. Everyone who can conjure up a bit of melody thinks himself a full-fledged composer, though he may know naught of the spelling, grammar, or rhetoric of music. Others, who have considerable talent, consider that it supplies the place of study properly directed by competent teachers. The writer was approached not long before penning this sketch by a man who claimed to have written symphonies, operas, string quartets, and dear knows what all else, and who wound up by boasting that he had never taken a single music lesson of any kind whatever. When his claim and list of compositions was made known, we felt as though we might be standing in the presence of some unknown and unrecognized Beethoven. When the final statement as to taking no lessons was uttered, we felt as though we were standing in the presence of a fool. Perhaps it would be better if we could all be as conscientious as that honest old German teacher who, when approached by his admiring pupils with the exclamation, "Oh, Herr Teufelsberg, you know so much about music. Why don't you compose? You could write such perfectly elegant pieces," exclaimed, "Nein, nein, I will not write mein Musik. Mein Gott, there is genug bad music in die Welt already." An ignorant tenor. Campanini once made an enemy by the use of a title which a rival singer thought to be his own particular property. Fancelli, the rival, was a very ignorant man and could hardly read or write, but he deciphered the term primo tenore assoluto on Campanini's baggage, and this aroused his wrath, as he considered the word assoluto, meaning absolute or unrivaled, should be applied exclusively to himself. So ignorant was Fancelli, who, by the way, had formerly been a baggage porter at Leghorn, that he had to hire one of the opera chorus to write the autographs he gave to admiring damsels. He was once asked to append his signature to the autograph album of the Liverpool Philharmonic Society. His scribe was not at hand, so he undertook the painful operation himself. He got along fairly well with the name, only omitting one L and a C. Not content with that, he attempted to add his pet title, and succeeded in his schoolboy hand very well till he got to the final word, the most charming of them all in his eyes. After he had written an A and 3 S's, he managed to spread a huge blot of ink on the page, which obliterated one of them, and today the signature stands, Fanelli primo tenore ass. 3 classes of players. Salomon, a London musician, had as pupil King George III. One day, when the king had not distinguished himself by great practice or skill in playing, the teacher gave him the following classification of fiddlers. Fiddlers, your majesty, may be divided into 3 classes. To the first belong those who cannot play at all. To the second, those who play badly. And to the third, those who play well. You, sire, have already reached the second class. The majority of the players on all instruments reach only this second class. This feature of the matter is bad enough, but a worse feature is that the most of them are willing to stay there and are not willing to put forth the effort necessary for attaining the third. As to those who try to sing, comparatively few graduate from the first class, and as to those who do sing, only a small minority reach the third. How to secure a successful debut. We have spoken in another sketch of the incident where Madame Alboni discovered a rascally cabal and averted threatened confusion on the occasion of her debut in an Italian city, and also of the efforts of friends to make a singer's first appearance a great success, or of her enemies to make it a fiasco. The Alboni incident was an illustration of the latter. We relate below an illustration of the opposite kind. Christine Nilsson was introduced to the English people under the auspices of Colonel Mapleson, perhaps the best known of modern opera managers. At that time, she was almost unknown, but Mapleson knew that he had secured a jewel and determined that her English career should be launched with becoming enthusiasm. He also knew that should the thing be poorly done, should the hired applause be given at a wrong time, or, as has sometimes been the case, before the singer has had time to utter a note, failure instead of success would follow his well-meant plans. So Mapleson hired some 25 boatmen from the Thames and gave them tickets to various parts of the house, with the understanding that they were not to applaud Nilsson, the lady wearing a pink dress and who appeared in the first act. But moreover, they were promised a shilling apiece every time they, by their applause, caused the curtain to go up after the first act. By this arrangement, disaster was averted, and the rivermen took care to earn 5 or 6 shillings apiece that night. Mapleson knew that if he could once get the songstress a fair hearing, her own abilities would carry her through and make her reputation. But if the public did not realize her great talents on the first night, or if, rather, the lack of trumpet blowing in advance of her coming lost her an enthusiastic reception, it would be uphill work to have her merits appreciated thereafter. But from this he was saved by his wit and the boatman's horny hands. End of section 12, read by Bookbard. Section 13 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. A Song for 40. Musical composition may be divided into epochs, each one of which is preparatory to those which follow. That period from 1750, stretching back some 300 years, was a period of contrapuntal writing in which that composer was considered the best that could produce the best counterpoint, could combine into a harmonious whole the largest number of independent melodies. In the latter part of the period, however, quantity of parts was not a sine qua non of greatness so much as the most thorough contrapuntal development of a few parts, as witnessed in Bach's and Handel's works. One English composer, Thomas Tallis, who flourished some 300 years ago, was a learned contrapuntist, and one of his compositions, written for 40 voices, shows his skill at manufacturing music, for there could not have been much musical inspiration in such compositions. In this piece, each one of the 40 voices has an independent part differing from every one of the other 39. For 138 bars, these 40 people are supposed to go every one to his own way, but not like sheep, for these mild-mannered animals are supposed to follow one leader instead of 40. But even this combination was exceeded by a composition in fugal style written by Raimondi, an Italian composer living in the first half of the present century. This was arranged for 16 choirs of 4 voices each, giving a total of 64 different parts. This style of composition has been called Gothic. Be that as it may congratulate ourselves that we have passed the day of mathematical composition and have come to the point where learning is the means, not the end, of a composer's work. The temple organ. Cromwell and his soldiers played havoc with the organs of Merry England. These squeaking abominations, as the old Puritans called the organs, were everywhere torn down and their pipes melted into bullets. The soldiers would go through the streets blowing the pipes from some demolished organ, or perhaps pawned them for cups of ale. Very few organs escaped the fury of these zealots. But after the Restoration, a different order of things set in. The cathedral services were restored, and it was a golden time for organ builders. The organ, by the way, had reached a great degree of perfection at that period. In the reign of Charles II, the authorities of the Temple Church in London determined to build as fine an organ in their edifice as money would afford. There was a peculiar condition attached to the matter, for the effect that each builder who wished to contest for the honor should set up his organ in the church, and then all were to be given a fair trial. 2 builders, Schmidt and Harris, were the only ones to accede to this condition, but they were the best builders of their day. In 9 months, they were ready for the trial. Schmidt's organ was the first tried, and in the hands of such performers as Purcell and Blow, we may be assured it had a fair hearing. Harris secured the French musician Willey to show off his instrument, and his playing was on a par with that of the English performers. Trial after trial was held, but no decision could be secured, as the organs seemed to be so equal in value. The builders added new stop effects, but still no decision. Then they descended to malicious destruction. Each maker had his friends in the church and out, and soon pipes were removed and bellows cut, and anything was done that would injure the opponent's chances of success. Finally, the matter was placed in the hands of Lord Chief Justice Jeffreys, and he decided in favor of Schmidt's organ, and that is the one which still stands in London Temple. A fiddler's trick. Arcangelo Corelli was once taken in by a little ruse of a certain German fiddler named Strunk, who was traveling in Italy. The German called on the great Italian violinist, and after some conversation asked him to play. Corelli did so, and exerted himself to please his visitor. Then, after he had concluded, he asked his visitor if he did not play. Strunk said he did play some, so Corelli, to return the compliment, asked him to play in turn, and when he had finished, complimented him on his use of the bow, although the German had purposely played very carelessly. Corelli told him that he could, with practice, become an excellent player. Strunk smiled and quietly put all of the strings of the violin out of tune, and then played with amazing brilliancy, correcting the false pitch of the strings by his skillful use of the fingers. Corelli, in amazement, cried out, "Sir, they call me Arcangelo, but by heaven you must be an Arcdiavolo." Personal appearance. There is an individuality that shows itself in dress and personal appearance, though to form any concept of what a person may be musically by these indications would be a work for an expert in reading character by outward manifestations. The well-groomed and polished gentleman may have as strong a musical personality as the one who would proclaim his descent from Beethoven by his disorderly garments and flying hair. On the other hand, Some genius of clumsy walk and slouchy appearance may have the soul of a Mozart or a Chopin. We may well imagine that Bach was a methodical man in dress as well as music, though, to tell the truth, those 20 children must have sensibly reduced the amount the irascible cantor could squander on dress. Both Haydn and Mozart were neat and tidy men in personal appearance, but one could not say the same for Beethoven and Schubert. The matter of externals was of little import to them. Perhaps the fact that they were confirmed bachelors made them less careful of their personal appearance. Mendelssohn was a pronounced aristocrat in dress, as well as music, and the same might be said of Liszt, although of the two, Mendelssohn had perhaps the more refined appearance and the more elegant bearing. Liszt had less of delicate refinement in his appearance, and more of the mien of a commanding general. Chopin, in the latter part of his life, must be ranked as a musical aristocrat, although in his earlier days music occupied his mind to the exclusion of matters of dress and appearance. Yet one who comes before the public must concede something to custom, and the manner in which Chopin steered between his indolence and fashion was, to say the least, peculiar. The way in which he reconciled his carelessness in respect to one matter of his toilette with regard for the feelings of his audiences, he tells in a letter sent to his parents from Vienna in 1831. He says, in writing of some family friends, "When they saw me at Madame Schachek's, their astonishment knew no bounds at my looking such a proper fellow. I have left my whiskers only on the right cheek. They grow very well there, and there is really no occasion to have them on my left cheek, as I always sit with my right toward the audience." Mozart's acknowledgment. True genius is not averse to taking a hint from whatever quarter it may come. An ordinary person may occasionally give a very gifted one a valuable point. In Mozart's Nozze di Figaro, one of the characters is a stuttering judge. Mozart desired Kelly, who was singing that part, to stutter all through the opera, save in one number, a sextet, a favorite number with the composer, in that he feared to spoil the music. But Kelly protested that he should stutter in that piece also, and thus preserve the unity of the character throughout. He apologized for presuming to set his judgment against Mozart's, but declared he would sing it that way or not at all. Finally, Mozart gave in. Kelly sang it as he promised, and the result was a tumult of applause, the emperor himself crying, "Bravo, bravo!" Mozart rushed on the stage, and taking Kelly by the hand, said, "Young man, I feel obliged to you, and acknowledge you were right, and I wrong." This amende honorable was worthy of the true gentleman Mozart always showed himself to be. End of section 13, read by Bookbard.
Section 14 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendry. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 66. Operatic Sore Throat. Opera singers have the name of being capricious people. While, on the whole, they undoubtedly average up about the same as the rest of humanity in this regard, that still leaves a margin for a good deal of caprice and unaccountable ideas. Impossible colds and suspicious illness on the part of his singers are some of the most perplexing features an operatic manager encounters. The following incident gives a fair example of one kind of operatic cold. Ronconi and his wife were singing in the same troupe, and when the lady was irritated by being cast to sing with some one she did not like, or by being entirely omitted from the cast, peculiar as it may seem, this circumstance had an immediate effect on Ronconi's throat. It would be impossible for him to sing. On one occasion, the manager, after receiving a note to the effect that it would be impossible for the singer to appear, took a physician with him and called on the invalid. Ronconi expressed his regrets in a hollow whisper, but the impresario, knowing the tenor's consummate powers as an actor, doubted the genuineness of this whispering performance. So he simply expressed his sympathy and proceeded to converse on certain topics that he knew would interest the singer. In a few moments Ronconi forgot his assumption of vocal inability and was talking in his full natural voice. When his attention was called to the fact, he ascribed his wonderful recovery to the mere presence of so excellent a physician. He sang that night, and with more than usual energy. 67. Leoncavallo's whimsical opinion concerning his clowns. Composers are not always keen to tell stories at their own expense, or at that of their compositions, but the following, related by Leoncavallo, the prominent young composer of the modern Italian school, he deemed too good to keep, though at the time it put him in the light of a first-class plagiarist. Being one day in the town of Forlì, he heard that his opera Pagliacci, that work which has given him so much fame, was to be produced, and he decided to hear it incognito. That the rising young composer was in town was not generally known. At the opera his seat was beside a bright-eyed and enthusiastic young lady, who, when she saw the composer did not join in the general applause, but remained quiet, turned to him with the question, "Why do you not applaud? Does it not suit you?" The composer, much amused, replied, "No, on the contrary, it displeases me. It is the work of a mere beginner, not to call him anything worse." "Then you are ignorant of music," she said. "Oh, no," replied the composer. Then he proceeded to enlighten her on the subject, proving the music worthless and entirely without originality. "See," said he, "this motive is—" and he hummed lightly a short melody. "This aria is stolen from Bizet, and that is from Beethoven." In short, he tore the whole opera into pieces. His neighbour sat in silence, but with an air of pity on her countenance. At the close she turned to him and said, "Is what you have said to me your honest opinion?" "Entirely so," was the reply. "Good," said she, and with a malicious gleam in her eyes, left the theatre. Next morning, glancing over the paper, his eye fell upon the heading, "Leoncavallo on his Pagliacci," and reading further, was somewhat startled to find the conversation of the evening before fully reported and accredited to the proper source. He had unfortunately played his little joke on a lady reporter, who had proved too smart for him. Leoncavallo swore off from making disparaging remarks concerning his own works to vivacious young ladies, no matter how handsome or how enthusiastic they might be. 68. How to make a singer sing. There are various ways of making a stubborn singer exhibit his abilities. John Abel, a celebrated tenor of the time of Charles II, experienced one of these methods. Being a spendthrift by nature, he once took a journey through Europe to restore his depleted finances. On arrival at Warsaw, his fame having preceded him, he was ordered to appear before the king and sing for the enjoyment of his majesty and the court. Abel, blind to his own interests, refused. The king then ordered him to appear the next day under pain of imprisonment. The singer made a virtue of necessity, and at the appointed time went to the palace, and was shown to a chair in the centre of a large hall. By some mechanical contrivance, and without warning to Abel, the chair was drawn up quite a distance from the floor. In a short time The king and some of his courtiers came out into a gallery, and simultaneously several bears were let loose in the room below. Our tenor was then given his choice. It was either sing or be lowered among the beasts. It is needless to add that Abel chose to sing, and to sing in a way that would have made his fortune had he a more kindly disposed audience. 69. Another way. Equally satisfactory in its results was the method of voice production applied by a band of Mexican freebooters to Garcia, another great tenor, but of modern times. One of the semi-annual revolutions taking place during Garcia's concert tour in Mexico, he was making his way toward the coast to sail for more peaceful climes. But before he could reach Vera Cruz, he was attacked by a wandering band of Mexicans and relieved of his impedimenta, even to the most of his wardrobe. The search for valuables in his baggage soon revealed a quantity of music, and it came to light that the captive was a singer. Not satisfied with their tangible booty, the robbers demanded a song. Garcia respectfully declined. More demands, this time with fervour, con spirito, as it were. Garcia absolutely refused. But repeated encores being accompanied by threatening gestures, a knowledge that his audience would not hesitate to put their threats into execution, led the great tenor to accede to their wishes. The brigands gave him an elevated position and gathered around ready to pass judgment on his performance. It is well known to musicians that a free audience always considers itself most free to criticize a performance. So it was in this case. Each auditor had, as it were, a complimentary ticket. Garcia, on first trial, was perhaps justified in feeling somewhat of stage fright, so much, in fact, that his song was an abject failure. Even these rough Mexicans hissed him. This was unusual treatment for the tenor. He was used to rapturous applause, not hisses. Spurred by the insult, he burst forth in such a vocal effort as might have graced the best concert hall. Derision had conquered where threats had failed. Charmed by his voice and his use of it, the robbers not only returned money and clothing, but escorted him far on his journey, that he might be saved a repetition of this experience. 70. Rossini, hearing the impossible. The modern flute, as perfected by Boehm, is a very different instrument from that used prior to 1835. The flute of former days, like the harp of olden time, was effective only in certain keys. But while the harp could be tuned so as to reach other keys, the flute was more limited in this respect. In fact, there were some scales that were so difficult to play on the flute that they were practically impossible to conquer. In certain other keys, there were trills and other ornaments that no sane composer would have thought of writing, as they certainly would not have been played. Boehm invented a system of keys and an arrangement of fingering which made all scales, trills, runs, and arpeggios possible, and not only possible, but brought them all to a practically equal degree of difficulty. Boehm made journeys to London and Paris to introduce his improvements, and it was at the latter place that he sought to obtain the patronage of Rossini, who then was one of the prominent figures of the musical world. As Rossini was in his dressing room shaving himself, Boehm was instructed to remain in an adjoining room. Thinking to predispose the master in favour of his instrument, he proceeded to play all manner of scales, arpeggios, trills, and roulades in various keys, with an agility which was almost unheard of. But not content with this, he suddenly dashed into the key of D flat, in which key it had been impossible to play with such agility and brilliancy. Rossini could stand it no longer, but rushed out of his dressing room, wigless, and his face covered with lather, and cried in great excitement, "You cannot play that!" "But I am playing it," responded the inventor calmly. "I don't care if you are," retorted the composer furiously. "It is utterly impossible." But Rossini was finally convinced, and the Boehm flute is the one now used by virtuosi the world over. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Foots. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 71. Manuscript for Kettles. Beethoven had a hard time of it with his landladies and servants. Evidently, these necessary personages were not easier to get along with in his day than in ours. One of the latter class caused him a deal of trouble once upon a time. Beethoven was working upon the Great Mass in D. He began the work in 1819 and was to have had it ready for a celebration of the appointment of his friend, Archduke Rudolph, to the Archbishopric of Olmütz, which was to take place the next year. But the Mass grew in magnitude as Beethoven grew more interested in it, and when it was finally completed, the celebration had been over for 2 years. During its progress, the composer missed certain sheets of his manuscript. He searched high and low, but nowhere could he find them. He called in the servant, but she was as ignorant as he of their whereabouts. Finally, when he had given up the search and was about to sit down to rewrite the Kyrie, the missing part, some loose papers with notes on them were discovered in the kitchen. They were brought up to his room, and there, begrimed by soot and dust, was the missing music. The servant had removed them from his room one day when clearing up, and had used the precious sheets to wrap some superannuated pots and kettles. As to Beethoven's words on this interesting occasion, deponent saith not. 72. A patty reception that she didn't receive. There was once a glorious reception for Adelina Patti, which did not come off as per program. She was expected to arrive in New York on a certain steamer, and her manager, in order to stir up public interest in her appearance, chartered 16 huge tugboats. These, covered with bunting, were to range themselves on each side of her vessel as it steamed into the harbor, and by means of their steam whistles and military bands which they were to carry, such a racket was to be raised as to leave no one in doubt that Patti had arrived. Besides this, there was to be a salute of 21 guns at Sandy Hook, and the opera chorus was to sing a cantata which Arditi had written for the occasion. But as luck would have it, owing to the fog, the ocean steamer was not perceived until it had arrived almost at its anchorage. Patti disembarked unobserved and took a cab for her hotel, as happy as though 20 boats had come down the bay to meet me, she said. 73. The Encore Fiend. An English writer speaks as follows of the people who insist upon encore numbers being given at all times and places. We might remark, parenthetically, that this genus is not confined to Great Britain. We have some of him and her on this side of the water. But to quote his pertinent remarks, there are 2, if not more, ways of showing regard for those we admire and esteem, one which is agreeable and another which is disagreeable. Unfortunately, of these 2, the latter has by far the most patrons. In their zeal to show respect, 3 out of every 4 persons are obtrusive, not to say offensive. Thus, the British public have a weakness for encores, which at times almost approaches lunacy. They insist upon a concert singer giving 3 or 4 songs when he is paid for 2, apart from the questions of the singer's own feelings in the matter and the state of his voice. Then again, the prima donna of the opera is vociferously applauded in the most touching and thrilling scenes. She must acknowledge it all, so that not unfrequently we see such absurd sights as a mad lady suddenly becoming herself again for a few bouquets and some applause, only as quickly to be transformed back to her distracted state. Instrumentalists, too, suffer the same fate. After a magnificent performance of some finale, dashed off at a surprising speed and at the cost of much mental and nervous force to the performer, 3/4 of every audience have the nerve to demand a repetition of it. If the popular enthusiasm does not take this form in the acknowledgment of an artist's merit, there are others equally unpleasant. Few artists have the nerve to quell a superabundance of applause in the method used by Hans von Bülow. On one occasion, The encore was so persistent as to arouse his ire, and, vexed by the applause, which was loud and continuous, he came to the front of the stage and said sharply, "If you do not stop this applause, I will play all of Bach's 48 preludes and fugues from beginning to end." The audience knew that he was able to keep his word, and if he took the notion, he would undertake the task. So they laughed, and did not insist on an encore. 74. Handel's escape. In the early days, Handel learned that the post of organist at Lübeck was vacant, and went on foot to that town to make application for the place. But he found an unusual stipulation attached to the vacancy. Whoever obtained the position was required to marry the deceased organist's daughter. Handel immediately retraced his steps without making application. Had the girl been prettier and Handel's pocketbook heavier, the result might have been different and his whole career changed, for the worse. The musical world should be thankful that this young German musician was not attracted by the flaxen-haired daughter of that old organist. Had it been otherwise, Handel might have settled down to an honorable obscurity in that ancient German town and been diverted from that wonderful career of composition which has left the world so much his debtor. 75. A Hatful of Pearls. Jenny Lind was the recipient of many handsome compliments, and none was more worthy of them than she. Some of her admirers were rather extravagant in their praise, and these she liked to joke when opportunity offered. Lablache, the great bass singer, when he first heard her, could think of nothing more expressive of his admiration than to say, "Every note was a pearl." Some time afterward, when they were both at a rehearsal, the young prima donna asked him to lend her his hat. He very politely did so, though not without secret wonder at her request. She took it, and, stepping to another part of the stage, placed the edge of the hat to her lips and sang several strains of melody. Then, returning to Lablache, she ordered him to fall on his knees and receive a royal present she had for him. He could do nothing but comply with the whim of the fair songstress. She then told him that she was bestowing on him untold wealth, for, by his own saying, she was presenting him with a hatful of pearls. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Deanna Lee. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 76. Mendelssohn composing for fun. There's a great deal of mechanical as well as mental labor about musical composition, but musicians who compose a great deal become an expert in the quick transfer of their ideas to paper, as do those who deal in words rather than notes. When spurred by necessity, remarkable speed in composition has been developed. Mendelssohn once had his pride slightly wounded, and the result was the composition of an overture in 2 days' time. He had expected to write a romance and an overture for a performance of Ruy Blas, but owing to other duties had only completed the romance. The music was to be played for the benefit of a charitable society. After sending the committee the romance music, they soon called on him to express their thanks and said it was a great pity he had not written the overture, though they understood it could not be done in a hurry, and next year, if they might be allowed, they would give him longer notice. Mendelssohn felt the inference was that he could not write the overture without much time for consideration, and owned to being rather nettled by their remarks. But in 2 days he had completed the overture, and they were not 2 days of uninterrupted work on it either, for in that time he had rehearsals to attend and a concert to give. But with all this he declared that the composition of this overture gave him more fun than anything he ever did. 77. The Right Kind of Patron. Piccini, the composer who came so near taking the palm from Gluck in the race the two ran for the favor of musical Paris at the end of the last century, had a happy experience when, as a young man, he essayed to enter the arena of composition. He had presented his first opera to a manager just after he graduated from the Naples Conservatoire. Like many another first attempt, it was refused. Prince Ventimiglia learned this, called upon the manager and asked, "How much would you lose if you presented Puccini's opera and it turned out a failure?" $1,500 was the reply. "Here it is. If the opera fails, you may keep the money. If not, you can return it to me." The opera was brought out and proved a great success. This brought Puccini to the notice of the musical world and gave him a reputation which remained bright until he met his Waterloo in the competition with Gluck at Paris. 78. An episode in the life of an artist. Karl von Weber, after passing through many trials and hardships during his youthful years of theatrical wandering with his ill-tempered old father, finally settled down as private secretary to the brother of the king, Frederick von Württemberg. Now, the Duke was considerable of a spendthrift, and when he got hard up, it was Weber's duty as secretary to go to the king and try to secure the reckless Duke Ludwig another appropriation. Not a very enviable mission was this, as the king was a man of coarse manners and violent temper, of which the poor secretary got the full benefit. One day, after some particularly insulting treatment at this unworthy monarch's hands, Weber left the room in a white heat, declaring he would never go back. As he went out into the passageway, he met a dilapidated old woman who asked him to direct her to the royal washerwoman. Weber, still boiling with the rage which policy compelled him to conceal in the king's presence, pointed to the door of the king's private apartment, saying, "There." So in walked the old dame, and not recognizing the monarch, she told him the young man outside had said she would find the washerwoman there. This so enraged the king that he poured forth a torrent of abuse on her, and summoning an officer, ordered Weber thrown into prison. In a short time he was released, but the king's wrath followed him. Some time afterward, just as Weber was about to bring out his opera of St. Silvana, and as he was on the eve of a gratifying success, this royal rascal had both Weber and his father imprisoned. After a farce of a trial at which the king presided, sentence of banishment was pronounced on them. Weber gladly left Württemberg, and after this unpleasant episode in the life of an artist, gave himself up to composition and the production of those romantic operas which have made his name famous. 79. Earning a violin easily. Paganini's exceedingly great perseverance and practice in his early life gave him such a command over his instrument in later years that he needed no practice other than his frequent concerts gave him. His knowledge of music was so great and his perception so quick that he was reported to be able to play at sight any music written for his instrument. There was once an artist at Parina who disbelieved these stories of Paganini's wonderful powers. He told the violinist one day that he was the owner of a fine Stradivarius violin, and he would make him a present of it if Paganini could read at sight a concerto he had in manuscript. "Then prepare to part with your fiddle," said Paganini, and taking the music, he played it at once, and walked off the possessor of a Strad worth perhaps 700 or 800 pounds. 80. Schubert's Serenade. Franz Schubert, like Beethoven, was accustomed to carry with him a notebook in which he could jot down musical ideas as they happened to occur to him. Many a beautiful theme would have been lost had it not been for this practical habit of these great composers. There are times when the muse is asleep, when the ideas will not come. Then it is that such a notebook becomes valuable, and the inspirations of other times may rouse the dormant muse. Wherever Schubert happened to be, in the city or the fields, in the tavern or the beer garden, did a valuable idea occur to him, out came the notebook, and it was hastily scratched down for further treatment. When he was seized by an idea, it must go down on the first scrap of paper that came to hand. This was the manner in which that beautiful and well-known Standchen first appeared, though it is also told of Hark the Lark. One Sunday during the summer of 1826, Schubert with several friends was strolling about among the suburban villages in the vicinity of Vienna. As was their custom, they stopped at a beer garden where they sat chatting and enjoying the good company they found. Schubert picked up a book of poetry one of his acquaintances had laid down, and, after turning over the leaves, suddenly stopped and, pointing out a poem, exclaimed, "Such a delicious melody has just come into my head! If I but had a sheet of music paper with me!" One of his companions hastily drew a few staves on the back of a bill of fare and passed it to him, and in the midst of the hubbub of a German beer garden, Schubert wrote out that beautiful melody that has pleased such a multitude of music lovers since his day. End of section 16. Section 17 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Deanna Lee. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 81. Malibran's Generosity. That beautiful songstress, Maria Garcia, better known as Madame Malibran, had a varied experience. Her father, a man of fiery temper, was her instructor. After her childhood was past, she was for some years on the stage with him. Neither her years of childhood nor the time she spent singing in opera with her father were particularly pleasant years, owing to his tyrannical exactions and their fluctuating fortunes. America was the scene of their operatic performances. Later, when Monsieur Malibran appeared on the scene and posed as a wealthy banker, Maria married him to escape the unpleasant scenes of her early years. But Malibran turned out to be a rascal, to have little money, and to be dependent on his wife's exertions. So this great singer was followed by more misfortune. It was not until this marriage was annulled by a French court, and she had some time later been married to the great violinist de Berriot, that her life became one of great peace and happiness. The disposition of this great songstress was one heartily to be admired. Says one biographer, "Living among the sons and daughters of pleasure, her only luxury was the luxury of doing good, and in the midst of wealth her only profusion consisted in beneficence." It is a pleasure to find such words as these spoken concerning a prima donna. The records so many of them leave of their personality speak only of selfishness, avarice, sharp temper, and whimsicality, varied now and then by an ostentatious bit of charity. As an illustration of Malibran's kind-heartedness, we may cite the following incident. Only about a year before her death, she was engaged by an Italian professor to sing at a concert he was giving, and at her regular terms of 20 guineas. For some reason, the concert was a financial failure. The teacher called on her the next day to explain this and to see if Malibran would be content with a smaller sum. But no, she declared, she must have the full amount. The Italian slowly counted out 20 pounds and then looked up and asked if that would do. "No, another sovereign," she said. "My terms are 20 guineas, not pounds." So he put down another pound, sighing to himself as he did so, "My poor wife and children." Then Malibran took up the money and pretended to depart, but turned around and put it all back in the hands of the astonished professor, saying, "I insisted on having the full amount, that the sum might be all the larger for your acceptance." 82. How Berlioz Fooled the Critics. It is very easy to criticize, especially to make adverse criticism. A critic may tear to tatters in 10 minutes a composition which represents a composer's best thought for 10 years. Many of the so-called musical critics have not a tithe of learning or natural ability of the men whose works they deride. This being the state of affairs, it behooves a composer to be able to defend himself with his pen as well as with a musical score. A few of the greater lights have been quite able to take their own part in an argument. Berlioz and Wagner were especially given to polemics. Berlioz was particularly caustic in his writings, and Wagner was well able to defend his position in the musical and even in the political world. It is not often that we find a musical composer and a prominent musical critic and a musical writer in the same person. But Berlioz was a critic, and he liked to make fun of the lesser critics, like a big fish would worry the smaller fry. One of his plans to prove the incompetence of his brother critics was, to say the very least, original. He wrote a work of much value and interest called The Flight into Egypt, and put it on a program as the work of one Pierre Ducre, who was stated to have lived in the 17th century. The composition was, of course, in the antique style of that day. The critics gave glowing articles concerning the valuable work Berlioz had unearthed, and went so far as to give historical details of the life of the composer and to speak of hunting up more works from his pen. When the admiration was at its height, Berlioz stepped in and claimed the work as his own composition and showed such a personage as Ducre to have existed only in imagination. The critics could then hardly withdraw their unanimous approbation. So, Berlioz had his work favorably criticized and brought prominently before the public, getting a share of the public attention that it would not have received were it not for its supposed antiquity. 83. Music hath charms. 'Tis said that music hath charms to soothe the savage beast. An instance of this we find in the Scriptures when the youthful player quieted the passionate king by his soothing music. Another illustration is found in the influence of the singing of Farinelli, the great tenor of Philip V of Spain. That monarch was affected by a mild kind of insanity and refused to be properly dressed, shaved, or to transact state affairs. Consequently, he presented a rather unkingly appearance and altogether was decidedly useless in his royal capacity. Numerous remedies and plans were tried, but without success. Finally, music was suggested, as the king was very susceptible to its charms, and a messenger was dispatched for the great tenor. It was arranged that Farinelli should sing in a room adjoining the royal apartments. By the time he had finished the second song, the king appeared much moved by the beauty of his voice and ordered that the singer should be brought to him. When this was done, the enraptured monarch overwhelmed him with compliments and offered to grant him anything he might ask. Farinelli was modest in his demands, only asking that the king should allow himself to be properly cared for and should attend to his duties of state. To this the royal patient assented. So pleased was he with Farinelli's singing and its effects on his royal mind that he engaged the singer to give him 4 songs every night and agreed to pay him the equivalent of 2,000 lire per year for life. It is unnecessary to say that Farinelli was wise enough to accept so good an offer. The difference between the 2 kings in their treatment of their musicians was that one threw javelins at his humble servant, the other ducats. For 10 years, Farinelli stayed in King Philip's service, singing the same 4 songs to His Majesty every evening. Under Philip's successor, Ferdinand VI, Farinelli enjoyed the same position and, as this monarch was subject to the same infirmity as his father, had the same duties to perform. He was the king's prime favorite and acquired great power and riches, but under the next inheritor of the throne, he was ordered to leave the kingdom. 84. Wagner's Melodies and Chords. Wagner's music has been much ridiculed for its close harmonies and mammoth combinations of tones. But even in the last 20 years, ridicule has subsided and a degree of appreciation has come to prevail, which, although it is only partial, augurs well for our musical advancement and educational possibilities. Some have called Wagner's music tuneless, while the fact probably is that it is too tuneful for their ears. That is, it has, in some cases, too many melodies progressing at the same time. It is too polyphonic in character. Liszt used to call Wagner's melodic combinations 7-storied melodies. It is hard for a one-storied musical education to appreciate a seven-storied composition. These heavy harmonic combinations do not make things any easier for the singers in Wagner's operas. One cannot come from an Italian opera where everything is plain sailing and the orchestral accompaniment is a continual aid and expect such a calm sea and prosperous voyage under the German composer. Northern weather is not so peaceful and serene as southern. So with harmonic barometer. And many times the singers and the orchestra seem to be pursuing each their own path, and the orchestral tones are not always a guide to what the singer's tones are to be. But from this seeming confusion, the master's hand has evolved a higher harmony than the periwigged classicists ever dreamed of. Whitney, the great bass singer, in speaking of Wagner's huge chords, said that composer generally used about 7 notes of the scale on the opening chord, and all the singer had to do was to find the other note and blaze away on that. An interesting figure of speech, but with a decided tendency toward hyperbole. 85. Disposing of an audience. It is a very interesting experience to see any good orchestral conductor drill his men, and especially so when the leader is an exacting drill master. But add to this that he has 1,000 peculiarities and a fiery temper, and the scene becomes well worth a good price of admission. Such a conductor was Hans von Bülow. But with all his eccentricities and his manifestations of temper, he was one of the foremost orchestral leaders in the world. There was much curiosity among musicians to see him drill his orchestra, but Bülow had an aversion to spectators and generally managed to get rid of them one way or other. Several ladies once obtained entrance to the hall when he was to conduct an orchestral rehearsal and prepared themselves to hear quite a treat and to see quite a performance. When Bülow arrived, he saw them seated in the house and at once turned to the orchestra, saying, "We will have a rehearsal of the fagot parts first." Now, the fagots, i.e. bassoons, had not a note until after 32 measures of rests, but he gravely beat the time for the 32 measures. The fagot players sounded a few notes, and then came 64 measures of silence, Bülow all the while beating the time. Before the end of this passage of quietness rather than music, the audience had had enough and taken its flight. When the whimsical conductor saw this, he stopped practicing rests and set his orchestra to work. After the experience of these ladies as a self-invited rehearsal audience had become noised abroad, Bülow was not frequently disturbed in that manner. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Playing on a Shoe. The following story places Paganini in a better light than this musical miser was accustomed to appear. And really one is led to wonder which is the true Paganini, the miser or the kind artist giving his talent to assist a poor servant girl. One morning the maid who waited on him in Paris came to him weeping, and told how her lover had been conscripted and sent away to the war, and she of course was too poor to buy a substitute for him. Paganini resolved to aid the girl, and took a unique way to do it. He procured a wooden shoe, and so fashioned it that it could be strung up and played like a fiddle. Then he advertised that he would give a concert and play 5 pieces on the violin and 5 on a wooden shoe. Of course, this strange announcement drew a good house. The violinist had given the girl tickets to the concert, and after it was over he went to her, and pouring 20,000 francs into her lap, he told her that she could now purchase a substitute for her sweetheart, and with the remainder set up housekeeping. He also gave her the wooden shoe that had brought her such good fortune, and told her to sell it. Of course this curious instrument brought her a goodly sum, which she added to the amount which was to bring her domestic happiness. Handel's successful scheme. Before Handel went to England, he held the appointment of Kapellmeister to the Elector of Hanover, but he became dissatisfied and quitted the service of his royal patron without leave or ceremony. Not long after, Handel had become well entrenched in the good graces of the English court and aristocracy. The Elector of Hanover became King George I. of England, and the late Queen Anne's music master began to fear for his royal pension. Handel dare not appear personally at the court, and ask that he be continued in the good graces of his former patron, whom he had so discourteously deserted, for fear of the king's displeasure. But he had a friend at court who told him that on a certain day the king was to take a ride on the river Thames. So Handel set about to compose a series of pieces, and had them played by a band of musicians on a boat which followed the royal barge. Pleased at this attention, the king inquired who the author of the plan was, and learning that Handel was the composer of the music, he received the repentant musician at court. Handel was soon appointed the instructor of the princesses in the royal household, and was granted a pension of £200 a year. This was a piece of good fortune quite unexpected by the composer. The possession of the royal favor was of inestimable value to him, for as went the king, so went the court, and all the aristocracy, and the time came when Handel was in need of the support of all his aristocratic friends. A basso's wit. That huge basso of stentorian voice, La Blache, was a fellow of infinite jest, as well as occasionally one of poor memory. This was once shown in a laughable way, the occasion being his reception by the King of Naples. As La Blache was seated in the reception room, awaiting his turn to pass into the king's presence, he noticed a draught from the open doors, and begged to be allowed to keep his hat on to ward off any evil effects. A few moments later his turn came for admittance, and as the usher beckoned him, he hastily caught up a hat that was lying close by, and, forgetting that his own hat was on his head, carried the borrowed one with him into the king's presence. His Majesty greeted him with a hearty laugh, which soon brought La Blache to a realization of his ludicrous appearance at a royal reception. But not chagrined by the matter, he brought his ready wit to bear, and bowing to the king, declared, "Sire, your Majesty is quite right. Even one hat would be too much for a fellow who has no head." Old words to new tunes. Plutarch tells us that Solon, by singing an elegy of 100 verses in length, composed by himself, excited the Athenians to war with the Megarians. This may readily be believed. To be compelled to listen to a song of 100 verses would excite almost anyone to war, even at the present day. But the old Puritan psalm singers outdid the Greeks in this respect. The writer has a copy of the Covenanters' Psalm Book, dated 1595. In it, among other lugubrious tunes, is the one used to the 119th Psalm, and to this tune are set the 176 verses in long array, stringing out their dreary length, page after page. We may well believe that a people who could stand such doses as this could burn their neighbors at the stake for witchcraft. Some of the versions of the Psalms, as used by the modern psalm singers, are somewhat improved as to versification, but are yet lamentable failures as to rhyme and rhythm. But there is this to say in their favor, that the quantity to be used at any one sitting has been reduced somewhat from 176 verses. If the psalms must be sung in their original phrase or anywhere near it, let the original Hebrew tunes, if such they can be called, be used. But if these lines are to be set to modern tunes of the gospel hymn order, a rearrangement of idiom and rhythm must take place, or the result upon the musical listener will not be productive of a worshipful frame of mind. The composer's debt to nature. Many a composer has been indebted to some sound or tone in nature for the suggestion of musical ideas. Nature suggests, and man elaborates the melody, though some writers would have us believe that the composer is simply the amanuensis of nature, in many cases. But we must remember that music is art, and that nature supplies nature, not art. A good composer will turn to account a suggestion from any source, however humble. Mendelssohn took pleasure in acknowledging his debt to nature in these matters. While Mendelssohn was not a Beethoven, while he could not so well depict the rugged, the grand, the heroic, as did that musical Jupiter, yet Mendelssohn was the tone poet of the forest and field, the bright sun and the blue sky. A friend of his relates how they were walking in the country one day, and getting tired, threw themselves on the grass in the shade, and were there pursuing their conversation. Suddenly Mendelssohn seized him by the arm and whispered, "Hush!" A moment later the composer told him that a large fly had just then gone buzzing by, and he wished to hear its sound die away in the distance. Mendelssohn was at that time working on his overture to A Midsummer Night's Dream, and not long after it was completed. He then showed his friend a certain descending bass modulation with the remark, "There, that's the fly that buzzed past us at Schönhausen." End of section 18.
Section 19 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 91. Sonntag's Revenge. Henrietta Sonntag, one of the greatest queens of song, had to go through at least one severe struggle before she attained the enviable position which she maintained as the greatest singer Germany has produced. It is said that at the beginning of her career she was hissed off the Vienna stage by the friends of her rival, Amelia Steininger. But in spite of this defeat, Sonntag persevered until all Europe was at her feet. Many years later, when she was at the height of her fame, she was one day riding through the streets of Berlin. Soon she came across a little girl leading a blind woman. The kind-hearted songstress was touched by the woman's helplessness, and she impulsively beckoned the child to her with, "Come here, my child, come here. Who is it that you are leading by the hand?" The answer was, "That's my mother, Amelia Steininger. She used to be a great singer, but she lost her voice, and she cried so much about it that now she can't see any more." Sonntag inquired their address, and then told the child, "Tell your mother an old acquaintance will call on her this afternoon." The great singer was true to her word. She searched out their lowly abiding place, and undertook the care of both mother and daughter. At her request, a skilled oculist tried to restore the woman's sight, but it was in vain. But Sonntag's kindness to her former rival did not stop here. The next week she gave a benefit concert for the poor woman, and it was said that on that occasion Sonntag sang as she had never sung before. And who can doubt that with the applause of that vast audience there was mingled the applause of the angels in heaven, who rejoice over the good deeds of those below. 92. A second Napoleon. Boucher was a violinist who succeeded in attracting the attention of Charles IV of Spain, and was finally appointed special violinist to His Majesty. This man bore a great resemblance to Napoleon I, and when he was traveling in Russia, the Emperor Alexander, noticing this, sent for him and showed him a French uniform consisting of a three-cornered hat and a colonel's uniform of the chasseurs of the French Imperial Guard and a cross of the Legion of Honor. Now, said the Tsar, this uniform once belonged to the Emperor Napoleon and was captured during the campaign of Moscow. I have noticed your likeness to him and desire you to put on this uniform. I will then present you to my mother, who has often desired to see Napoleon. When Boucher had arrayed himself as the Tsar had requested, he was conducted to the apartment of the Empress, and her son assured her that she saw a perfect counterpart of the great Corsican. 93. A Singer's Sense. Sandley, the English baritone, is a man of wide musical experience and of great operatic ability. But more than this, he is a man of solid nerve and good sense. This was shown by his cool actions and language one night in 1865, when he was singing the part of Papageno in Mozart's Magic Flute. In the same cast were Titiens and Die Murska. The London theatre was crowded with an enthusiastic audience. In the last act, some gauze, which had been used to represent clouds, caught fire from a gas jet behind the flies. Immediately one of the stage hands ran out on a narrow strip of wood over the stage, and with a knife cut away the burning material, which fell blazing on the stage. The audience, seeing the fire, would quickly have lost all presence of mind, but Sandley, who was on the stage at the time, walked to the front and called out to the audience, "Don't act like a lot of fools, it's nothing." Then he immediately took up his interrupted song and went on with the scene. This quieted the people, and the panic was doubtless averted by the singer's presence of mind. 94. Haydn's noble English pupil. Haydn was delighted with London in most of its aspects, but we have an idea that there was one kind of pupil that he was perfectly willing to leave behind when he returned to his beloved Vienna. But probably he found them there as well as in London. They are not limited to England. One day a nobleman called on him, and, expressing his fondness for music, said he would like Haydn to give him a few lessons in composition at 1 guinea per lesson. Haydn promised to gratify him, and asked when they should begin. "At once, if you have no objection," said he, drawing from his pocket one of Haydn's quartets. "For the first lesson, let us examine this quartet, and you tell me the reasons for some modulations and certain progressions that are contrary to all rules of composition." Haydn could offer no objection to this. They then set to work to examine the music. Several places were found which, when asked why he did this and that, Haydn could only say he wrote it so to obtain a good effect. But my lord was not satisfied with such a reason, and declared, unless the composer gave him a better reason than that for his innovations, he should declare them good for nothing. Then Haydn suggested that the pupil rewrite the music after his own fashion, but this he declined to do, though he persisted in his question, "How can your way, which is contrary to all rule, be the best?" At last Haydn lost all patience with this noble critic, and said, "I see, my lord, that it is you who are so good as to give lessons to me. I do not want your lessons, for I feel that I do not merit the honor of having such a master as yourself. I bid you good morning, my lord," and showed the upstart the door. 95. Lablache and Tom Thumb. Perhaps the greatest basso the stage has known was Lablache. He was a very tall and powerfully built man, with a head which was said to be the finest that ever decorated a human body. His voice was powerful beyond description, yet was subject to the most complete control, and withal Lablache could enjoy a joke. He happened to be in Paris at the same time as Tom Thumb, he of the minute proportions. One day a Frenchman from the rural districts, having come to town for the express purpose of seeing the general, asked of a wag the way to Tom's stopping place. This joker, instead of giving the diminutive general's address, gave that of Lablache. Hastening to the address given, the rustic rang the bell, and was confronted by Lablache himself. The amazed visitor stood confounded, but managed to gasp, "1,000 pardons, monsieur, there must be a mistake. I hope to see Tom Thumb." Lablache immediately saw the point, and replied gravely, "Sir, there is no mistake. I am Tom Thumb." "But how Tom, why? I thought Tom Thumb was very small." "Yes, yes. Before the public I am small, very small indeed, only so tall, holding his hand 2 feet from the floor, but here at home, raising himself to his full height, and sending out his voice in full deep tones, here at home I sing and take my ease." The Frenchman departed full of wonder and satisfaction. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ken Schaefer. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 96. A Composer's Chagrin. Moscheles, virtuoso composer and teacher, had one fault that we must say was not confined to him alone. In teaching, he used frequently to forget the purpose for which the pupil was present, and instead of using every minute for the pupil's advancement, he would take up much time in relating his experiences and reminiscences, and telling about different composers and notable people he had met in his long and busy life. And his pupils were oftentimes not averse to this, for besides being very entertaining, it occasionally concealed the fact that the lessons were not as well prepared as they might have been. In one of his classes were Sir Arthur Sullivan and the violinist Karl Feininger. As they came to recitation one morning, all the class was struck with the downcast expression on the face of the usually smiling Moscheles, and as the pupils came in each would exclaim, "Gott's Willen, Herr Professor, what is the matter? Are you ill?" But never a word did they get in reply, only a wave of the hand toward the piano, as much to say, "You are here to study music, and not to pry into my feelings. Do not chatter to me. Sit down and attend to the lesson." The last pupil to enter was Feininger, and he, being Moscheles' pet pupil, felt brave enough to insist that the dear Herr Professor tell his anxious pupils what had occurred to so cast a cloud over his genial spirits. "Well," said Moscheles, "I will tell you." So with labored breath he began. "I got up this morning, I dressed myself, I went to eat my breakfast, there was no butter. I sent my Dienstmädchen for some butter." And then his voice burst forth in agony, almost in sobs. "And what do you think she brought it in? That butter was wrapped in a page of my G minor concerto!" 97. The Friends, Mozart and Haydn. The jealousy and dislike that has existed in the minds of certain of the great musicians for others of their guild found no place in the feelings Mozart and Haydn entertained for each other. Haydn was writing his symphonies before Mozart began to cut any figure in the world. So rapid was the growth of the younger musician that he soon caught up with and distanced the elder, and Haydn became the pupil instead of Mozart. 8 years after Mozart's death, Haydn brought out The Creation. His life extended 18 years beyond that of the genial Mozart. The relations between them were always of the most pleasant character, and their words always expressed a hearty admiration of each other's abilities. This was certainly a rare state of affairs. But then, of all the musical giants, perhaps, these two were the most genial and pleasant of disposition. Haydn wrote to a friend, "Oh, Mozart, if I could instill into the soul of every lover of music the admiration I have for his matchless works, all countries would seek to be possessed of so great a treasure. Mozart is incomparable, and I am amazed that he is unable to obtain any court position. Forgive me if I get excited when speaking of him, I am so very fond of him." Equally strong was Mozart's fondness for Haydn. When Haydn was leaving for England in 1791, the year of Mozart's death, Mozart said in endearing phrase, "Oh, Papa, you have had no training for the wide, wide world." And Haydn's answer was, "My language is spoken everywhere." Mozart's words on that occasion, "We shall now, no doubt, take our last farewell in this world," proved true. His defense of Haydn's music was prompt and spirited. When Kozelux and Mozart were one day listening to a composition of Haydn's, The performer called attention to certain strange progressions, asking Mozart if he should have written them so. "I think not," replied the composer, "and for this reason: neither you nor I would have thought of them." One day Mozart was approached by a Viennese professor who used to bother him by finding fault with Haydn's music. This time he had found a great error. Finally, when Mozart could stand it no longer, he shut him up with, "Sir, if you and I were melted down together, we could not furnish materials to make one Haydn." 98. A frightened Desdemona. Manuel Garcia possessed, besides a beautiful voice, a furious temper. His daughter, Maria, destined in later years to become one of the world's most celebrated prima donnas, inherited somewhat of this feature of her father's character, and the result was not conducive of domestic tranquillity. When Monsieur Malibran made her an offer of marriage, Garcia was enraged, and declined to sanction the engagement. The result was that there was an uproar in the establishment. As luck would have it, that night father and daughter were to sing together in Othello, and so, for the time being, though wrath was in their hearts, the father must appear as the swarthy Moor and the daughter as Desdemona. In the course of the opera it becomes necessary for Othello to stab Desdemona, and at this point Maria saw her father approach and brandish over her, not the stage dagger of cardboard covered with silver paper, but a real dagger which her father had recently bought. Terrified at what she thought was her father's revenge for her opposition to him, she shrieked out, "Father, father, for God's sake, do not kill me!" But her alarm was needless. Garcia had in his haste, but unable to lay his hand on the pasteboard dagger, which was one of the stage properties, and was forced to substitute his own. It might be added that the affrighted Desdemona afterward married Malibran and by this name scored her remarkable triumphs. 99. Retentive Memories. Elsewhere in this volume is told the story of Mozart's prodigious feat of memory in retaining in mind the celebrated Miserere of Allegri, and that, too, when he was a boy of tender years. Reference is also made to the almost incredible memory of other composers and conductors. But it is not alone those who have attained the greatest heights of musicianship that are gifted with the power of retention in its largest degree. For instance, there was the English musician Battischil, whose memory was such that even the longest compositions of Handel, Corelli, or Arne were always sufficiently present to his recollection during the time he was playing them to render the assistance of the text unnecessary. He was one day dining with Dr. Arnold, when he played from memory several passages of the doctor's oratorio of the Prodigal Son, which he had not heard for 30 years, and which Arnold himself had entirely forgotten. The name of Wesley is revered among English organists and composers as being affixed to some of the most valuable compositions that country has produced. Both of the brothers, Charles and Samuel Wesley, were gifted with remarkably retentive memories. Charles Wesley could play the whole of Handel's numerous choruses from memory. Samuel Wesley has given many remarkable instances of a similarly retentive memory. One of the most remarkable may be mentioned. In his early days, he composed an oratorio consisting of a score of upward of 300 closely written manuscript pages. It was afterward performed at one of the Birmingham festivals. Returning to London, the composer was robbed of his portmanteau, which contained this work, and he never again heard of its contents. Nearly 25 years afterward, at the solicitation of a friend, he commenced to write it out afresh, which he did with the greatest facility, stating that he saw the score in his mind's eye as accurately and distinctly as if it lay before him. The blind are generally possessed of strong memories, for the reason, of course, of the continual and dependent use made of that faculty. But even among these strong-memoried people, not all have the quick grasp of that blind English organist, Henry Smart. This excellent performer and composer of much good music has been known to get a friend to read over the notes of a chorus of Handel's, and afterward go to church and perform it correctly. When asked how he was able to recollect so much without having a single sound conveyed to his ear, he would reply, "I carry the notes in my mind, and do not think of the sounds." 100. Patti's Dog. Prima donnas, like many less distinguished folk, often have a weakness for pets. Adelina Patti possessed a tiny dog of rare Mexican breed, which was a present from one of the Mexican presidents. The little creature led a life of great luxury and accompanied the great songstress everywhere. During an American tour, the little dog, to the inconsolable grief of its mistress, departed this life. Shortly afterwards, at the close of a performance of Lucia, when the diva came before the curtain to acknowledge the plaudits of the audience and receive the floral tributes showered upon her from all parts of the house, a casket of roses was handed up to her. Immediately Patti received the gift. The outer case of flowers sprang open, and then was disclosed a silk pillow upon which reposed another tiny Mexican dog to take the place of him who had joined the majority. The excitement of the audience knew no bounds at witnessing this episode, and Patti was obliged to continue to appear before the curtain, fondling her new treasure. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Wiley Francis Gates. 101. Clementi's Economy. Muzio Clementi is known to so many in the present day as merely a composer of sonatinas and of a series of etudes that we fail to realize his true place in musical history. He was born in Rome in 1752. By the time he was 15, he was well known in his native city as a player and composer. He attracted the attention of an Englishman who carried him off to England to give him a broader education. There he soon became the most prominent musician of his day. His was the first music that was composed for the pianoforte, and it was on his works that the modern school of piano playing was founded. When he was visiting Vienna, the Emperor Joseph arranged for a musical duello between Mozart and Clementi, but they were so equally great as performers that it could not be decided who was the superior. Later in life, he bought an interest in a London firm of instrument makers and music publishers, and by his energy, business talents, and economical habits, succeeded in accumulating a large fortune in spite of various business reverses. Speaking of Clementi's economy reminds us of a story told of him by Spohr. That entertaining writer met him and John Field, his pupil, in St. Petersburg, where Clementi did a large business and where Field made a name for himself as a composer. One day Spohr called on them and found teacher and pupil at the wash tub, washing their stockings and other linen. They did not suffer themselves to be disturbed, and Clementi advised me, writes Spohr, to do the same, as washing in St. Petersburg was not only very expensive, but the linen suffered much from the method used in washing it. 102. Music at so much per note. The statistician is never satisfied unless he has a thing represented in cold-blooded figures. Some have even gone so far as to estimate how much various artists earned for every note they sang or played. For instance, one mathematician tells us that Rossini got 18 pence per note for each note he wrote in the opera of Semiramide. This is certainly drawing one's note for goodly figures, but it pays even better to be a singer than a composer. For we are told that every time Patti sings Semiramide, she gets 15 pence per note. In Lucia di Lammermoor, the rate is still higher as the notes are fewer. In this opera, when she gets her best rates, La Diva draws her 1 and 9 pence per note. But these are moderate figures when we consider the prices at which Paganini used to draw the bow. At a certain concert in Paris, in which he played some 15 pages of violin music and at which his proceeds were 165,000 francs, it was found by some patient figurer that the Wizard of the Violin received 9 and 3 pence per measure. Divided on the basis of time, his receipts were 4 and 7 pence for every quarter note or every quarter rest, half the sum for every eighth note or eighth rest, and so on. This is getting musical mathematics down to a pretty fine point. Soon we will have some fellow calculating the cost to the world of each note of Gabriel's final trumpet blast. 103. Liszt's precocity. The early life of the great pianist Franz Liszt reads in some respects like the story of Mozart's youth. Liszt manifested his musical genius when very young and appeared in his first public concert when but 9 years old. Shortly after this, he played for a gathering of nobility at the palace of Prince Esterhazy, in whose service the boy's father was an assistant steward. And at that time 6 noblemen subscribed 600 gulden a year for 6 years, that this prodigy might have the means for a proper education. Adam Liszt then wrote to Hummel, the pupil of Mozart, to secure for his son tuition of this celebrated player. But Hummel's terms were higher than Liszt could afford, so they went to Vienna and sought instruction of Czerny. Czerny was so crowded with work that he declined to receive another pupil. Therefore, little Franz, without much more ado, seated himself at the piano. On hearing the playing of the youthful Liszt, Czerny quickly changed his mind, and not only received him as a pupil, but refused to take any tuition money from such a genius. A few years later, when they went to Paris, the boy was given the title the Little Mozart. His playing was phenomenal, and he at once became the rage in that artistic city. To show the regard in which the young artist was held, for he was at that time but 11 years old, we quote the following from a criticism of his playing. "I cannot help it. Since yesterday evening I am a believer in metempsychosis. I am convinced that the soul and spirit of Mozart have passed into the body of young Liszt, and never has an identity revealed itself by plainer signs. The same country, the same wonderful talent in childhood, and in the same art. Mozart, in taking the name of Liszt, has lost nothing of that interesting countenance which always increases the interest a child inspires in us by his precocious talent. The features of our little prodigy express spirit and cheerfulness. He comes before his audience with exceeding gracefulness, and the pleasure, the admiration which he awakens in his hearers as soon as his fingers glide across the keys seem to him an amusement which diverts him extremely." 104. Keeping at it. Eternal vigilance is said to be the price of liberty, and we might say that everlasting practice is the price of virtuosity. This principle has been illustrated in the lives of nearly every great artist. The following episode has been paralleled in the history of several of the famous virtuosi. Lully, a celebrated violinist of the last century, found, when he went to Stuttgart, a very superior player named Nardini. In fact, Lully was quite eclipsed, and he felt his secondary ability very keenly. He realized his need to practice so much that he requested a leave of a year's absence from his patron prince. But instead of putting in the time at traveling, which he had declared his intention to do, he retired to a small village and worked at his instrument until the year had expired. Then he returned, and by the increased brilliancy and effectiveness of his playing, his rival Nardini was forced to seek other fields of labor. Another violinist of note, Giardini, when asked how long it would take one to play the fiddle well, answered, 12 hours a day for 20 years. So our first statement would seem to be correct. The only shortcut to virtuosity is to keep everlastingly at it. 105. A peculiar genius. When we read of Thomas Britton, who lived in London in Handel's time, we might almost believe that music furnished more of a bond between all classes of society in those days than in ours. Britton was a coal dealer, or as the English say, a coal heaver, or dealer in small coals. In spite of this humble occupation, he was a great lover of music, and had a loft over his coal warehouse so arranged as to accommodate an audience. Thither many of the celebrated musicians of the day, and noble lords and beautiful ladies, would wend their way, attracted by the music and the company they found there. In the morning, Britton would be lugging a sack of coal to some customer, and in the afternoon he would be entertaining such personages as Handel, Dr. Pepusch, Jennens, Handel's librettist, Sir Roger L'Estrange, and the Duchess this, the Countess that, and Lady t'other. The best of music was performed at these informal gatherings. With Handel at the harpsichord, Bannister, the first great English violinist, with his fiddle, and perhaps the famous soprano Guzzoni to sing one of Handel's latest airs, we may imagine that never did another coal warehouse resound to such music or entertain such a company. Not only were musicians here assembled, but also writers, philosophers, and poets came to contribute their quota to this humble salon. Such a condition of affairs speaks well for the democratic spirit of that day. We doubt if a man of Britain's humble origin and occupation would be thus countenanced by the English aristocracy of today, however musical he might be. Britain came to his death in a peculiar way. One of the attendants at his impromptu concerts was a ventriloquist, and this man one day, in a spirit of fun, called out that Britain would die in a few hours if he did not at once drop on his knees and say the Lord's Prayer. The voice seemed to be intangible, to come from space. Britain, greatly frightened, did as he was bid, but he suffered so from terror that he died a few days after. An ignominious death for an original genius. End of section 21. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, St. Louis, Missouri, January 4th, 2023. Section 22 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi. 106. Shaking All Over. It is well known that Queen Victoria was formerly an excellent pianiste and is possessed of a remarkably correct ear. Baroness Bloomfield, in her reminiscences, relates how on one occasion the Queen asked her to sing, and she, with fear and trembling, sang one of Grisi's famous arias, but omitted the shake, or as we should say in this country, the trill at the end. The Queen's quick ear immediately detected the omission, and, smilingly, Her Majesty said to Lady Normanby, her sister, "Does not your sister shake, Lady Normanby?" To which that lady promptly replied, "Oh, yes, ma'am. She is shaking all over." 107. The Ox Minuet. There is no sensible reason for the titles attached to many pieces of music, some of them even classical selections. Most generally, they are placed there as an attempt of some publisher to boom his stock and sell his goods. Then again, some peculiar titles may have their origin in incidents about as important as the following. Haydn one day received a visit from a butcher who stated that himself and his daughter were admirers of Haydn's music, and, as the young lady was soon to be married, he made bold to ask that the composer write a minuet for her wedding. Kind Papa Haydn consented, and in a few days the man of meat secured his music. Not long afterward, Haydn was surprised to hear this same minuet played under his window. On looking out, he saw a band of musicians forming a ring around a large ox, tastefully decorated with flowers. Soon the butcher came up and presented the ox to Haydn, saying that for such excellent music, he thought he ought to make the composer a present of the best ox in his possession. Ever after, this little composition was called the Ox Minuet. 108. Nilsson and the Shah of Persia. On the occasion of the visit of the Shah of Persia to England in 1873, many entertainments and festivities were arranged for this Eastern monarch, and among them an operatic representation which should include the best acts from several favorite operas. The performance was to consist of the third act of La Favorita, with Titien as Leonora, the first act of La Traviata, and after a short ballet, the first act of Mignon. In each of the latter operas, Nilsson was to take the title role. But Titien entered an objection to the arrangement, saying that it was not fair to give Nilsson the best two places on the program, and suggested that she be given the central place, and that Nilsson appear in the first act and the last, which was certainly a fair arrangement. But to this Nilsson demurred. So matters stood until 2 days before the presentation. Then Nilsson suddenly changed her mind and expressed her willingness to accept Titian's plan, by which Nilsson was to appear first in Traviata and then in the last act of Mignon. This change was brought about by Nilsson's learning that the Shah would only be present from 8:30 to 9:30 on account of other festivities the same evening. Had she continued in her objections to Titian's plan, Nilsson would have had little chance for singing to the royal party more than a few minutes. At 8:30 on the evening set for the opera, the Prince of Wales arrived at the theatre to receive the Shah, but no Shah was to be seen. After waiting half an hour, the opera began. Nilsson came on the stage and saw, in disgust, that the royal box was empty. Her disgust was nowise lessened by the fact that she had ordered from Worth of Paris a most magnificent dress for her character of Violetta in Traviata. Not until 9:30 did the Shah put in an appearance, and then Nilsson was through with her first appearance, and Titian was on stage in Favorita. Mapleson, the manager, knew of Nilsson's disappointment and was expecting to have a scene with her on the morrow, when the Prince of Wales suggested to him that it might soothe the wrathy prima donna if she were to be presented to the Shah that evening. So the impresario hied himself to Nilsson's dressing-room and informed her that she was to be presented to the Shah. But she objected, as she had removed her gorgeous costume used in Traviata and was arrayed in a ragged old dress, with hair disheveled and without shoes, for her character in Mignon. But Mapleson persuaded her that it was a command and that she must obey. They went to the royal box, but before her arrival could be announced to His Serene Highness, Nilsson had walked into the room in her tramp-like costume, and going at once to the Shah, she explained in French that she had prepared a superb costume expressly for your Majesty, but that by his tardiness he missed seeing her in it, and now could only see her in this miserable rig and without shoes. Meanwhile she was gesticulating with her right hand, and at the end of her remarks pointed to her bare feet. The Shah bent forward to see through his spectacles what she was pointing to, and at the same time she raised her foot to emphasize her remarks. The result was that the member came within an inch or so of the royal Persian nose. So struck was the Shah at the prima donna's originality that he remained until after midnight to see her in Mignon. Nilsson was appeased, but the Lord Mayor and the other notables of London were kept waiting for him from 9:30 until 12:30 at the goldsmith's ball. 109. Modulations. One prominent point of difference between the old classic and the modern schools of operatic composition is in the matter of modulation. The older writers, Mozart, Cimarosa, Spontini et al., used comparatively few changes of key. The tonality was preserved, or, on being departed from, was left in a formal and in a perfectly clear style. But in the modern school, as represented by Wagner, Mascagni, and the older Verdi, abruptness of modulation is no rare thing. One of Wagner's theories was that a composer should not be confined to any given succession of keys, and that he should be free to swim in a sea of tone. But many who have essayed this tonal sea have been drowned therein. Where Wagner could swim, they could only flounder and sink. In this modern school, changes in circumstances or plot of the opera are frequently accompanied by sudden modulations in key relationship, and often the composer does not wait for something to happen, but changes his key at will, this being the theory of the new school. As long ago as the time of Gretry, the French composer, the pros and cons of this subject were agitated. A musician once asked him why he did not make use of some of those sudden transitions in key, and his reply was, "Some day I will give the public a taste for that sort of thing, but I must have my reasons for it." "Oh, what are they?" "Well, for example, Suppose in the plot of the opera some amorous swain, in spite of a father's strict injunction, should attempt to make love to a fair damsel. If the father should steal on them unawares and astonish our lover from behind with a hearty kick, then I assure you I will modulate very abruptly. Certainly the lover would think this good cause for a sudden change of base. 110. An eventful career. The life of the composer of the light and popular Maritana, William Vincent Wallace, was as full of strange experiences as that of the hero of many a novel. His native country was Ireland. Shortly after he was married, on the wedding journey in fact, his young wife became jealous of the attentions he paid to her own sister, who was with them, and the couple separated, never to meet again. Cast down by his circumstance, Wallace then drifted to Australia, where he took up his abode among the roughs and savages of the bush. On one of his visits to Sydney, his acquaintances discovered that the man they considered to be an ordinary immigrant was in reality a fine musician and an excellent violinist. The news was carried to the governor of the colony, and he insisted that Wallace give a concert. This was done with a great success. The governor was so pleased that he made him a present of 100 sheep, the staple currency of the colony at that time. Wallace later went to Tasmania, where he narrowly escaped being butchered to make a Tasmanian savage's holiday, and on one occasion his life was saved through the romantic intervention of a chief's daughter. After this, he went on a whaling voyage, and only he and 3 companions escaped the wreck of the vessel. His next journey was to India, where he played before sumptuous courts of several Indian princes, and after that went to South America, where he crossed the continent by a slow but sure method, viz. On the back of a mule. He then came to North America and finally landed in London, having netted a handsome sum by his playing. In London in 1845, he undertook to compose an opera, and Maritana was the result. This was such a success that it was followed by similar works. When his eyesight began to fail, he again visited the western continents, and again he figured in some interesting experiences, more interesting perhaps to the reader than to Wallace. One of them was that a steamboat on which he traveled blew up, and he narrowly escaped with his life. And another was that he lost nearly all his savings by the failure of a pianoforte factory in New York. But he retrieved his fortunes through concert giving, and finally ended his eventful career in the Pyrenees Mountains in 1865. End of section 22. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, St. Louis, Missouri, January 10th, 2023.
Section 23 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joe Checkeye. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Napoleon outwitted by a songstress. The iron will of Napoleon did not confine itself to the control of kingdoms and things political, but he desired to bring under its sway all matters with which he was brought into contact. The disrespect of this military genius for the rights of other nations brought him to the defeat of Waterloo. Though he could control the majority of men who came under his notice and within his grasp, he occasionally met a miniature Waterloo when dealing with the fair sex. It is generally conceded that the prima donna without a will of her own and the willingness to make it known is a rarity, and no exception to this rule was Madame Catalani, one of the first singers in the time of the First Empire. Historians have not given Napoleon credit for being musical, but at any rate he determined, after hearing Catalani, that she should remain in Paris, that he might enjoy her vocal abilities whenever he wished. So he ordered her to come to the Tuileries. Not daring to disobey, the Cantatrice awaited the pleasure of him who was making the thrones of Europe to tremble. The emperor knew that she was intending to leave Paris, and without wasting time inquired, "Where are you going, madame?" "To London, sir," said the astonished and somewhat affrighted songstress. "But you must remain here," declared Napoleon testily. "You shall have 100,000 francs a year and 2 months' vacation. Consider the matter settled. Bonjour, madame." Too much frightened to declare to the tyrant that she had engagements abroad that she must keep, Catalani retired at his curt dismissal and hastened to her apartments. A few days afterward, a document stating the arrangement was left at her house. Determined not to be subjected to this arrangement, which was entirely opposed to her plans and wishes, she resolved to escape this bondage, even though the fetters were golden. Hence, she disguised herself in the habiliments of a nun and hastened to the seacoast. There she found a vessel exchanging prisoners. Seeking out the captain, she secured his silence and assistance by adding a generous sum to his purse. When the vessel left France, the nun was on board. Napoleon might not have relished this stratagem, and perhaps would have made the willful lady feel that his power was not confined to Paris. But military affairs just then took a serious turn, and for this reason the emperor had more weighty things to occupy his mind than sending after runaway opera singers. Stubborn composers. Had more of the most famous composers catered to the taste of the people of their time, they would have been in receipt of larger incomes and would have held positions that were closed to them on account of what was called their stubbornness. Undoubtedly, there was a good deal of the stubborn element in some of them, and a great deal of admiration for self and the works of self. That is right. A fair amount of self-appreciation is a good thing. Many times these men did right in refusing to grant the demands of critics or of a public that was unappreciative of their artistic strivings. A great composer is always ahead of the times in which he lives. As Lowell says, success is posthumous. They were right in refusing to descend to the level of the commonplace, and in the majority of cases, were right in refusing to alter their standard and their written works to suit a taste that was temporary or vitiated in character. But there was occasionally a middle ground that might have been occupied without harm to the artistic interests involved, and with great advantage to the composer's financial welfare. When they refused to see this, or seeing it, refused to act as good judgment dictated, then we can only assign stubbornness as the reason. One instance will serve to illustrate our meaning. Schubert once had an opportunity to obtain the conductorship at a certain opera house. He was sadly in need of such an appointment, as his income, despite his many compositions, was next to nothing. But before the position was awarded, he was to compose and conduct certain music to the satisfaction of the officials. But the composition he presented contained difficulties that were evidently insurmountable, and Schubert was asked to alter it somewhat to make it suitable to the singers and the circumstances. He gruffly refused. After 2 rehearsals, the trouble only seemed to grow worse, and at the final full rehearsal, an attempt to sing the obnoxious part only resulted in a grand failure. The manager then announced that the presentation would be postponed, and asked Herr Schubert in the meanwhile to make such changes as would ensure the performance, especially in the part assigned to one of the soloists. At this, Schubert's wrath got the upper hand of his good judgment, and shutting up his score with a bang, he shouted, "I alter nothing," and left the house. That ended his prospects as an opera director. Clerical wit. Good old Father Taylor, when pastor of the Seamen's Bethel in Boston, was once preaching on social amusements. As it happened, but unknown to the speaker, Jenny Lind, who was then singing in America, was in his congregation. He roundly denounced card-playing, dancing, the theater, etc., but in speaking of music, gave it his unqualified approval. After dwelling on the power of music in the religious service, he paid tribute to the generosity of the great vocalists, especially to that greatest and sweetest of all of them, now lighted on our shores. At this point he was interrupted by a bore seated on the pulpit stairs, who shouted out to know if anyone who died at Jenny Lind's concert would go to heaven. Taylor's prompt reply was, "A Christian will go to heaven wherever he dies, but a fool will be a fool wherever he is, even if he is on the steps of a pulpit." A patient pupil. The fine arts are, perhaps, in the matter of the time involved, the most difficult of all studies to conquer. One cannot master music or painting by mere force of will. One must, as it were, grow into the chosen art, not jump into it. The reason we have so much poor art, and art that is not art at all, is because there is so much of this jumping attempted. The proper growth is brought by continuous application day after day for years. This is true in all departments of the musical life. Yet it is a truth that seems the most difficult of realization to all but about 0.1% of the people generally. Every teacher finds that the majority of his pupils expect to play the piano or violin well in a year. And as to singing, why, Lord bless you, they expect to give concerts in half that time. All this is not so much the fault of the individual pupil as it is a general misapprehension of the depth of art and of the difficulties that beset the student's path. To express the whole matter in a few words, the public ideal is a low one. We do not aspire to play or sing well, i.e. artistically. We simply desire to sing or play. If it be in a very ordinary or slovenly manner, that does not matter. Not all can have the talent, time, money, and health necessary to make a great artist, but all may do well what they set out to do. A simple thing well done is preferable to a complex one abominably done. Oh, that music pupils and their parents could recognize this. Some schools realize that music is a long road to travel and insist that a student, upon entering, shall give evidence of his expectation of completing a course of study. For instance, we read that the conservatory at Milan, Italy, requires each pupil to declare his intention and ability to stay in the school until the 7 years course is completed. Not many half-prepared pupils are turned out of that school. That is one European standard. In America, a fair damsel will unblushingly apply for a diploma before she should be allowed to leave a musical kindergarten. In former times, students were content to abide by the adage, festinate lente. Years were spent in technical drill, but the years so spent produced great singers. As an extreme example of this painstaking study, we may cite the method used by Porpora with his pupil Caffarelli. For 5 years, this celebrated teacher, who perhaps gave instruction to more great singers than any teacher since has done, held his willing pupil to the practice of various scales and exercises which were written down one at a time. During the 6th year, Caffarelli was drilled in articulation, pronunciation, and declamation, points in which many modern singers are sadly deficient. Then one day, when the patient pupil thought perhaps he might soon begin to sing something beyond scales and exercises, old Porpora turned to him and, handing him his music, said in his curt fashion, "Now, young man, you may go. I can teach you no more. You are the greatest singer in the world." And so it was. This patient toil had brought its own reward. He was without a peer in his own time. Honors and reward and riches came to him, and at the end of his career he purchased a dukedom and retired to his castle to enjoy the large fortune his unrivaled singing had brought him. Had he rebelled against his old master's long course of training, these things and the applause of all Europe would have been lost to him, and his name would probably never have appeared in the list of the world's great singers. Field fooled. John Nepomuk Hummel was one of the most prominent European pianists of the early part of the present century, but greatness and good looks do not go hand in hand in all cases. Though he was, in his day, ranked the equal of Beethoven, and though he was feted and flattered in all the musical centers of Europe, the fact still remains that he was a very plain and ill-favored sort of fellow, throwing even Schubert into the shade in this respect. In 1822, Hummel went to Russia, in the suite of the Grand Duchess, and there his reception was of the most flattering and brilliant kind. But there was one thing that marred that cordial reception at Moscow, and that was that the greatest composer and pianist of all Russia did not call on him. This personage was no less than John Field, the Russianized Irishman, the pupil of Clementi. Finally, Hummel concluded that if the mountain would not come to Mahomet, Mahomet would go to the mountain, and he started out to find Field. When he arrived at Field's rooms, he found him giving a lesson and was compelled to await his pleasure. Hummel, with his stout, thick-set body and plain features, and poorly dressed, looked like some German farmer. Field, on the other hand, was elegant in bearing and courtly in manner. At the close of the lesson, Field turned to his visitor with a gruff, "Well, sir, what can I do for you? I have heard so much of your playing that, as I was in Moscow on business, I thought I would come in and make your acquaintance and hear some of it myself. I'm very fond of music and understand it a little." Field smiled at this request, coming, as it seemed, from some village tradesman who dabbled in music, but he sat down to the piano and played some of his own elegant compositions in his best style. The stranger warmly applauded and thanked him. Then Field, thinking to have some fun, asked the supposed rustic to take his turn at the piano. But Hummel declared he never played without his notes, that he only played a little on the organ, now and then, and so on. But Field insisted, and his clumsy visitor sat down to the piano. Field leaned back to enjoy the fun. And he did enjoy it, but in a different way from what he expected. Hummel took one of the themes that Field had just finished playing and developed it into a brilliant fantasia in which were displayed all the intricacies of technique and beauties of expression. Field was thunderstruck. He sprang to his feet, and catching his visitor by the shoulders, he gave him a shake and then embraced him in the hearty European fashion, crying, "You can't fool me. You are Hummel. No other man in the world can improvise like that." With that introduction, it is needless to say that the two pianists became fast friends. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Saving a Fiddle. One of Old Bull's favourite violins was a Joseph Guarnerius, called the King Joseph, for the greatest violins of the old makers are known and named as individuals. It is not to be wondered that he was willing to brave a good deal to preserve this violin, for, irrespective of its worth as a producer of beautiful tones, there was some £800 invested in it. On one of the great violinist's concert trips in this country, he was a passenger on an Ohio River steamboat. In the fashion of those days, the boiler burst, tearing away the forepart of the boat and setting the cabins on fire. Old Bull found himself choking, deafened, blinded, in the midst of shrieking women and howling children, and surrounded by smoke, flame, and shattered timbers. Did he turn his attention to saving the mothers and little ones? The action of the man was characteristic. Oblivious to all else, he rushed to his cabin, seized his precious Guarnerius, and putting it between his teeth, leapt over the guards into the muddy water and swam to shore. There he tenderly examined his precious fiddle to see that it was not harmed. Old Bull was nothing to Old Bull at that moment. His beloved instrument occupied his mind to the exclusion of all else. The only King Joseph Guarnerius might have been lost. Absent-minded. Concentration of attention to the study in hand is, above all things else, a necessity for him who would produce valuable results. The ability to withdraw the mind from other affairs and to focus one's attention on the subject in hand is most valuable to a composer. Not, however, that we would commend that degree of abstraction from everyday affairs that was Beethoven's habit when in the midst of a bit of congenial mental work. In the history of absent-minded and forgetful men, that remains to be written, Beethoven must certainly have a prominent place. It is related of him that about the time he was engaged in the Pastoral Symphony, he went into a restaurant and ordered dinner, but as there was some delay in serving the meal, his mind reverted to his composing, and when the waiter came and offered dinner, he waved him away, saying, "Thank you, I have dined," and laying down the price of the meal, took his departure. A friend once presented Beethoven with a noble steed, and he did what you or I would do under the circumstances, took a ride around town. After riding it a few times, he proceeded to forget its very existence and made his journeys on foot or in coach. But he had a servant who was not so neglectful of his opportunity. This man took the horse under his care and used it as his own, after finding that Beethoven no longer inquired for it. He put it up at a stable and carefully paid the bills, lest his master should be reminded of its existence. Then, to reimburse himself for his trouble and expense, he frequently hired the horse out as he had opportunity and pocketed the proceeds. The prima donna of the 18th century. As the world grows older, prima donnas seem to grow more sensible. It is very seldom nowadays that we hear of any great piece of nonsense or extravagance on the part of these talented and captivating beings. But in the last century it was otherwise, and the records of the times are full of the scandals, intrigues, eccentricities, and excesses of footlight favourites. But the difference may be in the moral and social atmospheres of the times, rather than in the individuals themselves. There were few more capricious than the great soprano Gabriella. Of her it is related that when the Viceroy gave a grand dinner at Palermo, herself being one of the principal invited guests, she insolently remained in bed, reading, and when a messenger was sent, saying the company was awaiting her coming, she sent word that she had entirely forgotten the engagement. That evening, when she was to appear before the company in opera, she sang all her airs sotto voce. The Viceroy sent a messenger to the stage, promising to punish her if she did not sing out with her accustomed power and brilliancy. On this, she obstinately sent a reply to the effect that, while he might make her cry, he could not make her sing. This exhausted the patience of royalty, and she was sent to prison, where she was confined 12 days. But even here her caprice showed itself and made her the conqueror after all. She gave costly entertainments to her fellow prisoners, who were of all classes, from debtors to bandits. She paid their debts, feasted them, and sang to them in her most charming manner, and she was finally released amid the acclamations of the people she had befriended. The Harmonious Blacksmith. If all the stories of musicians and their works were to be sifted for that which is the plain truth, unembellished by fancy, we fear that the number that stood the test would not make a very cumbrous volume. It is not a hard matter to concoct a pretty fair story, and it is much easier to embellish one, not, however, that the writer knows from experience. One of the stories of this suspected class is that so frequently told of Handel's air and variations called The Harmonious Blacksmith. The story runs thus. One day, when this composer was out taking a ramble, a sudden storm came up and drove him for shelter into a convenient blacksmith's shop. While there, he watched the men at work and was attracted by the melodious tones of the hammers as they struck the anvil. He kept the scene in mind and later wrote this piece, giving in it a musical imitation of the occasion. If the reader will play this piece and then listen to the din made by some muscular son of Vulcan, we believe he will, with the writer, be unable to hear the anvil strokes in Handel's air, or when surrounded by the noise of the shop, we defy him to see the parallel between the clank of the hammers and Handel's smooth and pleasant melody. The ups and downs of a singer's life. In another sketch we have given Italio Campanini's experience as a soldier. After the war was over and the victorious army of Garibaldi was disbanded, this young Italian, for he was only 14 when he went into the army, returned to his native town and for 2 years worked in his father's blacksmith shop. But one night his voice attracted the attention of a connoisseur, and it was arranged that he should study singing with this gentleman in the evening, after his 12 hours at the forge were over. But let him tell the story in his own words. I was with some companions one evening in a wine shop, when a band of strolling musicians came in. They played the Miserere from Verdi's Il Trovatore. I and my companions sang the chorus. A little wizened old man sat in one corner over a bottle of red wine. He listened to the chorus carelessly at first, and then with increasing attention. When the song was ended, he rushed over to the table where we sat. "Which of you sang the tenor part?" he cried excitedly. "It was Campanini, Italio Campanini," someone said. "You?" the old man asked. "Yes, signor, it was I." "Where did you learn to sing?" the old man continued. "I have never learned," I replied. The old man was Maestro Dallargini, a composer of local celebrity. He asked me to come to his house the next day. A number of well-known musicians were there. I sang for them, by ear, for I did not know a note, selections from Il Trovatore and La Sonnambula. The end of it all was that Dallargini offered to become my master, and the learned musicians decided that I must become an opera singer. To secure my father's consent was another thing. He was a man of the people, proud of his independence, proud of his honest character, proud of his trade. "A singer in opera," he said. "It is a beggar's trade. So you want to be a poor underling in a miserable chorus, a vagabond without a fixed home? Not with my consent." At last I began to sing small parts in the local theatres. The first part for which I was cast was the notary in La Sonnambula. I had a severe attack of stage fright. In fact, I could hardly utter a note. The audience jeered and shouted. From the crowded galleries came the cry, "He sings like a hunchback with his shoulders in his throat." "You may laugh now," I shouted, "but it will be my turn to laugh next, and he who laughs last laughs best." but it was a long time before I laughed in Parma. Naturally enough, this little altercation ended my engagement. At that time, the chanced to be in Parma a Russian manager looking for artists to complete an operatic company. I signed a contract with him for a 5 years' tour of the Russian provinces. My compensation was to be 4 lira, about 3 shillings a day. The engagement was profitable, but a small revolution broke out, the theatre was closed, and the manager disappeared. I was left without money, my luggage was seized, and I was turned out into the street without a penny or a change of clothes. The kindness of a stray acquaintance, I do not think I ever knew his name, procured me a garret in a wretched part of the town. The second day I sold my coat to a Jew pedlar, and I dined on that coat for 2 days. I was standing in my shirt sleeves in the street when I chanced to see a notary whom I knew passing on the other side. I rushed over and put my case to him. Through his efforts, a concert was arranged for my benefit. What had I gained in my wanderings? Neither fame nor fortune. I had worked harder than ever blacksmith toiled in the smithy, and I had been at times on the point of starvation. Truly, it looked as though my old father was right, and it was a beggarly trade. But one thing I had learned, and the knowledge was worth all the hardships of those Russian days. I had learned to know my own powers and my own deficiencies. I recognized the need of cultivation. I went to Milan and placed myself under Chevalier Francesco Lamperti, the famous master. I might almost say that I worked day and night. I studied with Chevalier Lamperti for a year. At the end of that time, I secured an engagement to sing the first tenor roles at La Scala. I made my debut in Faust. It was my first success, and I may be pardoned for dwelling a moment on that night, a night that comes only once in a singer's lifetime, when, after years of difficult labour and long discouragement, success comes royally, suddenly, bringing in its train fame and fortune. Before the first act was over, the audience was cheering as only an Italian audience can cheer. To the manager it meant fortune. To me, it is hardly necessary to say what those cries of "Bravo, Campanini!" meant to the unknown tenor. It is easy to write of one's failures, but I do not think that anyone finds it easy to write of his successes. And then the story lacks picturesqueness. There are 50 ways of starving, but after all there is only one way of dining. End of section 24. Section 25 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Some liberal musicians. The great musicians have been noted for their open-handedness and generosity, and some carried it to the extreme of the spendthrift. Prominent among those who devoted large sums to charity were Liszt, the wonderful pianist, and the Swedish nightingale, Jenny Lind. It is told of Mozart that, not finding any money in his pocket to give to an importunate beggar, he hastily sketched a song on some blank paper and told the mendicant to present it at a certain publisher's, and he would receive a good sum. The beggar did so, and received the money. But if this is true, why was Mozart himself so often in need of money? Why did he not present his own songs and draw the cash for himself? Rossini, although having a reputation for stinginess, was liberal toward his old parents. After the first 3 performances of each new opera he produced, he would send them 2/3 the amount he received for composing it. How Paganini secured his favourite fiddle. When Paganini had only reached his 17th year, he had already tasted the enjoyments of flattery and applause. Having thrown off the restraints of his father's control, he plunged into all kinds of dissipation, especially into gambling, a vice that was universal in Europe at that time. Many a night did this youthful gambler lose all the proceeds of more than one concert in the gambling room, and he was at one time even obliged to raise money on his violin as security to pay his gambling debts. On one occasion, when the youthful violinist was announced for a concert at Leghorn, he had pawned his violin and had to make some arrangement to borrow one for use at the concert. Hearing that a certain French merchant of the place possessed a very fine Guarnerius, he applied to him for the loan of it. This gentleman generously granted his request and placed this valuable instrument in his hands. After the concert, when Paganini returned the borrowed violin, its owner, who himself was no mean violinist, and who had heard Paganini's performance, exclaimed, "I will never profane the strings which your fingers have touched. The instrument is yours." Paganini's delight may be imagined, for there was hardly to be found in the world an instrument superior to this one. He used it throughout his wonderful career, and at his death left it to his native city of Genoa, where it rests in its glass case, having been played by but one since his death, by his pupil, Sivori, who died in 1894. List on Mendelssohn. The following bit of conversation, reported to come from Franz Liszt, we are inclined to take cum grano salis as to the intensity of some of the expressions used. If other writers are to be believed, the gentle Felix was hardly of so jealous a disposition as this sketch would have us believe. But, be that as it may, we infer from it somewhat of the personal characteristics of Liszt as well as of Mendelssohn. Said Liszt, Mendelssohn, on one occasion, drew a picture on a blackboard of the devil playing his G minor concerto with 5 hammers on each hand instead of fingers. The truth of the matter is that I once played his concerto in G minor from the manuscript, and as I found several of the passages rather simple and not broad enough, if I may use the term, I changed them to suit my own ideas. This, of course, annoyed Mendelssohn, who, unlike Schumann or Chopin, would never take a hint or advice from anyone. Moreover, Mendelssohn, who, although a refined pianist, was not a virtuoso, and never could play my compositions with any kind of effect, his technical skill being inadequate to the execution of intricate passages. So the only course open to him, he thought, was to vilify me as a musician. And of course, whatever Mendelssohn did, Leipzig did also. However, I was, once, more than fully revenged on him. I well remember meeting him at dinner at the Comtesse de P's in Paris. He had been unusually witty and vivacious at dinner, and after dessert the Comtesse asked him if he would not favour us with one of his last Lieder, or, in fact, anything he chose to select. He most graciously condescended to sit down at the piano, and to my astonishment, instead of treating us to one of his own compositions, he commenced my Rhapsodie No. 4, which he played so abominably badly, as regards both the execution and the sentiment, that most of the guests, who had heard it played by myself on previous occasions, burst out laughing. Mendelssohn, however, got quite angry at their mirth, and improvising a finale after the 30th bar or so, dashed into his Capriccio in F-sharp minor, No. 5, which he played through with elegance and a certain amount of respect. At the conclusion we all applauded him, and then, when he begged me to play something new and striking, as he somewhat viciously referred to my compositions, I determined I would have some revenge and fun at his expense. So I seated myself at the piano and announced that I would perform the Capriccio Opus 5, Mendelssohn, arranged for concert performance by myself. In a second the guests had comprehended that I intended being revenged on Mendelssohn for butchering my poor Rhapsodie, though I suppose many thought it a rather hazardous attempt to play a difficult composition in a new garb or arrangement on the spur of the moment, especially with the composer sitting within 2 yards of the keyboard. However, I did what I had announced to do, and at the conclusion Mendelssohn, instead of bursting out with indignation and rage at my impudence and liberty, took my right hand in his and turned it over, backward and forward, and bent the fingers this way and that, finally remarking laughingly, as I had beaten him on the keyboard, he thought his only way for vindication was to challenge me to box, but that now, since he had examined my hand, he would have to abandon that decision. So everything passed over smoothly, and what might have been a very unpleasant meeting turned out a most enjoyable contretemps. Mara's Revenge. Madame Mara was blessed with a rascally husband, who persisted in too frequently looking on the wine when it was red. Notwithstanding the brutality and drunkenness her liege lord engaged in, she supported him and kept him in money for many a day. At one time this gentleman was for some offence separated from his wife by order of the King of Prussia, and made to play the big drum in a regimental band instead of the violoncello in the court orchestra. In spite of her husband's loose habits, Madame Mara determined to be revenged on the king for this treatment, and after a while her opportunity came. His Majesty was entertaining the Tsarevits of Russia, and had arranged a grand concert as a part of the pleasures to be offered to his distinguished guest. Mara was ordered to take part, but instead she took to her bed and sent word to the theatre that she was too ill to sing. On the evening of the concert, shortly before time for the performance to begin, a military escort was sent to her house, and the officer in charge insisted that she get up and go with him to the opera. Mara declared that she would not. "Don't you see I am in bed and cannot leave it?" exclaimed she. "If that be the case, I must take you and the bed too," answered the officer. So Mara was forced to go weeping to her dressing-room, and finally to accompany the guard to the theatre. Then she thought of the old saying, "You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink," and though she were made to go to the opera, she determined to sing in such a manner as would make the king repent of his order. For a good part of the evening she kept to her resolve, but suddenly the audience were astonished to notice a complete change in her style of singing and acting. She had changed from her poorest to her best mood, and she seemed to excel herself in the brilliancy of her singing and the intensity of her acting. And Mara at her best was wonderful. The secret of this sudden change was that Mara had bethought herself that if she went on in her first careless style, the heir to the Russian throne would carry away with him a very poor opinion of her abilities, and as this would be very undesirable, she suddenly changed her policy, making the king the victor after all. Chopin's technique. The coming of Chopin into the field of piano composition marked a new era in the treatment of that instrument, both in the technique of composition and in the technique of interpretation. While nearly every great composer felt called on to essay the various forms of composition and for a variety of instruments, Chopin devoted himself exclusively to the piano, using the orchestra only as incidental to his piano works. The technique of the schools that had preceded him was inadequate to the performance of his compositions, so much so that even as great a player as Moscheles confessed himself unequal to the task of properly playing Chopin's music. In this connection, it is related that Chopin went to Kalkbrenner, a celebrated pianist and teacher of Paris, hoping to get some valuable technical instruction from a man of such celebrity. Kalkbrenner criticized his playing severely and advised Chopin to attend his classes in the conservatoire to learn the proper fingering. Chopin answered this advice by placing one of his own études on the piano and asking Kalkbrenner to play it. But the arrogant old fellow was utterly unable to do it, for he found his old style of technique inadequate to the demands made upon it by the music of the younger composer. End of section 25. Section 26 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Spohr as a horn player. Ludwig Spohr, besides being a violinist and composer of note, was a man of much resource and had a goodly fund of humour. He relates many interesting experiences in his autobiography, from which we get the following story. He tells us that in 1808, when Napoleon entertained various sovereigns of Europe at Erfurt, there was announced to be given before these potentates some of the great French tragedies by actors brought from Paris for the occasion, prominent among whom was the great Talma. Spohr and some of his pupils took a pedestrian trip from Gotha to Erfurt, more in the hopes of seeing this celebrated French tragedian than the assembled sovereigns. On their arrival, they found, much to their chagrin, that the common people were not to be admitted to the theatre, as every seat was reserved for the royal personages and their suites. This was a dilemma, but Spohr was equal to it. He had come there to see Talma, and see him he did. He sought out 4 musicians of the theatre orchestra, and bribed them to allow himself and his pupils to take their places in the theatre. But even then he was met by another obstacle. 3 of these musicians were violin or cello players. So far as they were concerned, all was well, for Spohr's pupils could play those instruments. But the 4th was a horn player, and here came the trouble, for none of the 4 visitors could play that instrument. There was nothing for it but Spohr must learn to play the horn. So he set about it, practised all day, and by evening was ready to play his part. At the theatre they were placed with their backs toward their royal audience, and forbidden to look around to satisfy their curiosity concerning the rulers of the earth. But Spohr was also equal to this emergency, for he had provided himself with a small mirror, and by this means was able to see at least the reflections of the sovereigns of Europe. But he finally became so absorbed in the magnificent acting of the tragic artists that he handed over the mirror to his pupils and gave his entire attention to the stage. The severe practice that he had been through in learning to play the horn at such short notice resulted in a pair of swollen and painful lips. On his return to Gotha, when his young wife expressed surprise and alarm at his Negro-like appearance, he coolly told her that his lips had come to that condition by the frequent kissing of the pretty Erfurt women. But when the truth came out, the joke was on him. Securing music under difficulties. Of the 247 men of the name of Bach who were known as musicians, there were over 50 who were distinguished as composers and performers. In that part of Germany where the most of these quiet, home-loving people lived, they had been for generations so prominent in local musical affairs that the town musicians were known as the Bachs, even after there had ceased to be any of the name among them. But of all the Bachs, John Sebastian was the Bach. He is generally known as simply Sebastian, for the name Johann is found so constantly in the family that to use it alone would fail to distinguish the particular Johann that was meant. Out of the 23 most prominent Bachs, the first name of 16 was Johann, and 6 of them was labelled as Johann Christoph. But there was only one John Sebastian, and it is an incident in his early youth that we here relate. At the age of 10 years, little John Sebastian lost both his parents and was taken from Eisenach to Ohrdruf, where he made his home with his elder brother, one of the John Christophs. The little fellow had begun his musical study with his father, and now continued under the tuition of his distinguished elder brother. Even at this age his great genius began to manifest itself, for he would come to his lessons with his music learned by heart. Soon he began to aspire to higher and more difficult music than his teacher would allow him. It seems that John Christoph had laid away on the upper shelf of a certain cupboard a manuscript volume of pieces by Buxtehude, Froberger, Pachelbel, and other noted composers of that day, and this book the little Sebastian modestly requested be given him for study. His brother curtly refused and locked up the cupboard. But the young seeker after knowledge was not to be so easily defeated. Determined to gain possession of the coveted treasure, he one night managed to get his hands through the openings of the latticed cupboard door, and rolling up the manuscript, drew it out. Then for 6 months he would utilize the moonlight nights copying the music, and each night would again place it back in its proper place. But at the end of that time his nocturnal occupation was discovered, and the brother was cruel enough to confiscate the result of his hard labour, and, it is said, burned it before the boy's eyes. In Bülow's classroom, von Bülow, the eccentric pianist and conductor, was even more severe with his pupils than Liszt. Tears were not infrequent things in Liszt's classroom, and yet his gallantry and winning personality did much to dull the sharpness of his cutting criticism. Not so with Bülow. His classes were large, and he called out whom he chose to play what they had prepared. The rest sat trembling in expectation of their turn. An awkward English girl once went to the piano and, because of her great fright, managed to play her piece with so large an assortment of blunders that the irate doctor cried out, "Ach Gott! You play the easy passages with a difficulty that is simply enormous." This saying might well be kept as a stock quotation with every teacher, so frequently is it applicable. Viotti's Tin Fiddle. Had the world not had a Viotti, it might not have produced a Paganini. Viotti fixed the principles of violin playing, especially with regard to the bowing. His playing was characterized by a great nobility, breadth, and beauty of tone, united with a fire and agility unknown before his time. On his work was based Paganini's brilliant and dazzling technique. While Viotti was noted for his independence of bearing, he was also a kind-hearted man and a pleasant and companionable gentleman. It is related of him that, strolling on the Champs-Élysées one night with a friend, they came across a blind old man making music on some instrument that seemed by its tone to be a cross between a fiddle and a clarinet. Having their curiosity excited by the strange sound, they found the old fellow using a fiddle made of tin. On inquiring of him as to his instrument, they learned that he was miserably poor and did not have money enough to buy an ordinary violin, so his nephew, a tinker by trade, had made him this one of tin. Viotti offered to buy this queer violin, but the old man declined to part with it until he was promised enough to buy a new one. Then Viotti took up this queer instrument and played on it in his inimitable way. His friend passed the hat and secured a good sum for its former owner. When the old man heard such wonderful music come from the tin fiddle, he declared that he did not know it was so good, but since it was capable of such grand music, he ought to have had double the amount he had received for it. Viotti good-naturedly let him have his way and paid him twice the price agreed upon. After the master's death in London, when his instruments and effects were disposed of, this tin fiddle was sold for but a few shillings to an amateur lover of curiosities. Liszt's playing and his generosity. Franz Liszt was the Paganini of the pianoforte. We can hardly realize at this day the excitement he created by his wonderful playing. Europe had seen many great players, among them Hummel, Herz, and Thalberg, but not one of them aroused the public to such a pitch of ecstatic enthusiasm as did Liszt. They conquered by their mere brilliancy of effects, he by his greatness of intellect and his poetry of conception, united with a technical skill that was beyond the limits of their comprehension. He had a certain majesty of bearing, a commanding sway. He carried his audience by his strong personal magnetism. He would come on the concert stage with the step of a conqueror. Tearing his gloves from his hands, he would seat himself at the piano, run his fingers through his hair, and then attack the instrument with the mien of a commanding general. Whether it was because of his magnificent playing, or whether the surrounding excitement reacted on their sensitive natures, The feminine part of his audience would go wild with excitement. Ladies of high rank would throw their jewels at his feet and perhaps faint in their ecstasy. After the concert, there would be a wild rush for the stage to see Liszt, and even to touch the hem of his garment, and to contend for the pieces of broken piano strings that Liszt had shattered in his playing. As Jenny Lind was noted among singers for her generosity, so was Liszt among pianists. A prominent instance of this was when thousands of his countrymen were rendered homeless by an inundation of the Danube. Though Liszt was in Italy, he hastened to Vienna the next morning after hearing the news, and there he began giving concerts for the benefit of the stricken people, and it was not for 2 months that he ceased, by means of his art, to pour a flood of gold into Hungary. It is said that his direct contributions to charity, if added to the amounts which he raised by his concerts, would make a sum total of millions. With his wonderful art, his extensive learning, his magnetic temperament, his kindness of heart, his broad sympathies, and his great beneficence, it is little to be wondered that he was worshipped by all who knew him. End of section 26. Section 27 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. From humble origin to wealth and fame. The goddess of song seems to have chosen her most talented devotees from the humbler walks of life. Among the prime donne, we find some of the greatest to have been children of strolling actors, cooks, shopkeepers, and the like. And among singers of the other sex, we find porters, school teachers, valets, and coachmen. Very few of the greater singers have sprung from the higher walks of life. We give the circumstances of the discovery of 2 renowned sopranos, and the list of similar discoveries might be indefinitely extended had we the space and our readers the patience. Some time during the middle of the last century, Cardinal Gabrielli, who was attached to the papal court, was walking in his garden when his ears were delighted with a stream of joyous melody which, though evidently coming from an untutored throat, still showed remarkable power and sweetness. On investigation, he found the songstress to be the little daughter of his favourite cook. She had been taken to the theatre by her father, and there her ready memory had retained some of the favourite melodies of the operas she had heard. The cook had not the means to give the girl the education she deserved, and so that was provided by the liberal cardinal, whose name she afterward took. La Gabrielli became one of the greatest singers of her day, and delighted nearly all of the crowned heads of Europe by her powers and beauty. She had a large income and travelled with a royal retinue, but when she retired from the stage, it had become greatly reduced by her generosity as well as by her luxurious habits. The discovery of the vocal powers of Angelica Catalani was made in a different way. At the end of the last century, there arose a queer kind of complaint in a certain town in Italy concerning the singing at one of the churches. It was declared that one of the young novices sang with such power and brilliancy that the people gathered at the church for miles around, and the service became more of a concert than a religious service. This came to the ears of the bishop, and he ordered the scandal to be stopped, which was very easily done by not allowing the young girl whose voice made such a commotion to sing, except in the chorus. Angelica's father had destined her for the cloister, and could hardly be persuaded to give up his cherished design of making her spend her life in the dark walls of a convent. But, allured by the promise that the girl had a gold mine in her throat, he finally allowed her to be taken from the convent and to be placed in the hands of the best masters for her vocal education. Thus, Snatched from the convent at the age of 12 years, Catalani began her career, which was one of the most brilliant known to art. No more beautiful person has graced the operatic stage, and no more cultivated or flexible voice is recorded in operatic annals. But her very abilities hurt her career as an artist, for she sacrificed true art in her anxiety to display her wonderful powers of vocalization. Her career, like that of Gabrieli, was crowned with riches and fame. Gallant Haydn. When in London, Haydn once visited the studio of that celebrated portrait painter, Sir Joshua Reynolds. He there saw a picture of Mrs. Billington, one of the best-known singers of her day. Reynolds had represented her listening to the Song of the Angels. On being asked for his opinion of the painting, Haydn remarked, "Yes, it is a beautiful picture. It is just like her. But there is one strange mistake." "A mistake? How is that?" exclaimed Reynolds, who could hardly believe his ears. "Why," said the gallant composer, "you have made Mrs. Billington listening to the angels, when you ought to have painted the angels as listening to her." Rossini and the Italian School. It is the fashion nowadays, by the admirers of the modern school of opera, to deride the works of Rossini and the Italian school. They point out his lack of dramatic truth, his sacrifice of the sense to the music. Still, there has perhaps never lived a man who could excel him as a writer of bel canto. The faults of Rossini's music were faults not of the man, but of the time. Rossini was, in his way, a reformer. Prior to his time, the composer had been at the mercy of the singer. But with Rossini, a new era dawned. He wrote not only the framework of his music, leaving the soloist to ornament at pleasure, but the whole aria, note for note, and insisted that it should be sung as written. Then he had faith in himself and his music. He knew he was ahead of the public, and he did not drop back to keep pace with them. When, at the first appearance of The Barber of Seville, the audience expressed its disapproval of certain innovations, Rossini shrugged his shoulders, went home and went to sleep. When La Donna del Largo was pronounced an utter failure, Rossini openly and loudly proclaimed it a complete success. When La Gazza Ladra did not meet the approval of the critics, and he was accused of violating the rules of musical grammar, he retorted, "So much the worse for the grammar. Reform your grammar. It must be defective." He might have said, "So much the worse for the critics," for the public soon recognised the beauty of the works in question, and Rossini, next to Verdi, ranks as the typical Italian composer. Lives of Labour. Verily, the old classic composers seem to take literally the command, "Be not weary in well-doing." Handel, whom Beethoven declared to be the monarch of the musical kingdom, left nearly 400 compositions, most of them of considerable length, including his 43 operas, 19 oratories, and 150 cantatas. Haydn wrote much more than Handel, his compositions being about 800 in number, but many of these were of no great length. The principal ones were 118 symphonies, 83 string quartets, 24 operas, and 14 masses. Haydn's life was more quiet and his disposition more tranquil than was Handel's. While the latter composer had to fight his way in the musical world, Haydn was enjoying the patronage and support of Prince Esterhazy, in whose musical establishment he reigned supreme. Another writer who put forth an astonishing number of compositions was Johann Chrysostom Wolfgang Theophilus Amadeus Mozart. That Mozart died young was not owing to the weight of so long a name, probable as that might appear. Handel had 71 and Haydn 77 years in which to turn out these long arrays of compositions, while Mozart was cut off with 35 short years. But in those years His labour was unceasing, and as a result, his catalogue shows between 600 and 700 works, large and small. In the larger forms were 49 symphonies, 23 operas, 28 masses and litanies, 31 string quartets, and 55 concertos, to say nothing of 33 sonatas for piano, 45 for violin, and 90 sonatas and pieces for the organ. The catalogue of Beethoven's works shows as many or more compositions than that of Haydn. If we reckon all the smaller numbers as individuals, we find over 825 works, of which some 250 were vocal. But many of these were combined in sets, and frequently several would appear in the same opus. Of this number, but one was an opera, and only 9 were symphonies. Yet those are the great 9 symphonies of the world. A great quartet. The stories told of the prime donne are so many and so wonderful that it is with relief we turn to the career of some of the opposite sex. The great quartet of singers, Rubini, Tamburini, Mario, and Lablache, who were on the stage the first half of this century, have hardly been excelled in musical history. Every one of these men was an artist of the highest ability, and the records of their feats of vocalism might well fill a volume. Though not a great actor, the first of this quartet, Rubini, captured his audiences by pure feats of vocalism. His command of his voice was beyond description. On one occasion, however, he overstepped the bounds of nature. He was singing a passage where he had to attack and hold, with great power, a high B flat, and he took the note with such force that the sudden contraction of the lungs resulted in a broken clavicle. In spite of this, he finished his part in the opera. So great was his popularity that he for a time held a position in the opera at St. Petersburg at £20,000 a year. It is told of Tamburini that when singing in Palermo during the carnival season of 1822, the prima donna being scared from the house by the antics of the revellers, this great baritone donned her costume and took her part in the opera with the superb falsetto tones he had cultivated. Even in the duets he would sing his own notes in his strong baritone voice, and then change to the falsetto for the lady's part. It need not be added that the carnival revellers were delighted with their success in procuring amusement. Mario, of all the tenors one of the greatest, was an exception to the rule that great singers spring from the humble walks of life. He was an Italian count, but forsook the dignity of his inheritance for that career which nature had mapped out for him. His singing was noted for possessing that which Rubini lacked, i.e., a strong sense of the dramatic. He was not so successful in the flights of ornamentation to which Rubini was addicted, but this was more than compensated by his rendition of the arias of modern writers that required more artistic intelligence and poetry. He was a highly educated Italian gentleman, in this respect being the opposite of many who have perhaps been endowed with as fine powers of vocalization as himself. The last of the quartet, Lablache, was in his way the most wonderful singer the world has possessed. He was a remarkably strong bass of over 2 octaves in compass. He was a very tall and strongly built man. Indeed, so great was his strength that he took pleasure in carrying off singers from the stage under his arm, when the plot allowed of it. It was said of him, "He was gifted with personal beauty to a rare degree. A grander head was never more grandly set on human shoulders." His voice was the most powerful of any of which we have record, and his stage presence and artistic education made him the foremost bass singer of musical history. In this he was unique. There were none to rival him or dispute his claim to greatness. As a youth he sang at the funeral of Haydn, and later at that of Beethoven. He was, when in England, the singing master of Queen Victoria. End of section 27. Section 28 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Received in full of account. The Irish composer Field married from a somewhat peculiar reason, if we may believe his version of it. While yet this originator of the style of music called the nocturne was single, he numbered among his pupils one attractive young lady from whom he found it exceedingly difficult to collect the amount of her tuition bill. Finally, Field concluded to proceed to law in the matter, that is, to use one form of law, for he proposed to the slow-paying damsel, and was accepted. He made no secret of the fact that she was his pupil, and he married her to get rid of giving her lessons for which she never paid, and for which he felt sure she never would. This may be a good plan, who can say but it is applied more than the world knows? But what if the teacher is already the happy possessor of one, or if he has several debtors among the fair sex? Wagner's working costume. Of the score of greatest composers, perhaps none was more eccentric than that founder of the modern German operatic school, Richard Wagner. The caller who was unaware of one of his peculiarities might suffer a mild shock, for on entering the room where his visitor was seated, Wagner would throw the door wide open before him, as if it were fit that his approach should be heralded like that of a king, and he would stand for a moment on the threshold, a curious medieval figure in a frame. The mystified visitor, rising from his seat, would behold a man richly clad in a costume of velvet and satin, like those of the early Tudor period, and wearing a bonnet such as are seen in portraits of Henry VI and his three successors. Buffon used to put on lace ruffles and cuffs when he wrote, and Wagner had his composing costume, that of a Meistersinger, or rather several costumes, for he would vary his attire not only according to his own moods, but according to the faces of people who came to see him. Alexander Dumas, calling upon him, made some good-humoured remark about his own ignorance of music, which he had once defined as the most expensive of noises. But his pleasantries were listened to with such a smileless stolidity that he went home in a huff, and wrote his contemptuous protest against Wagnerian din, inspired by the riot of cats scampering in the dark about an ironmonger's shop. On the day before this protest was printed, Wagner returned Dumas' visit, and was kept waiting for half an hour in an anteroom. Then the author of The Three Guardsmen marched in, superbly attired in a plumed helmet, a cork life belt, and a flowered dressing gown. "Excuse me for appearing in my working dress," he said majestically. "Half my ideas are lodged in this helmet, and the other half in a pair of jack-boots, which I put on to compose love scenes." Snubs of this sort, of which Wagner encountered many, rankled deep in his mind and made him say that the French were vandals, whereas, in truth, their quarrel was not so much with his music as with him personally and with his uncivil followers. Cherubini as a revolutionary fiddler. We have read of the Englishman who, knowing the temper of the French people and French weather, instructed his valet, when they were in Paris, to bring him each morning information on 2 points. First, what kind of weather there was, and second, what form of government. This is not so much overdrawn as one might at first think, for in the last 100 years France has seen at least 10 changes in its form of government. The first of these changes was accompanied by such an outpouring of blood as the world has never before or since seen in a civilized country. But, as is frequently the case, the horrible was accompanied by the ludicrous. The following incident was more enjoyable to the beholder or to the reader than to the main actor, not less a musical personage than Cherubini. Once, during the exciting days of 1792, Cherubini ventured to take a ramble on the streets, and as a result was soon in the hands of a mob. They knew him to be a musician, and insisted that the talent with which he had delighted the king and court should now be displayed for their gratification. Cherubini refused to satisfy them, whereupon murmurs of "Royalist, Royalist" were heard, and that meant a speedy exit from this world for Cherubini. Another kidnapped musician, seeing the danger the great composer was in, thrust a violin into his hands and persuaded him that his only safety was in playing for them. The whole day these musicians had to play for the revolutionary and bloodthirsty mob, and at last were mounted on some casks in a public square and made to play till the riotous feasters had devoured an impromptu banquet and had dispersed at a late hour. Conscientious acting and singing. The public does not realize the nervous and mental strain the great actors and singers undergo when on the stage, portraying the characters they represent for the pleasure and entertainment of their auditors. Of course, in many cases, the action becomes mechanical and the emotion a cut and dried counterfeit. But on this score, it may be said that it is the highest art to present emotions from an intellectual standpoint, without being subject to the uncertain whim of the moment. It is the highest art to conceal art. Per contra, another school declares an actor should always feel the full extent of the emotion he portrays. Be that as it may, the proper presentation of the composer's ideas and emotions is a serious study with the conscientious actor. He may study for weeks and months without being able to embody in action his own or the composer's ideas to his satisfaction. A good example of this is given us in the words of one of the most dramatic singers of Beethoven's time, Madame Schroeder-Devrient. This talented woman was the first to fill the role of Leonora in Beethoven's only opera, Fidelio. She describes her efforts to adequately present the composer's intentions in the following words. When I was studying the character of Leonora at Vienna, I could not attain that which appeared to me to be the desired and natural expression at the moment when Leonora, throwing herself before her husband, holds out a pistol at the governor with the words, "Kill first his wife." I studied and studied in vain, though I did all I could to place myself mentally in the situation of Leonora. I had pictured to myself the situation, but I felt that it was incomplete, without knowing why or wherefore. Well, the evening arrived. The audience knows not with what feelings an artiste who enters seriously into a part dresses for the representation. The nearer the moment approached, the greater was my alarm. When it did arrive, and as I ought to have sung the ominous words and pointed the pistol at the governor, I fell into such utter tremor at the thought of not being perfect in my character that my whole form trembled and I thought I should have fallen. Now, only fancy how I felt when the whole house broke forth into enthusiastic shouts of applause, and what I thought when, after the curtain fell, I was told that this moment was the most effective and powerful of my whole representation. That which I could not attain with every effort of mind and imagination was produced at this decisive moment by my unaffected terror and anxiety. This result, and the effect it had upon the public, taught me how to seize and comprehend the incident, so that which at the first representation I had hit upon unconsciously, I adopted in full consciousness ever afterward in this part. The peculiarities of genius. Men of genius live a double existence. Their better and greater selves are within. They show their true being in their works. The man of genius is wrapped up in his contemplation, in his study, in his evolution of some thought or some artwork. The external life is a necessity, of course, but is more of an unpleasant incident than an enjoyable reality. Let those whose whole life is external and superficial give their time and effort to the mere matter of living pleasantly. The man of genius has something deeper and better to do. But as the everyday life is to be lived, let it come as it may, and within it he will do as the caprice of the moment moves him, without regard to the conventionalities of the world. This doctrine seems to express the plan of life of many of those who have given to the world its most imperishable art and ideas, and to none does it apply better than to Beethoven. His was a rugged, impetuous, and in some respects careless nature. Wrapped up in his inner life, he paid little attention to externals and was careless of the opinions of others. As his deafness increased, he became more peculiar and less observant of the rights of others. He could hardly hear his piano, and yet would thump and bang it in vain attempts. As he composed, he would pace his room, shouting out his melodies in an unmusical voice. Then, to cap the climax, he would dash a pitcher of water over his hands to cool his feverish pulse. The results were that the landlord would complain of damaged ceiling and flooded rooms, and the other tenants would declare that they would not stay in the house with such a noisy fellow. So off he would go to some other place, and would frequently be paying rent on several places at once. Then, tired of moving about, he would undertake to keep up his own establishment, or would take possession of apartments in the home of some patron that he had perhaps deserted in a moment of anger. One of his admirers kept certain rooms always ready, saying to his servants, "Let them be ready, Beethoven is sure to come back again." And after some more experiences with inexorable landladies, back he would come without notice or warning. Had it been a man of lesser genius, these whims and eccentricities would have been given no quarter. But the peculiarities of genius are forgiven. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendry. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 141. Endel's Youth. Endel's father determined that his boy should devote himself to the law, but the future composer evinced a propensity for music that nothing could restrain. He was strictly forbidden to touch a musical instrument, but this mandate was overcome by using an old clavichord which was stored in the garret, to which the boy would steal while the rest slept. When he was 6 years of age, his father set off on a journey to the court of a prince in whose service a relative was. The little Handel was determined not to be left behind, and followed the carriage on foot, begging to be taken in. His father finally relented, and took him to the court, where he attracted the notice of the prince by his organ playing. The prince was interested in the boy's future, and persuaded the father to allow him to make a serious study of music. From the age of 9 to 12, Handel composed a church service every week for voices and instruments. He made rapid progress in the study of composition, and by the time he was 15 had written 3 operas, each of which was performed many nights in the city of Hamburg. From this on, a steady stream of composition flowed from his fertile mind, culminating in those masterworks, the series of oratorios, which were the product of his latter days. 142. A violin for 18 pence. The ability to recognize the good points of others in musical matters, or to have the grace to acknowledge the superiority of more talented or better educated people, is not, to say the least, common among professional musicians. But this is true. The greater the real merit of a man, the quicker he is ready to recognize that quality in others, while, by a continual depreciation of the work and ability of others, one only shows his smallness of soul, and frequently creates in the minds of his hearers exactly the opposite impression to that which he desires. In proportion as we have merit, we will recognize merit in others. Greatness has an affinity and admiration for greatness that will not be silent. Homage to one that excels us but proves our own right to appreciation. We at once think more of an artist or teacher who speaks enthusiastically and appreciatively of the work of some brother musician. But how often we are told, what Mr. A or Miss B cannot do, and what failures they are, and how seldom do we hear what they can do, and how little are their abilities and their successes mentioned. There is a lesson for us in the words and actions of two of London's great musicians on the occasion of Paganini's first appearance in England. When this greatest of fiddlers had ceased his playing, Mori, himself a fine violinist, got up from his seat and solemnly inquired of those in his neighbourhood, "Who'll buy my fiddle? Who'll buy a fiddle and bow for 18 pence?" Even Mori's Strad went a-begging at that price, under the spell of the violin wizard's playing. Another great musician was present, John Cramer. His tribute to Paganini's playing was the simple words, "Thank heaven, I am not a violinist." Cannot the rank and file of the musical profession learn something in this matter of giving credit where credit is due, from the attitude of those who head the army? Or do we even recognize that our armies have commanding generals? 143. Mendelssohn at work. Bach used to call composers who could do nothing at writing music without hearing it first on an instrument by a peculiar name. He dubbed them harpsichord knights. Mendelssohn belonged to a different order of knighthood. A friend once called on him, and finding him engaged in writing music, excused himself and offered to call again. But Mendelssohn would not hear of it. He had the gentleman come into his studio, and there carried on an animated conversation with him, all the while going on with his work. But let the caller speak of his visit. Quote, "I remained, and we talked on all kinds of subjects, he continuing to write the whole time. But he was not copying, for there was no paper but that on which he was writing. The work whereon he was busy was a grand overture in C major. It was a score for full band. He began with the uppermost stave, slowly drew a bar line, leaving a good amount of room, and then extended the line to the bottom of the page. He next filled in the second, then the third stave, and so on, with pauses and partly with notes. On coming to the violins, it was evident why he had left so much space for the measure. There was a figure requiring considerable room. The longer melody in this part was not treated differently from the other instruments, but, like the other parts, had its bar given it, and had to wait at the end of one measure till its turn came in the next. During all this, there was no looking forward or backward, no comparing, no humming over, or anything of the sort. The pen kept going steadily on, slowly and carefully, it is true, but without pausing, and we never ceased talking. The copying out, therefore, as he called it, meant that the whole composition had been so worked out in his mind that he beheld it there as if it were actually lying before him." End quote. 144. A double dose of Brahms. Von Bülow was a remarkable orchestral conductor, remarkably proficient and remarkably self-willed. There was one city in which he generally received hearty, or at least loud, applause, whatever he chose to have his orchestra play. It came about in this way. On one of his concert programmes he had a long and abstruse Brahms symphony. Now Brahms is not a writer to be easily understood or generally enjoyed, and in this case what applause there was came from gratitude that the end of the lengthy work had been reached, rather than from appreciation of the work itself. Not satisfied with this half-hearted applause, Bülow turned to the audience and said, "What, do you not like it? I will teach you to," and ordered a repetition of the whole work. Succeeding audiences applauded Brahms' symphonies out of sheer self-defense, if for no other reason. 145. Unfailing sight reading, an impossibility. Very frequently we hear of people who can read anything at sight. Such people are more rare than the frequency of this claim would lead us to suppose. In fact, if one real, good, live example of the man who can read anything at sight were to be produced, he would find that he had no competitors in the field. This may seem a strong statement. There are so many who can read almost anything that may be put before them, that when reading of their prowess in this line, we are apt to think they have accomplished that which we may almost say no man has yet done. We hear of the great feats of Liszt, Mendelssohn, Mozart, and others, but by all accounts Bach was their superior in reading and execution, and here is Bach's experience. Bach was certainly a giant in composition and performance. His memory was prodigious, his playing unapproachable. He himself began to think he was invincible, and frequently expressed to a friend his belief that he could play anything at sight. The friend had great faith in Bach's abilities, but could not quite swallow that. So one day he laid a trap for him. Selecting a certain piece of music that was much more difficult in reality than it was in appearance, he laid it with others on his organ desk. Then he invited Bach to breakfast, and while he was arranging the meal, Bach, as was his custom, sat down to look over the music that happened to be on the desk. In a few moments he struck this particular piece. He tried it again, stopped, and tried again. Finally he called out to his friend, who was laughing at him in the next room, "No, no, one cannot play everything at sight. It is not possible." End of section 29.
Section 30 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi. 146. A Sharp Rejoinder. Many of the great musicians have been the recipients of the bounty of royalty, while some of the great composers have been allowed to live in obscurity and to suffer in penury. Others have, for a time at least, enjoyed the good graces of kings, queens, and princes. To the bounty of Prince Esterhazy we are beholden for much of the work of Haydn, and from that day to the period when Wagner was surrounded by royal patronage, we find the appreciation of the genius of the great composers continually increasing. While in some cases, that of Haydn for example, servility to royalty is the result, in others the musician has retained his native independence of spirit. Of the latter, Mozart was one. This is instanced in a reply he made to Austrian Emperor Joseph II when that royal personage criticized his opera Il Seraglio on the first appearance. "My dear Mozart," said he, "this is too fine for our ears. There are too many notes." "I beg your Majesty's pardon," Mozart sharply replied. "There are just sufficient notes." A rejoinder which did not add to the esteem in which Mozart was held by the court. 147. Two kinds of bills. Musicians occasionally have streaks of good luck, but those bits of good fortune are so rare as to deserve special mention at the hands of the historian. That incident of Paganini's gift to Berlioz has been told and retold with a gusto that would prove its unique position. Some musicians, but very few, are born rich. Some achieve riches, and some, still less in number than those who are born to wealth, have riches thrust upon them. We wonder how many of the fraternity would use the riches thrust upon them as did the composer Balfe, when, once upon a time, fortune smiled on him. Balfe was about to set out from Paris for Italy. His carriage had arrived, he stepped into it, and just as he was about to give the word to start, a gentleman hastily drove up and, asking for the composer, handed him a small packet with a request that he accept it, but that it be not opened till he was well on his journey. Balfe, though greatly surprised at the request, murmured his acceptance, and hardly had the stranger left till his curiosity prevailed, and he tore open the packet. Out dropped a letter, and with it 1,000-franc note. The missive declared that the writer had been charmed by Balfe's talent, and that, wishing to serve the young composer, he risked sending the enclosed banknote, hoping it might be of use. As Balfe's exchequer was about depleted at the time, he considered himself to have certainly met a streak of good luck. While he was thus congratulating himself, up came another stranger and handed him a second communication, this time asking that it be given immediate attention. Balfe complied and opened the letter, feeling that he would not now be surprised at a shower of bills, and, true to his guess, out dropped a bill for over 600 francs, and with it a request that the account be immediately paid. The bill was of a different kind from that brought by the first messenger. With a sigh, he handed over his 1,000-franc note and pocketed his change. Our composer then hastily set out on his journey, fearing other notes and bills, not of the first kind, however. He had the satisfaction of knowing that, had he restrained his curiosity a few minutes longer, he might have honestly said he could not pay the account presented, and later found himself possessed of 1,000 francs. 148. Von Bülow as a political speaker. Von Bülow was an inveterate speechmaker. At his recitals and orchestral concerts, he frequently took opportunity to express his sentiments on various affairs, and he did not always confine himself to things musical, but occasionally ventured into a political harangue, but not always with credit or safety to himself. On one occasion, he could not forbear to slur the emperor and to express his disgust at the dismissal that royal personage had given to Prince Bismarck, whom Bülow heartily admired. 2 years before Bülow's death, he made his final appearance as leader of the Philharmonic concerts in Berlin. The program closed with Beethoven's Heroic Symphony. The eccentric leader could not resist this opportunity for making a speech. After reproaching the Germans for lacking the necessary spirit to move in the matter of erecting a monument to Beethoven and making it necessary for Liszt, a Hungarian, to do so, he then said that all knew of the dedication of the Heroic Symphony to Napoleon, and that after that general had disappointed Beethoven, how he changed his dedication to an Austrian prince. "We musicians," he continued, "know well what hero would receive the dedication if the composer were living today, namely, the man that has done the greatest things for us Germans, that Beethoven of politics, Prince Bismarck." Then, after eulogizing Bismarck, he took his handkerchief from his pocket and, dusting his shoes with it, left the stage. This peculiar action was a slur at the emperor, who had recently dismissed Bismarck from his chancellorship, and who had publicly declared that anyone who did not like his policy could shake the dust of Germany from his shoes and take his departure. Even the Emperor of Germany had no terrors for Bülow. 149. Lind's first engagement. There never was on the stage a sweeter or more lovable disposition than that of Jenny Lind. Like the rest of mankind, Miss Lind had her troubles, and serious ones, but they never affected her serenity of temper or her kindness of heart. The circumstances of her wedding to Otto Goldschmidt, whom she met on her American tour in 1851, are well known. Lind was under the management of P.T. Barnum, and for a time Goldschmidt was the pianist of the company. But her narrow escape from a marriage with a less enjoyable personage is not so well known. Not long before her trip to this country, she became acquainted with a certain Claudius Harris, an officer in the English army, and the result of this acquaintance was their engagement. Now, Harris was a very religious fellow and quite bigoted. He kept urging her to leave the stage, and in fact, his family thought she could not do better than spend the rest of her life in atoning for her theatrical career. Finally, she was persuaded and gave a series of 6 farewell operatic presentations. No one thought at that time that this would be her permanent farewell to the opera, but it proved to be such. When it came time to make the arrangements for her wedding, Harris wished a promise inserted into the wedding contract to the effect that she was never to go on the operatic stage again, and he objected to her having full control of her earnings, saying that it was unscriptural. So the engagement was nearly broken off. Harris terrified her by threats of torment here and hereafter if she broke her word. She became reconciled to the engagement. After their reconciliation, she sat at the piano singing to him, but turning around, she found him asleep. Finally, Harris became more and more repugnant to her, and the engagement was broken. Not long after, she found a worthier man in Mr. Goldschmidt, and married him in 1852 after a year's acquaintance. 150. Beethoven's First Triumph. The story of Beethoven's first triumph as a composer is told in a very interesting way by Meyerbeer. When Beethoven was scarcely 16 years of age, he was invited one evening by his good friends, the von Breunings of Bonn, to spend the evening with them in the company of a number of well-known musicians. Among them were Kapellmeister Ries, the brothers Romberg, Count Waldstein, and several members of the orchestra and others. After there had been some music performed by various persons, Count Waldstein announced that he had received a trio in manuscript and that he wished very much to hear it, but he desired not to mention the name of the composer until the work had first been performed. He then called on the two Rombergs and young Beethoven to try the composition Prima Vista. They complied. The work was found to be original in form and full of vigor and life. Many expressions of admiration were given as to the trio, and much comment was excited as to who its composer might be. One declared it was too passionate to be from Haydn's pen, and another added that it was too gloomy to be by Mozart. Ries declared that at any rate it was by a man who thoroughly understood his work. Finally, Count Waldstein announced that the trio was composed by young Beethoven. The musicians looked as if something had fallen from the clouds. Then succeeded the most hearty congratulations, and the young composer went to his humble home that night with a fresh inspiration for his life's work, brought by this first triumph as a composer. End of section 30. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, St. Louis, Missouri, January 2023.
Section 31 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 151. Handel's Duel. Not many of the great composers have gone down in history as having taken part as one of the principals in a duel. Among them, perhaps this honor must be awarded solely to Handel. The cause of this affair was to be found in one of the curious customs of his day. In the early part of the last century, it was the custom for the director of an opera to play the accompaniments on a harpsichord which had its place on the stage. Distinguished personages who were present often claimed a seat on the stage and felt free to interpose a running fire of audible conversation and comment. This is now relegated to that part of the audience who have little musical understanding and less of good manners. In the early part of Handel's career, he was associated with a composer named Mattheson, a man of talent but of no great depth, but from whose writings we may catch some enjoyable glimpse of the customs of his time. On the occasion in question, in Matheson's opera of Cleopatra, the composer was acting the part of Antony, and Handel was seated at the harpsichord. When Antony died early in the opera, Matheson came into the orchestra and desired to take Handel's seat as director. There was some excuse for this wish, as Matheson had been the regular director of the opera. But Handel, with that irritability which characterized him later in life, crustily refused to give up his place, whereupon a violent quarrel ensued, and as they were leaving the theater, Matheson gave him a hearty slap in the face. Handel drew his sword, Matheson defended himself, and a duel was fought then and there. Luckily, perhaps for a musical literature, Matheson's sword was broken against a metal button on his opponent's coat, and the honor of each was vindicated. Soon after, the two composers were at peace and hearty good friends again. This was a good example of a discord prepared and resolved. 152. Paganini's generous deed. In the later years of Paganini's life, his avarice grew apace with his fame. He was the wizard of the violin world. People fought for admission to his concerts and raved over his playing. All the while a golden stream was flowing into his coffers, but with it his passion for wealth, instead of being satisfied by his large income, grew stronger, and at the end was, next to his love for music, his ruling passion. While his skill made him a millionaire, yet he lived as though stricken with poverty. In order to save some of his precious gold, he would limit the amount of his food to an insufficiency. When sick, he would refuse to have a doctor called in. He would quarrel with the druggist, and if the medicine seemed to him expensive, he would take only 1/2 or 1/3 as much as ordered. When Paganini reached the summit of his fame, he lost all the generosity that his miserly nature ever contained. He even refused to play at the charity concerts given in Paris and Marseille. By this lack of humanity, so opposite to the generosity of great musicians generally, he aroused the contempt of the people to such a degree as to be hooted on the streets. The friends of the great violinist, knowing that he was publicly charged with great avarice, thought to allay these stories by having him get the credit for doing a notable deed of generosity. At that time, the composer Berlioz, who gave rich promise for the future, and who even then had composed some effective works, was suffering from a sad lack of funds. So these friends arranged that Paganini was to present Berlioz in his hour of need with 20,000 francs, and it was to be ostentatiously heralded as a fine piece of generosity. Knowing, however, that the violinist would not consent to part with even 20 francs to be thought generous, they raised the 20,000 among themselves, and only besought Paganini to allow the use of his name, to which he obligingly consented. Berlioz, thinking the gift came from a brother musician who wished by it to recognize his merit and his struggles, accepted it and blessed the hand that bestowed it. And even the music histories and biographies of today praise this act of brotherly kindness and generosity on the part of that great artist Paganini. 153. A gentle critic. Mendelssohn was of gentle disposition and was a kindly critic. This was evinced on one occasion when he heard what he considered too harsh criticisms on Donizetti's music. His ideas of music were entirely in opposition to those of his Italian composer of light operas. The friends and acquaintances who surrounded him one evening at a representation of one of Donizetti's operas knew this and sought to enter further into the good graces of this idol of the musical world at that time by flinging at the Italian's work harsh and contemptuous criticisms. Finally, Mendelssohn could endure it no longer, and tired of their attempts to curry favor with him at the expense of another composer, cried out, "I like it, and do you know, I should like to have composed such music myself." 154. Art before business. Beethoven was accustomed to spend the summer months in the country, and there, in the open air, in the woods and fields, his genius seemed to have the freest fancy. He once took lodgings in the village of Modling, that he might enjoy the beautiful scenery of that neighborhood. A 4-horse luggage wagon was to transport his furniture and music, and it was piled high with the composer's L'Art et Penat. Beethoven walked on before, but no sooner were they outside of the city than the beauties of nature awoke his creative spirit, and he became oblivious to the reason of the journey. Musical ideas crowded thick upon him. He jotted them down, selected and arranged them, and all the while the wagon and its contents were forgotten. Finally, he bethought himself of his goods and hastened to his journey's end. When he arrived there tired and dusty, he found his belongings scattered around the marketplace. The driver of the caravan had arrived at his journey's end, and, after awaiting his employer for 2 hours, had dumped down his freight in the marketplace and returned home. It is needless to say that Beethoven had paid the man in advance for his services, or he would not have left in such a hurry. Of course, Beethoven was angry at this state of affairs, but he soon saw the ludicrous side of the matter, and securing help, was able to get his goods under cover by midnight. 155. The Dear Saxon. An interesting story is told of one of Handel's experiences when he was in Italy. The Italians so enjoyed his wonderful powers of playing that they gave him the title of the Dear Saxon. He entered in a friendly rivalry with Scarlatti in Venice, and after many trials of skill, the general verdict was that the Italian excelled on the harpsichord, but the German carried away the palm on the organ. Some time afterward, Handel was invited to a masked ball, and in the course of the evening he sat down at the harpsichord and astonished all those present by his masterly improvisations. Presently Scarlatti came in, also unmasked. Walking quickly to the instrument, he listened for a moment, and then called out, "It is either the devil or the Saxon." Handel achieved this enviable reputation when only 21 years of age. End of section 31. Read by Quartertone.
Section 32 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi. 156. Bülow Bits. The biographer of von Bülow will find no trouble in securing anecdotes characteristic of this whimsical player and conductor, for the peculiar things he did were legion. His criticisms, while often severe, were certainly to the point, and were stated without hesitation or reserve. Especially cutting were his remarks about singers. He had a great antipathy to the majority of tenor singers. One especially did he dislike, and speaking of his singing, said, "Do you call that singing? I call it a disease." While conducting a rehearsal of Lohengrin at Hanover, he became enraged at a singer's rendition of a certain passage, and, throwing his baton at him, cried, "You don't sing like a knight of the swan, but like a knight of the swine." A caller once noticed as the principal picture in his apartments that of the leader of the ballet. On his friends expressing surprise, Bülow said, "Yes, she is the only woman of the artists on the stage who does not distress me by bad singing." When this eccentric pianist met anyone to whom for any reason he took a dislike, he would turn and hasten away in the opposite direction. Once in Copenhagen, an accomplished player of the cello, who was the unfortunate possessor of a very large nose, was presented to him. Bülow gazed at him for an instant, then without returning the player's salutation, exclaimed, "That nose is impossible!" and fled away. In America, we sometimes hear the phrase, "put a head on him," but the German idiom for the same phraseological gem is to give one a nose. When Bülow was leading the Meiningen Orchestra, on one occasion the Duke wished a certain piece played. The conductor, through some whim, declined. The Duke insisted. The next day Bülow appeared at rehearsal with an enormous false nose on his face. At the close of the first piece he said to the orchestra, "Gentlemen, you will wish to know where I have got this nose. I will tell you. His Highness gave it to me yesterday." These are some of the whimsicalities of greatness. Greatness viewed from its comical side. Viewed as an interpreter of the great masters, from Beethoven to Wagner, on piano or orchestra, Bülow was one of the very elect. A man of prodigious memory, of wide learning, of an all-conquering technique, he was a universal genius who concentrated his abilities upon music, yet to whom music was but one department of learning. At this writing there is no one that may take up his fallen mantle. 157. An Interrupted Concert. Paganini had a cowardly horror of England due to some peculiar experiences he had while there. He had a great deal of pride and egotism, and continually suspected other violinists, jealous of his fame and ability, of wishing to assassinate him. When he was besought to go to France, he would have declined from this fear of assassination had he not been told that he would accumulate great riches from the trip. But finally his avarice overcame his cowardice. One of the circumstances that made him dislike England was an experience he had in London. One night, in the midst of a brilliant concert, a respectable citizen arose from his seat and, facing the audience, interrupted the proceedings with the following impromptu speech. "Gentlemen, do you not blush at spending a guinea to come and hear a miserable player, a mountebank, who knows only how to get sounds out of a wooden box mounted with catgut? Could you not make better use of your money? Would you not do better to give it to the poor? Look at that big charlatan who is just like the devil. He laughs at your simplicity and puts your money in his pockets. You are a set of fools." Hardly had he finished this tirade when Paganini, greatly frightened and thinking he was followed by assassins, had fled from the concert hall and was on his way to Manchester. 158. Cooperative Composition. In 1837, a certain charitably disposed princess hit on a novel way to gather in money for the homeless Italian patriots then in Paris. Her plan was to bring into the musical market a composition which should be the combined work of 6 of the greatest pianists then before the world. The theme that was chosen was a duet from Bellini's I Puritani, and the composers who took part in this composite composition were Liszt, Thalberg, Pixis, Herz, Czerny, and Chopin, a brilliant array. From the number of composers, this work was called the Hexameron. Each one wrote a variation on the given theme, and Liszt furnished the introduction and finale. This was not the first time that Liszt had taken part in such a composition. In 1823, Diabelli, the Vienna music publisher, issued a series of 50 variations on a waltz theme by 50 prominent composers of the time. Among them were Czerny, Hummel, Kalkbrenner, Kreutzer, and Schubert. The 24th variation was by Franz Liszt, then 11 years old, and, despite his youth, his variation is on a par with those of the older and more celebrated composers. This is the only one of Liszt's earlier compositions that has been preserved. 159. An Absent-Minded Conductor. We have elsewhere spoken of the growth and culmination of Robert Schumann's sad malady. The more serious phases of this affliction were preceded by an occasional absence of mind that sometimes produced ludicrous results. A characteristic instance of his forgetfulness occurred when he was once conducting a rehearsal of Bach's Passion music. The choir had begun the great opening chorus and were singing bravely along when it noticed that his beat grew less and less decided and finally stopped altogether. He then laid down his baton, rapidly turned over 50 or 60 pages of the score before him, and became absorbed in reading a movement in the second part of the work. The chorus kept on singing, and Schumann kept on reading, utterly oblivious to what was going on around him. After a while he became conscious of the singing, and, finding what he heard did not agree in the least with the music he was reading, he stopped the singers and cried out to them, "Good heavens, ladies and gentlemen, what on earth are you singing there?" 160. Costly Admiration. There has never been a vocalist who secured more favor on these shores than Jenny Lind, the Swedish Nightingale, as she was called. The people went wild over her singing. In fact, to rave over the young lady was at that time the proper thing to do, as it has been later to go into ecstasies over a certain fluffy-haired pianist. In Baltimore, Lind was the recipient of a popular serenade. Upon her appearance on the balcony of the hotel to acknowledge the compliment thus tendered her, there was a loud and enthusiastic shout from the crowd beneath. In the midst of this uproar, she dropped a valuable shawl. It was eagerly seized by the crowd, and in a moment was torn into small pieces and carried away as mementos of the songstress. Such proceedings may be highly complimentary to the artist, but, save as a matter of advertising, are not particularly profitable. End of section 32, read by Chuck Lavazzi, St. Louis, Missouri, January 2023.
Section 33 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Wine and Music. There seems to be a close relation existing somehow between wine and music. Those countries that produce the most wine seem to be likewise the most successful in turning out good music, and plenty of it. The world would hardly know it if all the music written outside of Germany, Italy, and France were to be lost. There has some good music come from England and Russia, but its absence would not be greatly felt. England's great musician, Handel, was thoroughly German in birth, temperament, education, and style of composition. Italy, France, and Germany are the great wine-producing countries, and might be called likewise the great musician-producing lands. Then I wonder if a liking for the juice of the grape has anything to do with fecundity of musical ideas. Of all the great composers, and likewise those who come very near the limits of greatness, hardly one can be mentioned who was averse to the cup that cheers. A teetotaler among composers is a rara avis. On the other hand, it might be said that it would have been better for several musicians of great fame if they had heeded the injunction to touch not. Lully, Mozart, and especially Schubert all spent too much time over their cups for their own good, and they have not been without followers in this respect among musicians of lesser fame. Doubtless the great composers could have lived without their wine and beer, but doubtless they never did. Schubert's Erl King. Perhaps none of the great composers deserve our pity more than Franz Schubert. Poor as the legendary church mouse, obliged to eke out a scanty living in the uncongenial and poorly paid occupation of teaching school, he was unknown by musicians and not understood by publishers. The following incident is a sample of the reception given his music by some of the gentry who grow rich off of the products of other people's brains. In 1817, Messrs. Breitkopf and Hartel of Leipzig received from Vienna a manuscript setting of Goethe's Erl King by Franz Schubert. "Vienna?" exclaimed the publishers. "Franz Schubert? There is something wrong here. Franz Schubert lives in Dresden. He occupies the high position of Royal Church composer. He is a highly respectable man, aged 49. What has he to do with Vienna or Erl Kings?" They send the manuscript on to the Franz Schubert of Dresden and ask for an explanation. He replied, "About 10 days ago I received your letter, in which you forward to me a manuscript, the Erl King, that professes to be by me. With the utmost astonishment I inform you that this cantata was never composed by me. I will use every endeavor to discover who has so discourteously sent you this bit of patchwork, mackwork, and expose the scoundrel who has so misused my name." It is not known whether Breitkopf and Hartel declined Schubert's Erl King, but the ballad, composed in 1816, was not printed till February 1821, when it appeared in the first part of his Lieder. Schubert sold some of his songs to publishers for as little as 10 pence apiece. When the publishers refused to issue them, some of his friends rallied to his assistance, and from their own pockets paid the expense of publication. Royal honors to a singer. The careers of many of the noted prima donnas read like romances rather than history. Fiction has nothing more sensational or brilliant to present than the adulation, the almost worship, accorded to some of these women by an admiring public. So many of the great singers met this flattering reception at the hands of the public that it is hard to choose one as an example. But we will speak here of 2 incidents of Madame Malibran's career. On the last visit of this celebrated singer to Venice, the ovation she received was such as might have been awarded to some conquering general returning from his victories. As her gondola entered the Grand Canal, she was greeted by the blare of trumpets, the noise of bands, and the shouts of multitudes. This homage continued during all her stay in the city. When she appeared in public, the admiring crowds were so great that she had to be protected from the crush by armed police, and when she went out in a gondola, the other vessels of a similar sort that followed her were so numerous as to obstruct the passage of the canals. On her departure from this enthusiastic people, she was presented with a magnificent diadem, studded with diamonds and rubies. In Milan her reception was hardly less flattering. One night she was deluged with bouquets, the leaves of which were made of gold and silver, and her enthusiastic hearers recalled her 20 times. It is little wonder that she fainted at the end of the performance. The Deaf Beethoven. The deaf Beethoven and the blind Handel are pitiful pictures. For many years Beethoven could hear no note of music, yet in this time he put forth some of his mightiest works. At the first performance of his immortal Ninth Symphony, Beethoven himself conducted, but he could not hear a single tone from the orchestra and chorus. When, at the close of the work, the audience loudly applauded, Beethoven was entirely oblivious of it, until the lady who sang the alto solo part had turned him around facing the people, so he could see the clapping of hands. It was a touching sight, and the people were deeply affected by the condition of this grand old man, who had to see instead of hear the applause for his music. The history of a violin. Ole Bull's favorite violin was one of old Gaspar de Salo's creations. Its history was so varied as to deserve mention. For 150 years or so it had reposed in the museum at Innsbruck, where it had been placed by a cardinal as being a fine example of the work of its maker. In 1809 the French soldiers sacked that place, and this valuable instrument was carried off by a soldier and subsequently sold to Herr Rehazek, a Viennese official who was a collector of violins, and who had put nearly all his wealth into his fine collection of instruments. When Ole Bull visited Vienna in 1839, he saw this fiddle and determined to possess it. But no, Rehazek would not part with it, and all Bull could get out of him was that if the violin were to be sold, he should have the first opportunity to purchase it at 4,000 ducats. The violinist agreed, although he knew it was a big price. 2 years later he was one day dining with Liszt and Mendelssohn in Leipzig, when a letter was handed him bearing an official seal. It was from Vienna, and announced the death of the old violin collector. Rehazek had told his son that Ole Bull was to have the first opportunity to buy the Di Salo violin, and the son faithfully wrote him that he could now purchase it. Liszt declared that Ole must be crazy to pay so much for a violin he had never heard, and Mendelssohn said it was a piece of extravagance that only a fiddler could be capable of. But Ole Bull persisted in buying the violin, and with it won some of his greatest triumphs. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendry. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 166. Worts versus music. In this century it is considered necessary to have a congenial theme and inspiring words before a composer can do his best in giving the text a musical setting. But this was not the case in the first half of the last century. Counterpoint, that is, musical mathematics, held the boards then. The words were secondary in the composer's eyes, and the main thing was whether the music was good as music, and not whether it illustrated the sentiment of the language. Even the great Handel seemed at times to care little for the words set to his compositions. Perhaps there is a great deal to be said for this view of the matter, for who goes to hear an opera on account of its beautiful words? How many operas have been born into public favour by the beauty of the music when the words were mere trash? Even in church music, in how many cases are the words understood by the congregation? If the singers don't give the people the opportunity to understand the words, why scan the composition of the poetry very critically. With Handel, it was natural that the music should hold first place in his affection. His ideas about the value of the poetry to which he set his music may be illustrated by the following incident. There was a certain Dr. Morel who arranged many of Handel's librettos for him. This personage one day ventured to give Handel some advice as to what kind of music should be set to certain words. This at once aroused the choleric Handel. "What?" he exclaimed. "What? You teach me music? My music is good music. Damn your words! Here," sitting down to his instrument and playing through a melody, "here are mine ideas. You go and make words to them." Yet in some of his greater compositions, his oratorios, Handel carefully chose his words from the Scriptures, and in many cases the musical settings are highly beautiful and in perfect accord with the sentiment of the word. 167. French wit. Grétry, the French opera composer, was a man of considerable wit and enjoyed a good joke. He was able to take a hand in a bit of fun when occasion offered. At one time, when going on a trip through Switzerland, he met with a German baron who proposed that they should travel together. As soon as they had begun the journey, Grétry began a conversation with his lordship, saying, "Ah, sir, how enchanted I am with—" "Sir," interrupted the baron, "I never talk in a carriage." "Very well," said Grétry, and subsided into quiet. The baron had evidently considered that he had a garrulous travelling companion, and that it was best to shut him up in the beginning of the journey. That night, when they halted at an inn, and had divested themselves of their dusty travelling robes, and were comfortably settled before a roaring blaze, the baron turned to Grétry, saying, "Now, my dear sir, how glad I am that—" "Sir," said Grétry sharply, "I never talk in an inn." The nobleman saw the joke, and the two then entered into friendly conversation. The next day they were ascending Mount Cenis. Grétry espied a small cross stuck in the ground, and inquired of the guides what it meant. He was answered sharply with one word, "Silence." "How now?" thought our Frenchman, "are these some more German barons?" But he kept quiet until the end of their climb, when the guides told him that any conversation or noise might, by the vibration of the air, loosen some of the masses of snow and cause an avalanche. 168. Too literal. An English singer, Anna Storazzi, when visiting Vienna, sang before the court on a certain gala occasion, and was the recipient of many compliments. The emperor, passing her in the fête, politely asked her if she was enjoying herself, and also if there was anything he could do for her. Not understanding that court language must not always be taken too literally, she calmly replied, "Yes, your majesty, I am quite thirsty. Will you get me a glass of water?" The effect of this request on the bystanders may be imagined. The emperor, however, had the good sense not to be offended, and ordering an attendant to wait on the lady, smilingly passed on. 169. Imagination a factor in hearing music. One cannot but regard with pity the semi-insane actions of the people who rave over the playing of some popular artist, and lose their good sense, dignity, and self-possession in their mad worship of the idol of the hour. The latest craze of this style has been over that excellent pianist, Paderewski, when people, that is to say, women, have thrown themselves at him, wept over him, kissed him, and made fools of themselves generally. Certainly, emotional playing affects emotional people. But if we subtract from such scenes the wandering sentimentality, the shallow brain, and the feeling that it is the proper thing to rave over the unfortunate object of their sentimental vapourings, popular artists might then venture before the public without a bodyguard to ward off the emotional female. Those who best appreciate good playing, and who really have the deepest emotional nature, do not manifest their sentiments on the surface for the benefit of a curious crowd. In this sentimental excitement, The imagination is a powerful factor. This was proved by Liszt on one occasion. Excitable ladies were affected by Liszt's playing, just as, in later days, they have been by that of Paderewski. In this instance, Liszt found himself surrounded by a bevy of beautiful dames and damsels, a circumstance which, by the way, was not opposed to his tastes, for Liszt was a lover of the beautiful, to which feminine beauty was no exception. Of course, the universal desire was that he should play for them, that he should produce for them the ecstasies, the artistic raptures, which his magnificent talent never failed to evoke. Overcome by their persuasions, Liszt seated himself at the piano and played. By his wonderful skill, some of the ladies were soon overcome with delight, some even fainted. In telling a friend of the matter afterward, Liszt said, "Believe me, I played many wrong notes intentionally. Indeed, so palpable were some of my errors, that had I been playing at any elementary music school, I should certainly have been expelled as an impostor." So much for the power of imagination. Had some other than Liszt played the same music perfectly, the ladies would have thought it not worth their while to faint. 170. Musical and non-musical accent. The matters called time and accent in music are stumbling blocks for many a pupil and for many people who profess to understand the tone art. If music students have trouble in understanding these subjects, it is small wonder that so stupid a body as the average court jury should need a detailed explanation of these somewhat common technical terms, and it would need a musician who not only understood his subject, but one who was able to express his ideas in clear, terse language, and to employ apt illustration to elucidate the matter. Such a musician was found when, in 1833, there came up for trial before an English court a case of violation of copyright, and Cook, the composer, was called as an expert witness. In the course of the examination, the following dialogue took place. "Now, sir," said the lawyer, "you say that these two melodies are identical but different. What am I to understand by that, sir?" "What I said," replied Cook, "was that the notes in the two arrangements are the same, but with a different accent, one being in common, the other in triple time. Consequently, the position of the accented notes is different in the two copies." "What is musical accent?" glibly inquired the counsel. "My terms for teaching music are a guinea a lesson," said Cook, much to the enjoyment of the spectators. "I don't want to know your terms for teaching. I want you to explain to his lordship the judge and to the jury what is musical accent." Here Sir James Scarlett, the questioner, grew warm, and inquired, "Can you see it?" "No." "Can you feel it?" "Well," drawled Cook, "a musician can." Again the lawyer put the question, and the court required it to be answered. "Will you explain to his lordship and the jury, who are supposed to know nothing about music, the meaning of what you call accent?" "Musical accent," replied the witness, "is emphasis laid on a certain note, just in the same manner as you would lay stress on any word when speaking, in order to make yourself better understood. Let me give you an illustration, Sir James. If I were to say, 'You are a jackass,' the accent rests on jackass. But if instead I said, 'You are a jackass,' it rests on you, Sir James. And I have no doubt the gentlemen of the jury will corroborate me." End of section 34.
Section 35 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. Von Weber, To a Bawling Choir. Appropriateness of expression is a thing foreign to many choir singers and choristers. Many cultivate the fortissimo habit until all hopes for a pianissimo or even a piano passage vanish. Outside of the excellent effect of an occasional change from a strong, lusty tone to a subdued and quieter passage, there is another matter to be considered, that of suiting the sound to the sense, the volume of tone to the sentiment expressed by the words. A chorus was once heartily rebuked by von Weber in a manner that no doubt left a permanent impression. He was conducting a rehearsal of his Jubel cantata in London. In the course of this work occurs a beautiful prayer for chorus. The singers attacked it with a loud and lusty tone, in a hammer and tongs style, as a German would say, when suddenly Weber called a halt, saying, "Stop! Do not sing like that! Would you bawl in that manner in the presence of God?" Words that might appropriately be framed in almost every choir loft. Not only in chorus and choir, but especially in church and Sunday school, do we find people singing prayerful words in a manner which cannot be better described than in Weber's language, bawling in the presence of God. An interrupted opera. Mozart once created quite a sensation in a theater he was visiting. It was at Marseilles. He had gone to the opera incognito to hear one of his own works performed. All went well till, in a certain passage, through some error in the copyist, the orchestra played D where Mozart had written D sharp. This change of one note made a decided difference in the harmony, and turned the superior harmonic effect intended into a very ordinary sounding affair. No sooner was this done than Mozart sprang to his feet, crying out, "Play D sharp, will you? Play D sharp, you wretches!" It may be imagined that such actions produced quite a sensation. The orchestra and singers stopped their performance, and the audience began to hiss him down and cry, "Put him out!" and he was about to be summarily ejected from the theater when he announced who he was. When it was known that it was Mozart, the tumult subsided, and cries of "Mozart! Mozart!" rang through the house. The very ones that were about to expel him now conducted him to the orchestra, and he was compelled to direct the opera, which was taken up anew. This time the missing D sharp was played in its proper place, and produced the intended effect. At the close of the opera a perfect ovation was tendered the composer, and the people were not content until they had escorted him in triumph to his hotel. Beethoven punished. What would we have done for Beethoven anecdotes without Ries? Here is one that this pupil of the master tells in his enjoyable style. One evening I was to play a sonata of Beethoven's which one does not often hear. As he was present, and as I had not studied this sonata with him, I declared myself willing to play the others, but not this. The company turned to Beethoven, who at length said, "Now you will not play so badly that I cannot listen." In the end I was obliged to play. Beethoven turned as usual toward me. When I made a mistake in the left hand, he tapped me on the head with his finger, which the Princess L., who leaned on the piano opposite, laughingly observed. After I had finished, Beethoven said, "Well done! You do not need to learn sonatas with me first. The finger tap only proved my attention to you." Later he played and chose the D minor sonata, opus 31. The princess, who expected that even Beethoven would make some mistakes, stood behind his chair while I turned the music. Soon he blundered noticeably. The princess gave him a few not very soft strokes on the head, with the remark, "If a pupil receives a finger stroke for a false note, then the master must be punished with a full hand for greater mistakes." Everyone laughed, Beethoven first. He then began again, and played wonderfully, especially the adagio, which was inimitable. Violin collectors. It has long been a source of satisfaction to virtuosi and wealthy amateurs to make collections of old and rare violins. While this keeps these valuable instruments out of use for a time, it certainly acts as a preservative, and future generations get the benefit of what we are deprived. Paganini had in his collection, among other Cremonas, a Strad, a small Guarnerius, an Amati, a Strad bass, and a large Guarnerius, which was given to him, and which he loved so much that he gave it to Genoa to keep sacred from the profaning touch of any succeeding artist. I believe this wish has been followed in every case, with one exception, that of his pupil Sivori. A good example of the wealthy amateur was Guillot, the millionaire Birmingham, England, pen manufacturer. He had a penchant, excuse the pun, for collecting violins and letting them be unused and uncared for. He was not a player himself, and it is a question whether he realized the possibilities of any one of his valuable collection. At his death there was found in one room of his factory over 40,000 pounds worth of fiddles, and in other rooms many cellos and basses. At one time he had about 500 instruments collected together, making probably the largest number of valuable Italian instruments ever owned at one time by a single person. Pot boilers. Most composers are driven to the writing of pot boilers, i.e., music that does not contain their best effort, but which is written to please the public and bring in a needed supply of the filthy lucre. Handel did much of this kind of work, and sent out many inferior compositions, but was not proud enough of them to sign his name to them. Once, when attending a kind of promenade concert with some friends, Handel said to one of them, "Come, sit down, let us listen to this piece. I want your opinion of it." In a few minutes his friend said, "It is not worth listening to. It is very poor stuff." "You are right, sir. It is very poor stuff. I thought so myself when I had finished it." The friend hastened to apologize, but Handel cut him short, saying that the music really was poor, as his time for writing it was limited, and assured him that his opinion was as correct as it was honest. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Val Roth. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 176. Gounod's Faust. Gounod will always be best known as the author of Faust, but with all the beauty and popularity of that work, it was not well received at first. In fact, had it been, we might suspect its value. Chappell and Company, the London publishers, bought the right of the English performance from Gounod for £60. It lay on their shelves for some time, until one day Colonel Mapleson, husband of the great prima donna Titian and impresario of Her Majesty's Opera House, being at his wits' end for something new and attractive to produce, turned for assistance to his friend Tom Chappell, head of the firm of Chappell and Company. This gentleman handed the colonel the manuscript of Faust, remarking that its merits, if it had any, remained to be discovered. Colonel Mapleson carefully removed the cobwebs and dust from the work, mute witnesses of British musical perspicacity. In a few weeks the public were wild with delight, and Gounod's name as a composer of the highest order was widely proclaimed. 177. Madame Patti. Adelina Patti has every claim to the distinction of Queen of Song. She was born of musical parents at Madrid on February 10, 1843. She made her first appearance in 1850 as a child of 7 years of age at Tipler's Hall, New York, when she sang and acted. From her 7th to her 10th year, She traveled as a prodigy through South America, where she was at once received with that extraordinary enthusiasm which has always attended her progress everywhere. Her first appearance in London was at Covent Garden in the opera La Sonnambula on May 14, 1861, when she at once took everybody by surprise, and she immediately shot into the front rank of popularity. She had arranged to sing for Mapleson at the rate of £40 per week, singing 4 nights a week. The same impresario subsequently paid the diva no less a sum than £1,000 for each performance during his American opera tours. Some ingenious American mathematician made a calculation as to how much Patti received for singing each separate note in Rossini's Semiramide, with the result that he discovered she put into her pocket 7 1/10 cents more per note than Rossini received for writing the entire opera. Wonderful accounts are recorded of Patti's American journeys. The railway car in which she traveled from the city to city was a marvel of workmanship and cost £12,000. The drawing room was decorated in white and gold, and on the ceiling was displayed several figures painted by Parisian artists of eminence. The woodwork was of sandalwood, the curtains of heavy silk damask, and the walls and ceilings were covered with gilded tapestry. The lamps were of rolled gold, and the furniture throughout was upholstered in silk damask of the most beautiful texture. The bath, having hot and cold water, was of solid silver. The key of the outer door of the car was of 18-karat gold, and a Steinway grand pianoforte, costing £400, had a case of sandalwood. Adelina Patti's home is amongst the Welsh hills. Her castle, near the town of Neath, is named Cregginos, which is the Welsh for Night Rock or Rock of the Night. Here the great singer lives in a style befitting her exalted position in the realm of song. The magnificent conservatory, a sort of winter garden illuminated with myriads of electric fairy lights, has been described as a hall of enchantment. Patti is very fond of billiards. In the billiard room is a huge orchestrion, made in Switzerland, which plays many tunes, from La Fille de Madame Anjou to the Pilgrim's March from Wagner's Tannhäuser. A theatre complete in every department is also a feature of this palatial dwelling place. There is room in it for a band of 20 performers, and the necessary scenery for mounting 6 or more of the diva's operas is on the spot. All that Patti has to do when she wishes to sing in any particular opera for the delectation of her friends is to send for her head scene shifter and give her orders as she would to her cook or coachman. Patti's diamonds are quite in keeping with the glories of Cregginos, and are almost as wonderful as her notes. At one of her appearances in New York, she is said to have worn no less than £60,000 worth of precious stones. Patti's pets include some remarkable parrots. One named Cookie exactly copies his mistress's fioriture. Another is gifted with some linguistic capabilities which he can use with excellent effect when occasion requires. If a guest knocks at the door, Charlie will cry, "Entrez!" And when he is asked, "How are you?" he replies, "Pas mal, et vous?" which of course is very polite French. But when a guest ventured to sprinkle some water on his pole, Charlie replied, in vigorous English, "You pig!" 178. An even distribution of honors. Dr. Arne was once placed in a somewhat similar situation to that of Solomon when the 2 women each claimed the child. His disposition of the case was as fair as that of the king, only the distribution was more even as Solomon threatened to make the division of the child in question. Dr. Arne was a very prominent English composer who lived in the first half of the last century. He had been called upon to decide on the merits of 2 singers. Their merits, by the way, were based largely on their own appreciation of their powers rather than on that of other people. After hearing them, Dr. Arne cried out to one of them, "You are the worst singer I ever heard in my life!" "Then," exclaimed the other, "I win!" "No," answered the just judge, "you can't sing at all!" 179. Rapid composition. There are many instances of rapid work on the part of the great composers, and their facility and quickness of composition causes great wonder and admiration. But our admiration is often misdirected. When we hear of some of the speedy writing of great works by Mozart or Mendelssohn, we are apt to think that this speed was of the composing powers as well as of pen, but in fact such was seldom the case. These great musicians generally did their composition mentally, without reference to pen or piano, and simply deferred the unpleasant manual labor of committing their music to paper until it became absolutely necessary. Then they got credit for incredible rapidity of composition. But it is no light matter to quickly and correctly pen a long and complicated composition. One has only to copy a piece of music or to try to put into notes some piece of music previously memorized to realize this. And then, when the instrumentation of a composition for 25 different kinds of orchestral instruments is considered, the arranging of the bars and the writing of the numerous signs of expression, the manual labor becomes no insignificant task. It is no infrequent thing to find over 200 notes in a single measure of a full orchestral score. While many shorter things, such as overtures, might be fully arranged in mind before touching pen to paper, that cannot be said of the larger works. In these, composition and writing probably went to some extent hand in hand. That enormous work of Handel's, the oratorio Israel in Egypt, he wrote in the space of 27 days, while that greatest of oratorios, the Messiah, he composed in the remarkably short time of 23 days. The opera Rinaldo, Handel wrote in just 2 weeks. Mendelssohn wrote his overture to Ruy Blas in 2 days. He was waited upon by a committee of 2 days before the concert at which Ruy Blas was first given, and in the course of their remarks they said that owing to the lateness of the day, they could not expect him to write an overture. This rather nettled Mendelssohn, and although he had another concert and rehearsals to attend in the intervening 2 days, he was ready with the Ruy Blas overture when the time arrived. But few wrote music more rapidly than Mozart. The overture to Don Giovanni he wrote in 1 night, working with but slight intermission until 7 next morning. He had it all arranged in mind, but had put off the writing until the last moment. That night, the orchestra played it at sight. He composed the G major symphony in 10 days, but a greater feat than this was the writing of the whole of the Marriage of Figaro in the month of April 1786. The finale of the 2nd act of this opera he wrote in 1 day, and that while he was so ill as to fall fainting from his chair ere it was finished. But for rapid composition, the palm must perhaps be awarded to the Italian composer Coccia, for of him it is recorded that he composed the opera of Donna Caritea in 6 days. This opera was first performed in Turin in 1818. But such rapidity cannot be conducive of valuable works unless it be by much greater composers than was Coccia. 180. Friends. The music of Rossini and Meyerbeer would lead us to expect that they might have had some personal affinity, nor would we be mistaken, for they were intimate friends. The friendship would seem to have been real, for it was of such a character as took a real enjoyment in the work and successes each of the other. Once when listening to a performance of Roberto, the two were seated in a box at the opera house in Paris. Rossini was so delighted at a certain piece that he jumped up and, turning to the composer, said, "If you can write anything better than that, I will undertake to dance on my head." "Well, then," replied Meyerbeer, "you had better begin practicing, for I have just finished the 4th act of Les Huguenots." End of section 36. Section 37 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Val Roth. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 181. Haydn's Reception by Prince Esterhazy. Haydn spent some time in the service of Count Motzin, a wealthy noble. At an entertainment given by the latter, there was present Prince Esterhazy, whose wealth and station exceeded that of his entertainer. During the evening there was played a symphony by Haydn, which so delighted the prince that he determined to take its composer into his service. So he sent word to Haydn to come to his palace. At the appointed time, Haydn appeared before this august personage. The prince glanced carelessly at the slight figure that stood before him and said, "Is this, then, the composer of the music I heard last night? A Moor, I should judge by his complexion." The composer blushed in embarrassment. "And you write such music? You do not look it. Haydn, I recollect the name, and I believe I was told that you were not well paid for your labors." "I have not been fortunate, your highness. Well, you shall have no reason to complain in my service. My secretary shall fix your appointments, and name whatever else you desire. Understand me, for all of your profession find me liberal. Now then, Sir Moor, you may go, and let it be your first care to provide yourself with a new coat, a wig, and buckles, and heels for your shoes. I will have you respectable in appearance as well as in talents, so that we have no more shabby professors. And do your best, my little Dusky, to recruit in flesh. 'Twill add to the stature, and to relieve your olive with a shade of the ruddy. Such spindle masters would be a walking discredit to our larder, which is truly a spendthrift one." So saying, he laughingly dismissed the humble musician. But today, who knows aught of that proud prince as compared to the fame of that same Joseph Haydn? 182. Proving Identity. Here is a story that has been told of more than one prima donna, but at present is related to Sigrid Arnoldson. If it is true, this lady has proved the statement that a great intellectual gift proves as an easy passport to anything. When she was in Rome, she went one day to the poste restante to call for a registered letter. She was asked for her passport to establish her identity, but she had left it at her hotel. Her reiterated assurance that she was indeed Sigrid Arnoldson failed to satisfy the officials, until at last the happy thought occurred to her to sing to them. "A sigh, a sigh!" they exclaimed when the song was finished. "Here is your letter, for no one but Sigrid Arnoldson can sing like that." 183. The Great Thief. By all the composers whom we call great, with one notable exception, other men's ideas have been held sacred. Genius is sufficient unto itself. No more would Mendelssohn have thought of stealing musical ideas from Beethoven than Beethoven would of appropriating them from Mozart or Mozart from Bach. True, after man once gives his ideas to the world, they become the world's property, but they are the world's to use, not to claim as its own productions. The great exception to this code of musical morality was one who was himself so great as to have no need of using other people's brains. Yet perhaps he thought that very ability would excuse wholesale stealings on his part. This monumental thief of musical ideas was Handel. Handel's originality was fertile, and his treatment of musical themes was superb. Yet, rather than go to the trouble of composition, he would frequently appropriate right and left, taking a theme here, a melody there, a chorus yonder, until the question had almost become, what really is Handel's? To many, Handel is a musical god, a sun around which revolves the lesser orbs, all other composers. Handel's abilities have been recognized by all of his craft, and especially in England in his music most popular, and deservedly so. But still, in the light of modern research, one must continually question how much of it was originally his own. We do not speak at random in this matter. Reference to our illustrations of Handel's wholesale borrowing will prove the above statement. Two of the best choruses in Israel and Egypt, He Spoke the Word, and The Hailstone, were taken almost note for note from works of Stradella. In the second part of this oratorio, are portions from a Magnificat by Erba, composed in 1690. A certain Te Deum by Uriah furnished him with material for no less than 9 numbers of the Dettingen Te Deum, and 6 of the oratorio Saul, and his opera Theodora also betrays to some degree the same source. For his Time and Truth, parts of an unpublished work by Graun were made to serve, and the chorus, Hear Jacob's God from Samson, is the Plorata Fali from Carissimi's Jephthah. Even the favorite harmonious blacksmith has been traced to Corelli. Dr. Crotch once made a list of 29 composers, from Josquin des Prix to Hummel, who furnished the Dear Saxon with material which he incorporated into the works by Handel. We might say of Handel's works as a musician, once said of a certain composer's oratorio, well, if another flood should occur, it would be well to preserve his music as affording specimens of the works of all previous composers. There is one thing about Handel's appropriations, however, that must not be overlooked. It was the man's very genius that enabled him to be such a thief. A lesser genius would have been found out at once and have been hissed off the stage, but Handel's abilities transformed everything he touched to a greater or lesser degree, and imparted to it a certain Handelian flavor that one can hardly mistake. His castles were frequently builded upon other men's foundations, but because of the character and treatment of the superstructure, we can forgive this borrowed basis. The world is richer for his work, yet there will arise the question why, when he could have depended entirely on his own genius, he did not do so. As among the old Roman gods some lied and some stole, so among our musical gods Handel must be remembered as the thief par excellence. We may join Mr. Prout when he says, "The more I study Handel, the less I feel sure of what is Handel's and what is not. No one in all the whole range of composers has robbed in such a wholesale and unprincipled manner as this dear old boy has done. But with all his faults, I love him still." 184. Von Bülow's Memory. A young composer called on von Bülow one day to get his opinion of a pianoforte concerto. Von Bülow declared he was too busy at the moment, but promised to look at it at his leisure. That same evening at a party, von Bülow was asked to play, and to the amazement of the youthful aspirant for fame who happened to be present, he sat down and played the entire concerto from memory. When he was director of the famous Meiningen Orchestra, not content with conducting without a score, he endeavored, though without success, to induce the members of his band to learn their music by heart. The orchestra lacked both Bülow's prodigious memory and his matchless enthusiasm. 185. Their favorite surroundings for composition. The great composers have each had their own ways of writing out their masterpieces, and some of them chose peculiar surroundings to witness the birth of their musical ideas. Some of these surroundings, while they may seem an odd choice to us, were very commonly chosen by literary and musical men of past days. The tavern and the wine-room are not now regarded as productive of great ideas. But be that as it may, much of our greatest music has come to light of day by that route. Beethoven was often seen to jot down in his tavern and coffee-room visits some musical idea that had occurred to him. But not so much of his music first saw the light of day there as was the case with Mozart and Schubert, for Beethoven did much of his composition while walking in the country lanes or fields. There is a large gnarled oak tree shown near Vienna, in which he frequently sat composing and utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Many another musician has climbed up to that seat, but to whom has come the inspiration of a third or ninth symphony. Mozart loved company, wine, and good fellowship, and we read of operatic managers driven to despair by the fact that he would linger in the wine-room or at the billiard table when they were in sad need of perhaps an overture that he had promised, but had put off writing until tomorrow. But the overture was sure to be forthcoming just at the last moment, For was it not all completed in his head, and had it not been for many days and weeks? It was the manual labor of writing out that he shirked. Who that has copied music can blame him? Schubert lingered much at the tavern. Well, perhaps it was more cheerful than his home. No clatter of plates and glasses or chatter of busy tongues could stay the flow of his beautiful melodies. The fountain must flow even though the world thought not of the stream. Many of his songs went to the publisher for 10 pence apiece, while their author lacked the necessities of life. Haydn would shut himself up in his 6-story garret and pen the symphonies which paved the way for Mozart and Beethoven. So absorbed in his work would Haydn become that the absence of food or fuel was unknown. The joy of composition was enough to produce oblivion to all minor matters such as food. But a scolding wife may have had something to do with his voluntary isolation. While hunger and music are not incompatible, we find no instances where the muse has been awakened to loftier flights by a scolding wife. Rossini was another jolly good fellow who could compose divinely, not only when at the tavern, but after he had been turned out of it. After a night of revelry, his compunctions of conscience would cause him to sit down to work at the dawn of day and note his inspirations, which were arranged into permanent shape later in the day, perchance while entertaining his visitors and friends. Withal, Rossini is noted as being one of the laziest of musicians. It is related that a friend once found him composing in bed, doing his writing there as he might keep warm. A piece of music had fallen off the bed, and rather than get up after it, Rossini turned over and wrote out another duet to take its place. Mendelssohn was a well-balanced man, and a man of few idiosyncrasies or unpleasant peculiarities. Scholarly and refined, he was in every sense a gentleman. He, like Mozart and others, composed mentally, did all the drudgery of composition in his head, even to the details of orchestration, and left nothing to experiment on paper or at piano. A friend relates that when once calling on Mendelssohn, he was told by the composer to sit down and talk to him, and while a lively conversation was carried on, Mendelssohn was all the while writing music as fast as pen could fly, and each measure for each instrument was completed as he went. Wagner was a genius, and in some ways a queer genius. When he wished to compose, he desired absolute quiet and freedom from disturbance, and at these times not even his wife or his favorite servant dared interrupt him. But his queerest fancy was that he could compose better if he were dressed in the costume of the age that the opera, which he happened to be working on, represented, or the character whose music he was then writing. He wished to place his surroundings in harmony with his mental attitude, and who can say that this peculiarity did not aid him in the wonderful historic accuracy for which his operas are noted. End of section 37. Section 38. Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 186. A Kind Act. Paganini was not, as a general thing, noted for deeds of charity. In fact, he became quite a miser in his later days. For this reason, the following incident is all the more peculiar. He happened in the course of a walk on the streets of Vienna to come across a miserable little fellow sawing away on an old fiddle. On inquiry, the great violinist learned that the boy was trying to maintain an invalid mother and several little brothers and sisters by his street playing. Paganini, touched by the boy's destitute circumstances, took the old fiddle and began to play in his marvelous manner, and after a crowd had collected, he himself passed around the hat and collected a goodly sum from the bystanders, adding to it all the money he had in his own pockets. 187. Public Criticism. Critics who give vent to their ideas in public places should be sure of their neighbors before using a loud utterance. Mendelssohn's Midsummer Night's Dream overture was first given in Paris. There had been reserved for the composer a seat in one of the prominent boxes, and in the same box were some well-known musical amateurs who were, as it happened, ignorant that the composer of the music to which they were listening was in their company. After the music had progressed for some time, one of the gentlemen got up to take his leave, saying, "Yes, it is good, very good, but we shall not relish the rest." And they left the box, ignorant of Mendelssohn's presence. Perhaps their idea in leaving was that they were satisfied and pleased and had had the worth of their money, and did not care to undergo an attack of musical indigestion by a continuation of the feast. Perhaps such was the case, but we doubt if Mendelssohn took that view of it. 188. Fun on the Stage. Actors and singers have their fun on the stage as well as off. On looking over stage annals, we find how this one would take a few whiffs from his cigar when the stage business kept him busy behind a bit of scenery for a minute, how that one would have a pot of her favorite porter handed up through a trap if occasion offered, how this or that irrelevant remark made under the breath came near upsetting the whole course of mimic events. As a piece of stage fun calculated to disturb the gravity of those in the immediate vicinity, the following was a fair sample. In the opera of the Corsair, during a duet which took place on the Corsair's vessel, the audience could see that the people on stage were suffering in an attempt to restrain their mirth. The cause, invisible to the house, was that some joker during the rocking motion of the ship had stuck his head up through the trap and, offering a couple of basins, had solicitously inquired, "Any gentleman require the services of a steward?" Some actors and singers identify themselves with the character essayed, and their emotions are stirred to their profoundest depths by the joys and sorrows, the good and evil, the love and hate that make up the sum of such characters. Others, on the contrary, consider it a vitiation of art to permit their feelings to dominate them in any degree. They must always be above and superior to the character and the emotion if they are to dominate that emotion, and are to be free from the caprice of the moment. So far do some singers carry the latter idea, that their simulation of a part becomes, as we might say, automatic. And while their auditors think them torn and swayed by some passionate emotion, they may be enjoying some bit of by-play on the stage, entirely opposite to the assumed emotion. For instance, it is related that Madame Devrient, when as Leonora, she offered Hasinger, the Florestan of the evening, the crust of bread that the libretto prescribes for the latter, and he was somewhat slow in taking it, impatiently whispered to him, "Why the deuce don't you take it? Do you want it buttered?" 189. The 33 Variations. Beethoven was an enemy to all quackery and shallow pretensions, and disliked the meaningless style of composition that was so prevalent in his day. Diabelli, the music publisher, importuned him to write a series of variations, which was a very popular style at that time, but Beethoven declined to write that kind of thing till one day he threw a manuscript in at the publisher's door with the exclamation, "Here are 3 for 1. But now, for God's sake, leave me in peace." Diabelli had asked Beethoven to be one of the 50 composers to contribute to the book of 50 variations. But instead of joining the 50 and writing one, he himself wrote 33 variations on the Diabelli theme. This series of variations is one of the best known of his smaller works. 190. A deserved chastisement. Franz Liszt used to take great pleasure in relating various happenings of his youthful days, and none gave him more merriment than the recital of a trick he tried to play on Czerny, with whom he began to study when but 9 years of age. Czerny was very kind to Liszt, and always spoke reverently of him, but he could not forget this prank of his childhood, probably the consequences of it fixed definitely in his memory. It seems that Czerny had kept the youthful Liszt at work considerably longer on a certain Clementi sonata than the latter found agreeable, and so the boy, knowing that complaints to his father would be useless, as good Adam Liszt had great respect for Czerny's teaching abilities, resolved to try a little strategy. So he took the offending sonata and in a certain place marked an unreasonable fingering over some of the notes. Then, taking it to his father, he innocently said, "I think it's about time for me to stop my lessons with Czerny. Just see this ridiculous fingering he has marked for me." Liszt Sr. was surprised at such work on Czerny's part, but thought he had best see the teacher before taking any action in the matter, and perhaps having had some experience with the youthful Franz before. So he took the book to Czerny and asked for an explanation. Czerny gave him one, and though the two old fellows may have had a hearty laugh at the youngster's ready invention, it did not deter Liszt père from administering a lively thrashing to a certain young man when he reached home. End of section 38. Section 39 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Val Roth. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. 191. Il Trovatore. If the following story of Verdi is true, it speaks better for his discernment as to the popular musical taste than it does for his care for the artistic standard of his works. But it probably should be taken cum grano salis. At any rate, the Verdi of today is not the Verdi of Il Trovatore. It is related that when Verdi was putting the finishing touches on his Il Trovatore, he was one day visited by a friend, an able and conscientious musical critic. Verdi played him several portions of the work and asked his opinion of them. First came the anvil chorus. "What do you think of that?" asked the composer. "Trash," laconically answered the critic. Verdi chuckled to himself and said, "Now look at this and this and this," at the same time showing other numbers. "Rubbish," came the answer. Verdi showed his delight at these answers to such a degree that his friend demanded to know what he meant by such conduct, when the master replied, "My dear friend, I have been composing a popular opera. In it I resolved to please everybody save the great critics and classicists like you. Had I pleased them, I should have pleased no one else. What you say assures me of success. In 3 months, Il Trovatore will be sung and roared and whistled and barrel-organed all over Italy." And such proved to be the case. 192. Music versus Commerce. We seldom hear of professional musicians leaving the field of music for that of commerce, or, in this country, of combining commercial business with the profession of music. There can be no serious objection urged to such a combination, however. When one is used to seeing the sign John Smith, teacher of music, and mender of kettles, it loses its oddity, and surely no one can object if John teaches his music properly and does not punch another hole in his kettles for each one he mends. The commercial and professional instincts are not necessarily opposed to each other, but frequently when one is well developed, the other lies dormant. The reason is, it takes years of apprenticeship to develop either, and that which is first developed generally remains the ruling passion. Mozart had a pupil who, in spite of the greatness of the teacher, could only be brought to a fair standing as a vocalist and a 3rd or 4th-rate position as a composer. Now, as a general thing, a man most admires in himself those abilities which he is least successful in handling. And so it was that Michael Kelly thought more of his abilities as a composer than as a singer. But after some years of professional life, Kelly found that his income was not satisfactory and went into the wine business. As a wine importer, he prospered. His friends joked him about the change of occupation, and Sheridan, the wit, declared his sign should read, Michael Kelly, composer of wine and importer of music. 193. A Narrow Escape. The favorite compositions of the public are frequently not the favorite ones of their composers. And very frequent it is that works to which the composer has given the most time, labor, and thought find less favor in the eyes of the public than others which are not so satisfactory to the writers. An example of this is seen in Beethoven's well-known song Adelaide. Just as he finished writing this song, a friend of his, a Herr Bacht, called on him and found him with the manuscript still wet from the pen in his hands. "Here," said Beethoven, holding out the score to his visitor, "look at that. I have just written it and don't like it. There is hardly enough fire in the stove to burn it, but I will try." And he was about to commit it to the flames when Bacht got his permission to try the song. Bacht sang it, and liking it very much, persuaded Beethoven not to destroy it. Adelaide is now perhaps the most well-known of all Beethoven's songs. 194. A Pyrotechnic Violoncello. In the good old times, each player in the orchestra used to have his candlestick fastened to his music desk. We read of one of the old masters who, at a certain place in one composition, had the violinists stop playing and wrap the tin shades of their candlesticks with their violin bows, then go on playing as if nothing had happened. And we may remember how old Papa Haydn, when his patron prince had a fit of retrenchment and was about to discharge his orchestra, had each one of his players one at a time in the progress of the farewell symphony to rise, blow out his candle, and take his departure until only the leader was left. This ruse secured the continuation of the orchestra's existence. It was told by an English clergyman who was quite a good player on the violoncello that when his candle began to get dim, he would, if a few bars of rest offered opportunity, hastily snuff his candle with his fingers, and not to spoil the carpet, he would quickly thrust the burnt wick into the sound holes of his cello and continue his performance. This was all right if he wished to make an ash-box of his instrument, but once a wag, observing his peculiar trick, determined to have some fun at his expense, and, just before the playing began, managed to interview the parson's cello. Shortly after the music was well under way, our friend spotted a favorable rest, and took occasion to snuff his candle and deposited the results in his favorite place, when bang went the cello into unaccountable pieces, and the good parson sprawled on the floor. Down went cello, parson, and all. A cello ne'er made so much noise before. Doubtless he treated his next instrument to a better fate than that of an ash-bin. 195. Misdirected and repressed talent. Perhaps more talent than the world has ever known, more genius than it has ever recognized, has been repressed and coffined by the obstinacy, stupidity, and prejudice of parents. Many a child born to astonish the world in some line of art has been pushed into some uncongenial occupation and its talents lost to humanity. But in some cases, chance, a strong will, or providence has overruled the plans of parents, and genius has run its course. There are enough of these cases in music alone to warrant our previous statement that in many instances where the parent's will has prevailed, the world has been the loser. We have only to mention that Handel's parents had arranged that he was to be a lawyer, that Tartini was to be molded into a priest, that Schubert was compelled to teach school for many a day at a mere pittance, that Schumann could hardly escape from the courtroom following his parents' will to his congenial music, that Weber was kept for some time from his chosen profession, that Zelter was apprenticed to a stonemason, that Berlioz's parents were determined to make a poor doctor where a great musician was the result, that Bülow became a doctor of law ere he realized that music was his life work. We have only to realize all these instances and to partially grasp what these men have been to the world, to believe that but a part of the talent and genius that the race is endowed with comes to the surface. We can never know the number of cases in which it is repressed, stifled, murdered beyond resurrection in this life. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claudia Perry. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. The Discovery of a Tenor. The tenor is always the rara avis. He is hard to find, he is harder to train, and if we may accept the prima donna, he is hardest to control. No wonder, then, that operatic managers have to start out on tenor hunting expeditions, and are supremely happy if they capture a good specimen of the bird. In 1820, Count Palfy, the manager of the Vienna Opera, was at his wits' end for a good tenor. So he set out with Salieri, the composer and conductor, to scour the country round, seeking for the voice the latter wanted for his last new opera. After chasing down several rumors of wonderful voices, tired and disgusted, they sought the comfort of a village inn. It was a holy day, and the peasants were passing in procession from one shrine to another, singing as they went, the most of them making more noise than music, if the truth be told. Suddenly Salieri jumped up, rushed out into the crowd, and caught one awkward country youth by the arm, commanding him to sing, sing. The fellow did so, and his tones were full, free, and of wonderful musical quality. But alas, his appearance! Bullet-headed, short, thin, ugly-featured, and bow-legged. But Salieri cared nothing for his appearance. He declared his legs had nothing to do with his singing, and leading him back to the inn, the composer threw open the piano and begged the tenor to begin. He chose an Italian aria, and as the last sounds of a high C died away, his listeners warmly encored him, for the long-sought-for man was found. "What is your name?" "Anton Hasinger." "And your occupation?" "Under school teacher." "Your salary is yearly?" 100 gulden in free lodgings." "Ye gods! And you have thousands lying in your throat. I engage you immediately for the Royal Opera." The look of joy which had filled the eyes of the amazed singer died away, as after a moment's hesitation he replied, "It is impossible. I can't leave here." "Why not, you young fool?" cried Salieri. "I cannot. If I go away from Willersdorf, I must leave Lys." "And," answered the blushing lover. "Ha, ha!" laughed the Count. "Well, my man, I will give you lessons free and 100 gulden a month the first year, and after that double the amount. So you had better let Lys wait a couple of years." "No," murmured the amorous swain. "She would marry the miller's son, and I can't go. I won't go." And with a hasty bow he made his departure. Palfy felt himself outraged, but the wily Italian only laughed and said, "Have him removed to Vienna. The fatal charmer will be faithless. We will accidentally meet him, and he will then gladly accept your offer." Now the office of school-teacher in Austria is held by governmental appointment. Palfy knew how to pull the wires, and some months later found the unsuspecting tenor in Vienna. 'Twas not long ere his beloved Lys verified his darkest forebodings and found a handsomer man, yielding to the entreaties of Salieri, who had chanced to cross him. Hasinger sought solace for his wounded heart in the divine art. A year passed, and scarlet posters announced the debut of this wonderful tenor. He was to appear as Tamino in the Magic Flute, and far and near had been spread the predictions of his wonderful success. A great crowd had gathered to hear the new tenor. Hasinger was so affected by stage fright that he had to be flung onto the stage by the manager when the time came for his appearance. He was awkward, and even his wonderful voice seemed to have failed him. But later in the evening his self-assurance returned, and his singing was rapturously applauded. From that time on his success was assured, and for 30 years he held sway as one of the foremost tenors of all Europe. A long encore number. Many audiences contain a certain proportion of people who are unappreciative of the fitness of things, and who proceed to show their enjoyment of singing and playing at the wrong time, and in a very obnoxious manner. The effect of many a fine solo in oratorio or dramatic passage in opera has been utterly spoiled by some of these enthusiastic people whose zeal exceeds their good judgment. The end of a scene or act is the proper place for one to give vent to his enthusiasm. Ordinary people can frequently get a repetition of some favorite number, or occasionally a whole scene, but few can encore the whole opera and have it all over again. When Cimarosa's Secret Marriage was first performed, it was before the Emperor of Austria and his court. This august personage was delighted with the performance, and at the conclusion invited all the singers to a royal feast. Compliments were numerous, and the wine flowed liberally. Finally, the emperor desired to hear the opera repeated, and so they one and all went back to the opera house, and the whole opera was given again. Imagine this done with one of Wagner's music dramas. English meter. Dr. Christopher Tye, a prominent musician of the time of good Queen Bess, once undertook to set to music the Acts of the Apostles. This was no slight task, but the good old doctor plodded through 14 chapters, and then gave it up. His reasons for undertaking such an endless and thankless task is told on the title page as follows. The Acts of the Apostles, translated into English meter, and dedicated to the King's most excellent Majesty, by Christopher Tye, Doctor in Music, and one of the gentlemen of his Grace's most honourable chapel, with notes to each chapter, to sing, and also to play upon the flute, very necessary for students after their study to cite their wits, and also for all Christians that cannot sing, to read the good and godly stories of the lives of Christ and his apostles. One verse will suffice to show the improvements that were made on the usual reading in order to get the scripture into English meter. It reminds one of the arrangements of the Psalms in the books of certain psalm-singing sects. The verse quoted is the first of the 14th chapter. It chanced in Iconium, as they oft times did use, together they into did come, the synagogue of Jews, where they did preach and only seek God's grace then to achieve, that they so spake to Jew and Greek, that many did believe. Composers nowadays think they must have words that furnish some inspiration. What would they do if confined to such a libretto as the above sample? But those were the days of counterpoint, of the mathematical in music, and the composer wrote his vocal fugue without reference to the sentiment of the words. Though Handel wrote much that was expressive of feeling, we defy one to find much sentiment in some of his works. Take the Amen, all we like sheep, and For unto us, choruses in the Messiah, for example. They are simply fugues, set to words to be sure, but essentially instrumental in character. No one would think of writing that style of vocal music nowadays. The day of writing instrumental music for voices is past. Our time demands true sentiment in words, and a corresponding sentiment in the music. The Devil on Two Sticks. The following story of Haydn rests on a rather insecure foundation for truthfulness, but we give it for what it is worth. There was, in Vienna, an actor named Kurtz. This man, wanting the music arranged for a certain farce or light opera, called on Haydn to see if he could do the work satisfactorily. Haydn declined the commission, but Kurtz insisted that he should try. Said he, "Sit down at the piano and play an accompaniment to my actions." Then Kurtz imitated the motions of a swimmer, throwing himself on a chair for support. Suddenly he called out, "I am sinking! Save me! I shall be drowned!" Meanwhile, Haydn played music fitting to the situation, and delighted the comic actor with the result. At last, Haydn consented to write out the music he had played and set it to the opera. This was the origin of The Devil on Two Sticks. Impositions on musicians. There are many drafts made on musicians' time and good nature that thoughtfulness on the part of their friends and acquaintances might obviate. People do not realize the time and effort it takes to prepare for a public performance. This does not matter so much if the musician be an amateur with plenty of leisure, but if he be a professional, busy with teaching or playing, and with hardly leisure to keep posted on his own specialty, let alone keeping abreast with the advance of the world along other lines, it would seem to require considerable cheek to add to the musician's work and subtract from his pleasure by such thoughtless requests. Of course, it is not in all cases that such an invitation brings a subtraction of pleasure, for it is a real pleasure to sing and play to an appreciative audience, be it large or small. But the trouble is that in many cases he is desired to sing or play something light and trifling in order to amuse a non-musical audience. If he has any conscience and refuses to give trash, if he chooses some music that is really good, music that he is not ashamed to see on the program, his hearers are not interested. But if, on the other hand, he descends to the level of the musical education of the average person, he loses in artistic self-respect. In the larger cities, musicians generally receive a stated sum for their services in such affairs as funerals, weddings, private gatherings, and musicals. One way of getting entertainment out of some well-known musician is to invite him to dine, thinking he can hardly decline to play or sing when enjoying his entertainer's hospitality. But even this scheme is not always successful, as the following shows. When Fischer, the celebrated oboe player, who was remarkable for the oddity of his manner, played concertos at the grand concerts given at the Rotunda in Dublin, a noble lord, who had been enraptured with the rare talent he displayed, came up to him, and having complimented him, gave him a pressing invitation to sup with him the following evening, adding, "You will bring your oboe with you." Fischer, who was a little nettled at that sort of invitation, hastily replied, "My lord, my oboe never sups." A similar story is told of a celebrated violinist who was invited to dine at a certain mansion, and after dinner was asked to play. Upon saying that he did not have his violin with him, his hostess expressed surprise that he had not brought it, but he excused himself by saying that his violin had no necessity for dining. End of section 40. Section 41 of Anecdotes of Great Musicians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claudia Perry. Anecdotes of Great Musicians by Willey Francis Gates. The Hallelujah Chorus. The uninitiated, who attend a performance of Handel's Messiah, are frequently surprised when, at the first notes of the Hallelujah Chorus, the whole audience rises to its feet. Some think this custom arose from the desire to pay homage to the words, but if that be the case, They might well stand during the whole oratorio. Others imagine that it was because of the intense enjoyment in the music some audience had 150 years ago, which brought them to their feet. But this is said to be the truth of the matter. At one of the early performances of this grand oratorio, the King of England, George I, was present. During the singing of this chorus, His Majesty, either greatly enjoying the music or perhaps simply desiring to change his position, stood up. At once the courtiers and people followed suit, thus originating a custom which is quite pleasant in view of the physical relief afforded by the change of posture in a 2-hour performance. Beethoven à la Cupid. Beethoven was a man of stern and rugged disposition, a man whose exterior was rough, and whose actions were frequently peculiar, but at the same time he had a very gentle and kindly side to his nature. Those who did not happen to see his character displayed in that light thought him hard-hearted and boorish, but that was because they saw him at his worst. Beethoven had his own love affairs, and, as the following incident shows, was not averse to helping other people in theirs. In 1811, Beethoven was staying at Toplitz, and took his meals at a certain inn, where, as it happened, an actor named Lowe was accustomed to dine, and at the same time engage in the enjoyable occupation of making love to the landlord's daughter. The actor and his fair damsel had arranged that Lowe should come for his dinners after the other guests had gone, and only Beethoven remained. They calculated that he would not be an offensive third party because of his deafness. But, as the stories generally go, the irate parents stepped in and ordered the actor to discontinue his visits. This he was compelled to do, and for a time the lovers were disconsolate. But who ever knew of an actor so easily discouraged? Lowe was seized by a bright idea. He met Beethoven on one of his daily walks, having purposely taken the road frequented by the master. Beethoven recognized him and at once asked why he had deserted the inn. This gave Lowe a chance to tell his tale of woe, and to timidly ask Beethoven to take charge of a letter to the maiden. "Why not?" pleasantly observed the gruff composer. "You mean what is right." He placed the note in his pocket and started off without taking any more notice of the actor. Lowe started after him, saying, "I beg your pardon, Herr van Beethoven. That is not all." "Well, what then?" said the master. "You must also bring back the answer." "Well then, meet me here at this time tomorrow." And again Beethoven started on his way. As may be imagined, Lowe was promptly at the place next day, and received from his lady-love the reply at Beethoven's hands. And in this way the greatest of composers continued to serve the lovers as long as he stayed in that place. Wagner and the Beggars. Wagner had a favorite walk near his Bayreuth home, which ran through some 2 miles of beautiful scenery, and over this route he could wander undisturbed, for the little Franconian peasant boys and girls who saw him from afar would not molest him, having heard from their parents that the affairs of Germany would somehow get out of joint if they disturbed the great man in his meditation. One day a small maiden was so heartly as to loiter in his path and beg for a Silbergroschen. With a smile of surprise, Wagner lifted the child, kissed her, and presented her with a golden 10-thaler piece, for, though keen to make money, he was free in expenditure when he had any whim to gratify. The news of his liberality brought out a troop of Franconian beggars of all sizes, but the composer's mood had changed, and he plied the backs of his tormentors with the famous ebony and gold staff given him by the Männergesangverein of Vienna. The burgomaster of Bayreuth was much agitated over this affair, and had serious thoughts of providing the composer with an escort of policemen, so that his path might be kept clear every day. For some time Wagner did not put in an appearance at Angerman's Brauerei, where he had been accustomed to spend an hour or two every afternoon, and it was rumored that he intended to leave the city. But he had only secluded himself for one of his periodical paroxysms of composition, during which he was unapproachable, but after he had again returned to the outer world, he came back to his usual haunts, and magnanimously forgave the beggars he had beaten. Vox Populi. The day has passed when a singer could be forced on the public by royal favor, irrespective of the singer's worth or the public's willingness. But in the last century, such things were still possible. In a certain city in France, a royal favorite named Laulaire was being forced before the public through favor in high places. She was received the first evening with hisses, whistles, and catcalls. These being prohibited by the governor, the next night the whole audience seemed to be afflicted with an epidemic of catarrh, and the coughing and sneezing during that performance was something wonderful. But the governor had a remedy for catarrh. It was heroic but successful. When some of the audience were removed to prison, the rest had a very quick recovery. The next night a young man brought a small dog to the theatre with him, on whose tail he would accidentally step, and then the people cried, "Take the animal away!" but with their glances directed toward the singer, and not to the diminutive canine. This resulted in more arrests. The following night the climax came. One of the auditors was so incensed that he threw his boot at the singer. Instructions were then given to the soldiers at the doorways to arrest whoever came out with but one boot on. As it happened, the very first man to appear was minus a shoe. He was at once arrested, but strange to say, the next man also had a shoe missing, and the next, and the next. Every man in the house was in the same plight, and the soldiers were thoroughly disgusted. The next day the singer gave up the contest and left the place. What's in a name? In answer to this question, we must reply everything to some people. To illustrate this, we can do no better than to quote some of Liszt's experiences. When he was a boy, he used occasionally to enjoy a prank at the expense of his audiences. He writes, "When I was very young, I often amused myself with playing schoolboy tricks, of which my auditors never failed to become the dupes. I would play the same piece, at one time as of Beethoven, at another as of Czerny, and lastly as my own. The occasion on which I passed myself off for the author, I received both protection and encouragement. It really was not bad for my age. The day I played it under the name of Czerny, I was not listened to, but when I played it as being the composition of Beethoven, I made certain of the bravos of the whole assembly. This proves what is frequently true, that people enjoy the composer's name more than they do his music. Liszt also gives another experience which proves that to many people the name matters more than the music. It was at a time when he had been bringing out many of Beethoven's works. Says he, "Beethoven's glory is consecrated. The most ignorant among the ignorant shelter themselves behind his colossal name, and even envy herself, in her impotence, avails herself of it, as with a club, to crush all contemporary writers who appear to elevate themselves above their fellows. This winter I devoted several musical performances almost exclusively to the bringing forward duets, trios, and quintets of Beethoven. I was sure of being wearisome, but I was also sure that no one dare say so. There were really brilliant displays of enthusiasm. One might have easily been deceived, and thought that the crowd were subjugated by the power of genius. But at one of the last performances, an inversion in the order of the program completely put an end to the error. Without any explanation, a trio of Pixis, was played in the place of one by Beethoven. The bravos were more numerous, more brilliant than ever, and when the trio of Beethoven took the place assigned to that of Pixis, it was found to be cold, mediocre, and even tiresome. So much so, indeed, that many made their escape, thinking it was a piece of impertinence in Monsieur Pixis to presume to be listened to by an audience that had assembled to admire the masterpieces of the great man. I am far from inferring by what I have just related that they were wrong in applauding Pixis's trio, but he himself could not but have received with a smile of pity the applause of a public capable of confounding two compositions and two styles so totally different, for, most assuredly, the persons who could fall into such a mistake are wholly unfit to appreciate the real beauties in his works. End of section 41. The day I played it under the name of Czerny